Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 194 of the Warhammer podcast, known across the internet and in realms beyond our comprehension. That's right, everybody. It's Look Out, Sir. Way! My name's Dan, and I'm introducing, as always, my co-host extraordinaire, good old Phil. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, everyone. I am here yet again.
Absolutely. Your purgatory remains intact.
I know. I'm clocking in that punch card. Maybe for the overtime this time round, because it's quite a long episode.
It could be. It feels like it is. I haven't done the edit yet, evidently, so I can't be sure, but it definitely seems like it's on the long side. But yeah, that's always a good thing, though, isn't it? You know, we're heading into the Christmas season, so, you know, we need longer episodes because we'll be pretty much only doing one more after this one, I think, and then we'll be on break.
Oh, no. What will people do?
I think that's right. I know, whatever will they do? I mean, when we say we'll be on break, we're on break for like a couple of weeks or something. But yeah, this one comes out on the 30th. The next one comes out on the 14th. At some point, assuming Richie gets his act together, the quiz will happen. But yeah, we're not going to be releasing one on the 28th of December. So yeah, evidently, probably the next one will probably be, I don't know, maybe Saturday the 11th or 18th of January 2025. So yeah, the penultimate episode of the 2024 season, Phil. How does it feel?
Sad times. It's coming to an end for this year.
Exactly. And once more around the sun. Right. What are we talking about in this episode, Phil? As if it was not obvious.
We are talking about the one and only thing, the Warhammer Championship previews. And that's pretty much it. That's the one big topic of discussion. And like what we've done in more recent times, we're not just talking about Warhammer 40k. We're going through them all.
Absolutely, absolutely. We love to talk about all things Warhammer, and we especially love 5-star reviews.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right, Phil, as you well know, you know exactly where this 5-star reviews come from, because I told you, admittedly now, 2 episodes ago. So I'm expecting that you will remember that, retain it, and regurgitate it to me now.
Apple Podcasts of the Great Britons.
Hey! There we go. Just one more to go, Phil, for the end of the year. You're ending on a hot streak. I mean, somewhat of a loaded situation, but nonetheless.
Surely the next one's a curveball, because I don't actually know where that one's coming from.
Oh, well, there you go. It is, I will, again, give you a hint. It's not Apple Podcasts.
Is it Apple Podcasts, though?
Again, 2 episodes ago. You're quite welcome to go back and the information. The cheat code is there for you.
I'm too lazy.
I know you are. Listen to my own podcast. What am I? Some kind of nut?
Exactly.
Anyway, I had that the other day, actually, weirdly, a little bit of a narcissistic moment. I was in, of all places, Salisbury Hospital. That was a fun experience.
Okay. Well, yes. Well, sad times, but what was were you recognised?
It wasn't that I was recognised, no. I was walking the halls and I basically was attracted to a picture of a church, and I recognised the church. I was like, oh, that looks like a church that I recognise. And lo and behold, it said next to it. But then next to it was a picture that a young person had drawn of a school that was in close proximity to that church. And I had a narcissistic moment because I kept looking at it. There's no evidence to prove that it was, but I was convinced I drew that picture. But I have no. I can't 100% say I did. But when I look at it, I go, that looks like one of mine.
Okay, I mean, kids all draw the same. Normally, just very
I don't know,
badly.
Phil. I was a very advanced illustrator. I had advanced drawing skills.
Did you take a photo of said picture?
I did, yes, I did.
You'll have to show me, and I'll adjudicate on whether I think this looks.
How do you know? You don't know what I used to draw like.
No, but I know what you look like, what you draw like now. So I'm gonna,
Oh, it's very different from what I draw like now. I mean, that would have been this would have been something I drew because I did a stint in Salisbury Hospital when I was a young lad, and I had a whole asthma thing. So
maybe you've just seen the picture already, and it's lodged in the back of your mind. It's like a false memory.
But it's a specific picture of the school I used to go. Anyway, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's a narcissistic moment. I'm like, why wouldn't I have drawn that? It looks like something I would have drawn. And now I've convinced myself I drew that.
Interesting.
Anyway, that's a massive tangent. Right. What are we talking about? Oh, yes. 5-star review. Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. And it has come via Lego Han. Or Han? Han or Han? Han Solo or Han Solo?
Han Solo.
Han Solo. All right, there we go. Lego Han via Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. And they have said an absolutely amazing podcast, 5 stars, which is, as regular listeners know, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to be like Lego Han and give us an incredible 5-star review, you need only do so on places like Apple Podcasts or potentially Audible or maybe even Spotify. You can't actually write anything there, but you can click 5 stars, and that does make a difference. So please consider doing any of those things. Thank you to those that we haven't got to yet who already have done so, and thank you to everyone who has done so already and been spoken about here in the 5-star review segment. You are the wind beneath our beautiful bingo wings.
Yes, I mean sails or wings, whichever you want to go for.
Absolutely. What else can they do, Phil?
Obviously, you can support us over on Patreon, which keeps the lights on, the codexes coming in when we have to review them, and, pays for all the gubbins that keep this podcast actually running. So greatly appreciated to those that support us over on there. You don't have to. You can always do the usual, like and subscribe, share with your friends, tell us, word of mouth. That's probably the best thing you could do out of everything. And you can also buy some of our merch. Our lovely Lookouts themed merch over on Rev Level. And, one day, we keep promising that we'll do new t-shirt designs. It might happen. It might happen soon. Who knows? But get these ones before, they maybe disappear and get replaced.
Exactly. There you go. Create some pretend scarcity. That's what the
Exactly.
market demands. Right. Anyway, there we go. So, yes, thank you for that, Phil. An absolutely amazing podcast. 5 stars. As I say, an absolutely amazing podcast. Thank you so much, both of you, for a brilliant podcast. Stay awesome and keep on rocking. Instagram tag. Oh, God. I didn't notice this.
We've been gotcha'd.
It is, I know, I didn't notice. Stealthane _ Savage Hammer. Good Lord, there we go. That is a heck of a tag. We will get to that in a moment. But before we do that, obviously, thank you very much, Lego Han. It's a lovely 5-star review. You are a gentleman, saint and or scholar. And to elaborate on that, here is Philip.
Well, thank you, Lego Han. A lovely, succinct review. Very good. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we have to see on your Instagram and give it not a scathing review, because that's not the kind of people we are. A glowing review. So, yes, looking forward to seeing that in the outro and seeing you there.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, everybody. We're going to get on with the pod. Transitional noise. The Death Korps of Krieg, everybody. Fair to say, a reveal that maybe not I, but Phil has a great deal more of an opinion on. So, yeah, we may as well get into it. So, first hot take, Phil. What's the vibe?
It's mixed. It's mixed. I've had people flooding my inbox wanting to know what my hot take is. Some of it's good, some of it's not good. But I'm trying to. Overall, I'm quite positive. I think more so than when we first saw the plastic kill team ones. I think I was highly critical of those sculpts, and I still am. There's still things wrong with those. And the things that are wrong with those, they've sort of carried on into this range, and I was hoping they wouldn't, but obviously they want them to be a bit more unified. Maybe
they're not wrong anymore, Phil. Maybe this is just the new normal. Maybe you're wrong.
Well, unfortunately, I think that's the case. I am a diehard Forge World resin Krieg player. I've been collecting them since I got back into the hobby, which was like 2012, around then. So over 10 years now, let's say. Been really into them. They were like my first new love, being back into the hobby. And then it was a slow rounds of disappointment as sort of support for the army in terms of rules disappeared, but also then models and units started disappearing from the Forge World shop. And, I occasionally dust them off to play, but I haven't been as active a Krieg player is, probably other people right now, because I've sort of moved on to other projects and other armies like my Thunder Warriors, my Minotaurs. So, in a way, being slightly more distanced from them, I can take this change easier, I think, than if I was still trying to, be a super active Krieg player like I would have been, say, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's fair to say I always felt like the betrayal of 9th edition was kind of one of those massive moments for the whole kind of Krieg community, and by which I essentially just mean you, because essentially I look at you wherever, in my understanding of the Krieg community, wherever you reside, that is basically the population of the Krieg community. But I mean, basically, obviously I appreciate lots of fans of Krieg. I'm not meaning to sound sort of flippant, but yeah, I think that's the thing. Like the way that I saw you and by extension other Krieg fans manage your disappointment during the 9th edition release and the complete kind of gutting of the faction, it's definitely fair to say that I understand why over time, over the last like 4 or 5 years since what was it even called? It was like a Forge World Imperial Armor Compendium, wasn't it, or something? They released them in 9th edition.
It was the Forge World Compendium. Yeah,
where they gave you the ability to shoot on death or something. That was essentially all you got.
Oh, yeah. So that was, the sort of detachment rules was, I think you could, shoot on death when you died. I think you still had to roll, and it was extremely bad if you were a vehicle because you were shooting on your lowest profile out of the 3 that you had back then. It wasn't great for that one. And also,
it was kind of the beginnings of lots of stuff getting taken away from you. So you lost like Grenadiers, you lost the what was it called now? The big transport.
The Gorgon. It disappeared initially. It wasn't in the book. Then because at the time it wasn't on the web store, I guess, when it was being printed. But by the time the book came out, it was back on the web store because it was at a time when Forge World units, basically, if the silicone molds break, they sort of take them off the store. They eventually have to redo the masters for the molds, and eventually they put it back into production. So by the time the compendium was actually out, the Gorgon was back on sale. So then they eventually updated the PDF to include it. But a bunch of stuff was wrong, like the transport capacity was wrong. And I think I haven't checked recently, but for a long time, basically they updated it with a slightly better transport capacity. I think it went from like 30 to 40. It's meant to be 50. And it was always funny that you would look on the website for where they were selling the Gorgon, and the description literally says it transports 50 models or 50 infantry. Yeah, but the rules say it was like 30 or 40. So they did a few like stuff updates for that, and they still hadn't ever got it quite right, which was a bit disappointing for a lot of players, especially as it had just come back out and was now purchasable, but then for a bit it didn't actually have rules at all. So it's been a rough experience sort of from 8th onwards as a Krieg player. And weirdly, in hindsight, I felt like 8th actually was quite good support, although it was it always felt like we could have done with more. But, everything, all the model range, I believe, maybe with the exception of the twin-linked heavy stubbers, was there, I think. And, it wasn't 100%, but it was way better than it got in 9th. And then, subsequently in 10th where, lots of stuff has disappeared or, moved over to Legends and things like that.
Yeah, I think 8th, because they did a really good job of synergizing it with the actual core book and allowing you to essentially add your specialisms on top, but also sort of access other things through the way that the detachment systems worked back then. Yeah, the 8th edition rule set seemed far better suited to realizing the idea of the Krieg. But again, the 8th edition Imperial Armor index that the Krieg were in 8th edition was a product of Forge World design, right? Even if it was, as I understand it, a very rushed job, it was still kind of much more of a love and expression of the rules as kind of dictated by the original kind of creators, concept designers of the range, or people that maybe had just a bit of a more intimate understanding of what they were historically. It definitely feels more and more now that Games Workshop are obviously attracted to the fact that Krieg are this very popular and very cool guard regiment. But it does feel like often, especially with Games Workshop's current kind of design or release kind of methodology of essentially a design studio that makes miniatures in isolation of lore, rules, and any other kind of supporting elements, and effectively just releasing stuff that designers think is cool, and allowing then the writers and designers, the rules team, to essentially fill in the blanks. And it feels very much with this range to me that not a huge amount of attention has necessarily been given to the past and the kind of heritage of the range, but they are kind of sort of, or rather not necessarily the range. I think it's very kind of authentically Krieg in terms of some of the design aesthetics, but it's not very authentically Krieg in terms of some of the actual kind of loadout decisions or over kind of elements, I suppose. It basically feels like a bunch of really amazing sculptors were given, Forge World minis and were told to update it, but not really at any point thinking about, I don't know, maybe it's just the change in overall mood or tone. It's something about it does feel, it looks like Krieg, but there's something, it almost doesn't have the essence of it somehow, it just feels, it's like an uncanny valley thing. I'm looking at Krieg, but something's off is the way I would kind of say I sort of see it. But maybe that's just me kind of, seeing a particular perspective on the range based on someone like yourself who has such a very particular kind of appreciation for what they were historically, dare I say. Oh, you've gone mute, Phil. Sorry about that. I had some weird technical difficulties. But yeah, Phil, as I was saying, because I listen to you talk about it a bunch, I basically look at these Krieg and I kind of, as I say, get an uncanny valley effect. It's like, they are Krieg, but are they really?
No, you're completely right. It's the I can't believe it's not butter effect.
Ooh.
But it's I can't believe it's not Krieg. It's slightly Krieg, but it's not authentically Krieg. And I think some of the issues I have is they have sort of retconned potentially some of the lore, or at least definitely the design aesthetics of them ever so slightly. I think if you squint, most people will just be like, well, they look like Krieg, but they're not. And I'm sure we'll get into that as we go through the article and look at these models.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, with that being said, we may as well get into the article and look at the models. So, essentially, the first thing out of the block is the Death Korps Krieg, or Core Krieg, sorry, getting that wrong already. Apparently the P and the S are silent, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's Death Korps, but if you say Death Korps of Krieg, I think that's technically wrong. So it's Death Korps of Krieg.
Well, I trust you as the Krieg authority. Anyway, we kick off with a fancy new box set that contains a heck of a lot of Death Riders, some of the new infantry that we'll get into, all the miniatures we'll kind of talk about individually, as well as a heavy weapon emplacement and character upon a horse as well. So it looks like a pretty good selection of miniatures if you're looking to get into Krieg. This feels like a pretty good jumping off point. You also got the limited edition codex in there, as well as it seems some data cards to go with them also. So what's your vibe, Phil? Are you digging this box? You're thinking that maybe this one day will be yours?
I sort of feel like I am a Forge World through and through Krieg player, so I don't think I can necessarily have an army that marries both the plastic range and the resin range. I think at most I will probably take elements and convert them, or use weapons and maybe the odd character potentially in with my army, but I'm not going to be buying this box just to get a whole new load of plastic Death Riders. It's like I already have, well, I've got 10 built, and I've probably in my box of stuff got at least another 10, if not 15 Death Riders that I will be using instead. So but however, I'll acknowledge that this box set is great if you're a new player or guard player that just want to expand your range away from Cadia. I think this is a really interesting potential look into the future of what we might get with Guard, because the way I see this is probably the second wave of Guard releases from the Cadia launch that we had previously. So personally, I'd love it if this is what we see going forwards, and maybe in a year or two's time we get, you know, a box like this that's Katachan or Talon or something like that. And I would love them to go back to the days of old where Guard was made up of lots of multiple different regiments. So I think from that perspective, I think it's really good. I think value-wise, it's probably going to be pretty good. I think the character's pretty cool. The artillery piece is interesting. And Death Riders are probably the most iconic units as within the Krieg, even though they're very similar to the now relaunched Rough Riders. So that's an interesting sort of thing, but it also gives lots of conversion potential. So, for example, if you want loads of horses, for you're a Acadian player, for example, you've got your Attilian Rough Riders, but then you could also use the rules for these but convert them up as your more Attilian Rough Riders, for example, or vice versa now. Or
you could use both,
or just use them both and you acknowledge that they're sort of separate regiments. But I know some people like to lean into it, and you know, maybe some people would be using the Rough Riders as Death Riders or vice versa, for example. So I can see that happening more so even now.
I say do it all, mate. Build that incredible cavalry guard army with the Rough Riders spearheading at the front, and then all these Death Riders, bringing up the rear with their more kind of defensive and or kind of more rounded kind of profiles, I suppose. Although, again, who knows for sure what these are going to be. I'm still basing that off what Death Riders were, to be honest with you, most of the way through 9th edition, where they were essentially the tankiest horses in the world.
Yeah, they were back then. They've always struggled to have a bit of punch to them. So, maybe that will change this time round. But who knows?
We'll see. What do you reckon of the special edition cover? It's a classic piece of artwork. Weirdly framed, I thought. I like the artwork itself, but I'm not sure if it's... I don't know, the way they've cropped it makes it feel quite vacant. It's sort of weird. It's a weird look.
Yeah, I mean, if you scroll down to where it is, because there's like a standalone image of it, and we can talk about it now. It's interesting.
Oh, there it is.
It's the classic Siege of Rex image. It's like a landscape image, and in the background you see lines of troops marching along, which is really interesting. But my one real gripe with this, because it is obviously a stunning piece of artwork, my one gripe is that they have featured within it is a combat engineer who no longer looks like this whatsoever. So they featured something on this cover that doesn't exist anymore, and they've completely redesigned it to not look like this.
They've just done the exact same thing with the Blood Angels, though. So the Blood Angel Special Edition book that you get in the Death Company box set features Sanguinary Guard that don't look anything like Sanguinary Guard.
Yeah, and they obviously did something similar with the Inquisition book, where they redid.
Oh, they've got Inquisitor. the Inquisitor, which don't look like that no more.
Effectively, yeah. Not Hector, because Hector Rex is the Forge World one. Oh God, it's going to bug me.
Cotiers,
that's it. Yeah, I was going to say Jobber for a second.
Jobber, yeah.
But yeah, Cotiers doesn't look as good as the artwork, and they've sort of drastically redesigned him. And unfortunately, as we'll see shortly, the combat engineer falls into that category as well, which is just really disappointing, unfortunately. But yeah, it is a great piece of artwork, but yeah, sadly it's somewhat cropped, but yeah, you know, what can you do about that? And as we'll see later, I actually really like the standalone Guard Codex. And again, that's something to think about with this is, yes, this is all, Krieg themed, but this is, just a box set of Guardsmen. You can play these guys. You don't just need to have a Krieg army, for example. You can have a generic Astra Militarum army to buy this box. Similar with Cadians, although Cadians are normally the de facto regiments that you see. And obviously the standalone codex, again, themed Krieg, which is great. But inside that and inside the box with all the data sheets is going to be all the Astra Militarum stuff, not just the Krieg stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you can see now the new Astra Militarum Codex cover. Definitely one of the strongest Codex covers that they've done for new 40k. I really like it, actually, which is a rare statement when it comes to new 40k Codex covers. But this one, I think, actually does a really good job. I like the dynamic kind of posing of the characters, the way that the whole kind of composition of the piece works. I think it's just a very good image. Plus, again, obviously, really good depiction of, kind of Kriegsman, which is always cool to see. So, yeah, genuinely really like that cover. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's strong. I actually really like it. It's got some sort of great backlighting to the models, or to the infantry in it. So, yeah, it looks really nice. And, yeah, personally, I actually prefer that to the special edition one.
Well, all that being said, let's have a look and talk about the miniatures. So the first of the miniatures is, what is the name of this?
Varman Dreer, who's Lord Marshal. So he's not just a Field Marshal, which is the sort of generic rank for an officer, who we don't see at all in this range, but instead we've got the Lord Marshal, who's a character on horseback, which we haven't really ever had before. I think there have been, weirdly, there's always been rules, I think I don't think we necessarily had it in 8th. Yeah, I think maybe we did have it in 8th, because you had, definitely had it in 9th, where you had an officer on horseback, by that I mean Death Riders, and a command squad of Death Riders, and the Death Riders command squad allowed them all to outflank together off the table edge, which was really interesting and sort of narratively fun, but there was never a model for this, so I just used one of my own sort of models converted up, or as there used to be a Commissar on Death Rider, which was an event exclusive miniature that you could get back. I think it was like 2008, so quite a long time ago. So yeah, there was never a Lord Marshal model, although weirdly at some point they introduced rules for him, but that never existed in, say, 6th and 7th edition, and when the Siege of Rax or Fall of Orpheus, which is the other famous Imperial armor book that featured Krieg, but obviously Siege of Rax is the one that gets all the love and attention. So yeah, it was interesting that it was a sort of like a new invention from the Games Workshop team, let's say, for a character. But I think loads of people had always converted models up to sort of represent this type person. So yeah, from that perspective, it's great to see it finally represented in the flesh.
Yeah, indeed. I suppose, given the rank of, Lord, this guy will obviously sit below Lord Solar in that sense. So he's not a High Lord of Terror or equivalent, but clearly quite high ranked. The miniature, in terms of the base size, looks like it sits on a slightly smaller base. It is sort of ovaled as opposed to the Solar's, larger dreadnought sort of sized base that it stands on. And by dreadnought, I mean the old Spudnauts, not the modern day Redemptor. That's a crazy size base. But so again, clearly a character with a good level of stature. And again, interesting to see an officer, coming in on horseback. The commissar and the kind of command squad, I suppose, made sense in and of itself. And I suppose it does make sense anyway for a lord to be riding around on top of one of these mounts. So, yeah, I mean, personally for me, not as like a super diehard Krieg fan like yourself, I think the Mini's really strong. I think it's got a lot of really amazing elements. It definitely has a lot of extra ornamentation to really kind of get home the point that this is a very senior, important character. And that kind of visual communication is going to work well across the tabletop. But sometimes in photography, it can start to look a little bit busy. I, for one, will probably be looking to, should I ever get around to doing one of these, looking to kind of carve off things like the weird like hose pipe that's going into the horse's neck. That's a bit of a sort of weird extra embellishment that I'm like, that could probably go away. I'm always looking to clip things off to make my painting life easier. But on the whole, I think the base details are really nice. Yeah, I think it's a really solid Mini. I can't really fault it overall.
Yeah, there's some good elements to it. There's some bits that have obviously changed from the previous sort of Death Rider aesthetic. And also the sort of the field marshal aesthetic as well. One of them's the gas masks, and this is a theme that's going to be reoccurring because it will happen with the new combat engineers as well. So commanders, or the field marshal before, basically just had a gas mask that went down to his front, and it wasn't attached to any kind of box like a standard infantryman. It just had a sort of extra units on the side. And that's how it worked. And then I think actually there was a filter unit on his back as well. Things like the engineers and grenadiers had a similar thing, and the pipe went from the unit on the back to round to the front, which was much more elegant and interesting than just infantry with the gas mask hose going down to the front. And it was a great way of signifying the difference between sort of the elite.
A bit more ornate, a little bit. Yeah, a bit more high profile. I've got a bit of a better respirator.
A bit more streamlined, allows for more maneuverability, things like that. You could see there being some sort of thought behind it. Whereas now they've just done the sort of front box for everything, which to me just feels a bit cheap. And it feels like the distinction between sort of the ranks getting slightly better equipment worked better in the older Forge World range. And similar, I think the horse had a similar thing where it didn't have a hose going sort of halfway up its neck. But I can't remember exactly. Maybe if you can do some editing wizardry, you could put in some older images to compare down for the video. That would be great. So we can actually, show people what it did look like. And then again, a similar thing was the horse's hooves have definitely changed from the Death Riders of old. Whereas to me, it felt more like they had more of like a split hoof, rather than what they now have, which is like these weird claws. There was always like an extra sort of gangly claw on the side, which you can still see on here. But yeah, they've definitely gone away from what felt like the original design of the hooves, to be more like claw hands. And some people think that's what they were before, but maybe their hands were just, neatly held together because they were sort of like this with that little claw bit.
Like a geisha's foot.
Yeah, I guess so. It's sort of, whereas now it's just like, free taloned like claws. Definitely distinctly different than what it was before. So that bugs me a little bit. But otherwise there's some really cool.
It is different, but I don't dislike it necessarily. I do understand that it is much less subtle.
Yes.
Like at a glance before the Death Rider, it was like one of those sort of things you didn't notice until it was pointed out to you by someone who'd obviously painted a bunch of you. You'd be like, oh yeah, wow, I didn't notice that. Whereas
the way I always described them as they always felt more like camel feet as opposed to horses, and that was like the subtle difference in them because obviously these are genetically engineered beasts, so they're not horses. And the one thing that always bugged me about Lord Solar was that it was a horse, and in my mind horses shouldn't really exist in 40k. They shouldn't even really have much of a concept of what a horse looks like because the time difference is so much. Horses would not be horses. That was one of the things about the on a good June crawler. because onager, I think, means mule. And it's like, because this is what they thought mules look like with their 4 legs walking around, and because there's, so much lost.
Well, that was
history.
Mars specifically, mate.
Yes, is true. That is true.
Mars have some very interesting ideas about how things work, mate. I think, conceptually, I can imagine that horses will have, for whatever reason, been taken out across the great, expanse of the universe of 4K.
And just never evolved for all that time. Or maybe they've not needed to.
Apparently the humans don't in this. Well, some of them become psychers, I suppose, which I guess is like some of the evolutionary elements, I guess. But
ultimately, it's still the same. Yeah, so overall, I don't mind the fact that they've made the slight change, and the fact that they've sort of justified it with its kind of more maneuverability for the sort of uneven surfaces that it's kind of clambering over in terms of the trench warfare. So that all makes sense. That's all fine.
Yeah, that totally makes sense to me. I'm okay with that. But again, I understand it's a lot less subtle.
Yeah.
But maybe it needed to be to really drive the point home and
sort of differentiate it more so from the sort of the Rough Riders, right? So yeah, I get that. And overall, the rest of it's pretty cool. Like he's got some really interesting bits to it. So he's obviously got a plume on his head. He's got sort of slightly more ornate armor on the horse, on the chest. The basing, I think, is incredibly good. I like the mixture of the skulls and the sort of the trench pieces and the barbed wire. I think that's all very good. And the kind of classic minefield sign, that's all fantastic. The branding that you get on the horse is now like embossed onto the model itself, because before it used to be a transfer that you could apply on, whereas now it's just sculpted into the model. I like that there's different sort of weapon options and poses, like the version where he's like sort of pointing with the sword. I really like that one, I think, the most. So those aspects are very cool. I mean, if they had done a version with the binoculars, which is sort of similar, like a nod to the old Commissar model, because he had a las pistol, or I think it was like las pistol, bolt pistol. Did he have a bolt pistol? It was basically las pistol and binoculars with 2 sort of hand options that he had, I think. So if they had a binoculars one in there as a nod to that old model, that would have been cool. But not essential at all. So I'm not quibbling with that. But overall, I like the model on the whole, despite the aesthetic changes that they have made. And obviously, the things that I didn't like about the old veteran guardsman from Kill Team, the things that bugged me the most was the metal bar along the gas mask, and the slight change to the shoulder pads as well, where
that's all prevalent here, right?
And then those things are carried over, but enough time has passed that
you've healed.
Here's the thing: it still bothers me, but I just care less about it as something that bothers me. But
they've updated their gear, mate. That's all it is. You see, they got a new uniform sent in the post.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, there's some. I think the shoulder pad design sort of mirrors the Cadian ones a little bit more. So I was thinking, if they're doing some sort of arm swaps and stuff, maybe it would be fine in terms of that respect, and it sort of ties in a bit better. I think with this model, what I would do is I would kit bash my own, because I've had in my head an idea of doing a sort of Lord model on horseback for literally like 5+ years, and it would be more along the lines of the Lord Solar pose, because that's obviously based on the famous Napoleon image where the horse is sort of rearing upwards and he's sort of waving his sword in the air. That's the sort of thing I would do for this model. So I've had that sort of concept in my head for years, and now it's obviously going to have some cool rules for it. Well, fingers crossed it'll be cool, but it's going to have rules for it. So that will, prompt me to go back to my Krieg and, maybe do some new stuff for it. And I think ultimately that's what most of this range does represent. If I'm giving the summary somewhat ahead of schedule, that's the greatest thing out of this, because the plastic to me doesn't really mean much, because I already own most of these models or equivalents of. And it's just then sort of updating my model range to fit the new rules is the main thing.
That's fair.
But it's a cool model, basically.
Yeah, long story short, it's cool. And then we get into the Death Riders themselves, a few different alternates here. They're all coming now with swords, which is an interesting change, I believe.
They've always had swords on them, but they've always been sheathed, unless you did a conversion like I did with one of mine. But they all come with lances by default, and then to their sides is a sword.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I thought the sword was a new addition. But okay, cool. Well, that's good then. If they were always sworded up. I was trying to work out, by the way, what this random base is here. Do you ever see this in the actual article? Like, what's that random base doing?
I think that's a Photoshop mistake. And they've not.
I think that's a Photoshop mistake too.
That's so funny. Because it's a plain unpainted base, which makes you think that's there for scale, maybe, for some comparison. Maybe. So it's probably in like some master Photoshop file. And it's just a layer that they forgot to switch off. And because they've put on the reveals Warhammer logo on top, it's sort of somewhat been hidden. Because, I haven't noticed that until you pointed it out.
That's fair. I mean, it doesn't appear, unless I'm mad, it didn't appear in any of the other images, just that one there. But anyway, look, I mean, a lot of what we've said already applies to this in terms of the changes to the mounts. I love the dynamic posing of the miniatures. I think there's a lot of really good stuff to love about them. This guy in particular, the one in the top right with the spear facing downwards.
He's my favourite.
So cool. Yeah. Just so much sort of dynamism and just general kind of expressiveness in that miniature. It's really awesome. I love it. I think this kind of adaptation is really cool to see. I mean, this fella in front of him with the sword pointed out and the horse a bit more in a stride, shall we say, looks a little bit unstable.
The horse is like it's a bit odd.
He's doing the old funny walk from Monty Python, isn't he?
Yeah, that one's the only one where the horse looks slightly odd, and obviously the very first one, the horse is doing the rearing up thing that I said I would do for my commander, but the fact that the claws are like really sort of splayed out that makes it look odd to me. And actually, to credit to this, I actually really like the horse poses. I think they are really dynamic and interesting, and that's the one big criticism if you were having lots of the Death Riders from the old Forge World range.
They're very static.
They're just sort of stood there and then not very dynamic. So to see them sort of having this breath of life thrown into them is really positive and very cool. And also I think the horses look so much more realistic here than the Attilan Rough Riders, where the poses just seemed a bit dead. And I don't know if that's because they were sort of mostly covered by loads of like flowing robes. And here you can actually see the legs a bit more. And, these look really good. And they feel more like Death Riders to me.
Totally.
So, I like these. These are good.
No, I think they're great. How do you feel about the fact you're going to have to rebase your Death Riders, though? If you're
I'm not, is the answer.
You're just going to be like, there you go.
Yeah.
I care not for your ovals. I'm going to stick on my circles.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just a historical thing because mine were on rounds, but overall, I much prefer round bases to ovals. If everything was on rounds, even if it was slightly chunkier and there was a bit more dead space on the base, I would prefer that visually. I think I've always just preferred rounds to ovals. It's a lot to rebase. Admittedly, I've only got 10, so actually it's maybe not that much, but then there's other things like artillery and stuff that maybe need rebasing. Wow. But personally, I'd rather keep mine on the rounds. And is someone really gonna, it depends if I'm going to take these to events and things like that. In which case,
not really.
if I was, then maybe I would. Yeah, the fact that they've changed it bugs me a little bit, but it's in keeping with the, the Attilan Rough Riders. So, I can't complain too much, and that's just the norm nowadays that stuff has to be rebased.
Worst case scenario, you could just get like a bit of cardboard, cut it out, put them on top of that, and just be like, there you go. If you really care, here's a marker for what the
ultimately
it would look terrible on the tabletop, but at least it would make it game legal.
I assume the circle is slightly smaller than the sort of the length of the oval, but wider than the width. So it's sort of like you lose a bit, but then you gain a bit elsewhere. So ultimately, to me, it's like it's the same thing. Like, if you want me to bunch my circles up all together, and say that's the ovals with like maybe an inch between them for coherency, and that that's how you want me to play it, fine. Like, but ultimately, when you're starting on a line and you're moving forwards, the distance is going to be the same whether it's an oval or circle. It's only if you were pivoting, for example.
The old pivot. They're not big enough to be impacted by the pivot, though, are they?
No, they wouldn't be. But it should be. I don't think they are. No.
Who knows?
Actually, no,
anyway,
they probably will be, because my jet bikes have to pivot, and I think they have a similar bases. So, yeah.
Oh, well. But Death Rider Mini is super cool. Next along, we have the Combat Engineers, which is, something that was there before, but now made new, right?
Yes and no. So this is the biggest gripe that I have with this range. So combat engineers have always existed. They have not looked like this. This is a grenadier squad, which was a separate unit. They had the iconic skull masks, which is the design that we see here. There was one of them available, weirdly, in the veteran guardsman kit, as like a sort of upgrade or specialist weapon guy, could have that. So they were sort of teasing us as a concept. So this is a bit of an odd one where they've sort of called it one thing, given it the design of another thing, given us the weapon options as the first thing, and then also given us some new weapon options, which is interesting, which we can talk about. But yeah, ultimately, Grenadiers were the Kazakins or Scion equivalent. They had hotshot las guns. They also, interestingly, had a heavy flamer team, which we'll get to in a minute when we get to those. But they also had specialist weapons. So they were sort of like your elite infantry, like Kazakins. And then the combat engineers, which came with the Hades drill, which was a very cool Forge World unit. They would sort of pop up and they would sort of be able to appear from the ground, basically. So here it's an interesting one. They've called them combat engineers, but the visual aesthetics is very much in line with the Grenadiers, which who knows what that means from a lore perspective. This is probably, without, speculating, one of the biggest sort of retcons, to call it that, of Warhammer for a while. Or it's just sort of
all Warhammer.
Well, as a Forge World person, yes.
Fair.
But yeah, like I don't want to say it too much, because there might be some interesting lore or story in the books that goes into detail of explaining it. It feels like it's just a compromise where they've gone, but people really love the look of the Grenadiers, but we have rules and have been supporting rules for combat engineers. So we're just going to sort of mash them together. And ultimately, the worst case scenario is if you want Grenadiers, like the old school Grenadiers, you would take these models, you would kit bash them with some Kazakin or Scions for the hotshot las guns, and you would run them just as Kazakins or Scions. So it's not a problem. There's still technically rules for them in a way, and you would just use their armor and then swap out the arms. And you've got your old models. And then if you've got combat engineers for the old ones from Forge World, you would just run them as this squad. So it's not really a problem for a lot of people, but I sort of hate that they're not two separate units. And I think, they've given Cadian players Kazakins. So it's like, why not give Guardsmen the equivalent Grenadier squad as a separate unit? Why sort of smush them together with the combat engineers?
I mean, again, I kind of get the vibe that, kind of similar to what we had said at the start, that they had basically come up with a concept from a design perspective, but not really taken the time to understand what was there before, and probably didn't really care too much.
Yeah.
And just went, here's your specialist unit. So it's like, cool, here's your normal unit, here's your specialist unit. Happy days. I was just looking at it as a point of comparison to see if the Kazakin sculpts would be eligible for some arm swapping potential. I'll just pop that in there just so as you can sort of see. So the two side by side, you can kind of see actually with the way that they've kind of rejigged the shoulder pads now. that potentially it's quite viable
maybe
to do that kind of
yeah.
between the two.
It depends on if they've got like the sort of sleeves or not. On the Kazakin one, it would, if you were being nitpicky, that would be the thing to look out for. But then ultimately,
I mean, they don't have the sleeves, but I mean, at this point, like, I'm sure you wouldn't really worry too much. It just depends, I suppose, how compatible they might be. My assumption is not very.
No,
I could be wrong.
but it would be great if it was. It just say the vibe is that it feels like they don't really care about the history and look of the Forge World range from which the popularity of the Krieg has derived, and that they're just doing their own thing and not really caring, which sort of feels, just a bit of a shame, really, that that's the direction they've gone, because they could have just done classic Death Korps combat engineers with the classic look where they've almost got like one big eye and sort of one regular one, and they've got a little light strip on their armor plates, because they do have the similar armor along the front, like they are sort of a bit more kitted out like the Grenadiers, but they don't have the skull masks and they don't have the kind of classic gas mask. It's sort of like a different look entirely. And they've got these cool like backpacks on instead, and they've got the combat shotguns. Like, that's all cool. And if they had done that in plastic, that would have been great, and I would have loved that. Yeah. And instead of this little weird sort of drill mole like remote control unit, they could have given us the Cyclops, which again is a classic, famous little remote controlled bomb unit, again made by Forge World. It was playable by all factions. It wasn't Krieg specific, but it was very like played into the kind of Krieg aesthetic, I guess, or the rules. So lots of people did play them. If you were a Krieg player, you probably had them, whereas only some people would bother getting them. You know, there were guard players of other regiments that would buy Forge World models, but definitely Krieg players always bought a lot of Forge World models. So like they could have just given us something that we wanted, instead give us something that we didn't really ask for that isn't as good as the originals. That is my overall takeaway with this unit. But the one thing that is cool is we finally gotten the thing I wanted for Krieg, which is a sort of trench combat unit that's just infantry. So here you've got your, I think it's las pistols. Well, actually, no, maybe it's auto pistols. And
it looks auto pistol,
auto pistol and maul. And weirdly, not a power maul, which is a bit disappointing. It just looks like a regular trench club from World War One. So that's what I've always wanted as like an aesthetic for years, like that kind of more kind of combat unit, because we've just never had it other than obviously the Death Riders. And yes, there's Bullgrins. I'm sure people are shouting at me from the comment section, but they were never available to Krieg back in the day. When the Forge World Imperial Armor books were about, you had an army list and it was very restrictive. You couldn't take Sentinels, you couldn't take Ogrins or Bullgrins. In fact, at one point, Bullgrins didn't even exist at that point. There was always a thing of the Krieg are very anti any form of mutation. And I think because of the radioactive fallout of their planet, they were very, wary of that kind of thing in themselves, but also of other people that had it, such as, your Ratlings, your Ogrins. So they just weren't ever allowed to team up together as part of the army. They never really had access to that kind of combat unit in the same way that a regular guard player would.
I mean, it definitely seems like one of its cooler applications, though, to run it in that kind of melee function. I think that's really cool to see. And again, something that, had it just been, a new kind of unit that specialised in that specifically, would have been kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, to call it combat engineers and then to basically build some kind of weird homogenized version of the combat engineer and grenadier kit, it's very strange, is all you can really take away from it.
Here's the thing. They should have either gone, they're grenadiers, they look like grenadiers, they don't have shotguns, just give them hotshot las guns as they should do. And you've also got this cool combat variant of them with pistols and maces. Fantastic. 10 out of 10, no notes. Like, that's what they could have done. That would have been great. Yeah. They could have also done combat engineers that look like combat engineers, they've got the shotguns, and also they've got this kind of cool utility combat variant as well. Again, perfect. No complaints. Yeah. But instead, they've given us a bit of one, bit of the other. And in my mind, that makes no one happy. So it's like, just do one or the other. Or as you say, they could have called them something else. And mostly my bug is that they've called them combat engineers. They could have just called them, close assault troops. And then I would have had less of a problem again, because it's like they're not invalidating the combat engineers that we've had in the past. They're not invalidating the grenadiers that we've had in the past. And it's just a brand new unit. That would have also been fine. So it's this one's the most frustrating probably out of the whole range of models that they've given us.
Yeah, it's weird, right? It's like, I mean, they're supposed to use other ranges as an example. It's like saying, oh, this is a unit of striking scorpions, but they've got banshee bodies and fire dragon heads, and you're like, okay, sure, why not? Like, it's very odd in terms of the way that they've gone with it, although maybe not as extremely odd as the example that I've just offered. But, next along, hopefully something that's a bit more kind of easy to get on with, we have a bunch of heavy weapons, or what are these called specifically? They're bigger than normal heavy weapons.
So there's the field ordnance batteries, the Cadian ones. These aren't them. These are even bigger. I think they're called artillery batteries. The artillery team is describing it as.
There we go.
Which again is interesting. So this includes a heavy mortar, heavy quad launcher, which were 2 units from the Forge World range that we had for specific, mostly played by Krieg players, but again, anyone could run them. You also get, which is new, a multiple rocket launcher. Very cool. And a fearsome, it says siege cannon, which who quite knows what that means? I'm assuming that's more like just the basilisk variant.
It certainly looks basilisk-esque.
It looks like a basilisk. And so my criticism of this is I think there's one design aspect, but mostly my main point about this one is they've taken aspects of the quad launcher and the heavy mortar, which were sort of small field artillery pieces. It then, because they've included the siege cannon, makes me feel like they're trying to marry into the heavier artillery pieces that you had, which was the Earthshaker cannon and the Medusa siege cannon, which were these much larger artillery pieces. And they're sort of trying to all fit it onto one model. And it'll be interesting to see the size. They've said that the base is bigger than the current field ordnance batteries. So it's like, oh, do I have to rebase things now? Would these bases be equivalent to the Earthshaker carriages? I think that these bases would probably be too small for those, I think. You've got your original classic Forge World heavy mortar and quad launcher, which are probably far too small for these bases, and then your heavy artillery stuff, which is far too big for these bases. So again, it's like, you're not making anyone happy. You could have just done the smaller ones and it would have been fine. Although weirdly, they are very similar to the field ordnance teams that we've already got. You had very much like for like equivalents, like the Malleus Array is very much like the quad launcher in terms of rules. Like you could have easily just run it as those things. What's your take on these models?
I mean, I like them fine. I think, there's some really interesting variants in it. I really like the stubby mortar. I think that still kind of manages to get across some of the more kind of functional utility of Krieg and lean into some of its more kind of brutal kind of efficiency. I struggle a bit with this siege cannon just because it feels like, again, like to me, like, Krieg is always like a kind of interesting mixture of those kind of grim, dark archetypes mixed with just kind of, as I say, brutal efficiency. And when you look at a lot of the historical or older Forge World kits, Krieg stuff always had a certain kind of, it wasn't very sexy, right? They didn't deal in bevels.
No, it was more
or embellishments. You know?
It was definitely more real world design aesthetics to them. They were a lot more brutal and had a lot of sort of World War One predominantly hints from the design cues. Some of these so this has obviously got a muzzle brake on the front, and it looks almost like a mini battle cannon in terms of the design of the muzzle brake. Things that I do like overall the front part of these artillery pieces look great, like in terms of like
I agree with that.
The shielding and like the wheels, obviously iconic kind of Krieg style wheels, so I really like that. The back like pieces, which are the bits that you will pick up to move these by, have these little like stands that sort of go down into the ground, again reminiscent of the field ordnance batteries. Those I don't particularly like. They look very Cajun and maybe a bit too much World War II futuristic, more modern warfare stuff, and look very different from the old Forge World stuff. So those elements I don't like, and I would probably be clipping off and doing my own kind of little conversions on those to kind of Krieg them up a little bit more. But overall, in terms of the weapons, I think the barrel on that, what we assume is the siege cannon / basilisk, whatever it's going to be. It looks quite small and thin, so I'm not a huge fan of that one. The rocket launcher I think is very cool and interesting.
I like
that's probably my favourite because that's something new. It is again similar to the Malleus rocket launcher, but it looks really cool. It looks very it looks suitably Krieg. Is the best way to describe it. And again, it's like a new thing. Although weirdly, actually, looking at the guy carrying them, that looks very much like the shell that you got with the quad launcher originally. But obviously, it's like a little rocket now. And then you've got the classic quad launcher as well. The sandbags are just way too neatly lined up, and they look so artificial. They needed a bit more sort of haphazardness to them, and not so neatly stacked for them to work. I guess obviously you got to work with, the limitations of plastic design and production, and that's probably why they look like that. But personally, I would scrap those and make my own or something, if I had a choice.
I imagine you'd still be amazed how many bits go into making that. It wouldn't surprise me if every individual sandbag is its own piece that you have to stick together.
I mean, hopefully it's a front and back and you just sort of whack it together. If it's a bit more broken down, then that'd be awful. But, who knows? Who knows? And, they've done a bit more sort of more modern Krieg tech. Sorry, not even modern Krieg, modern guard tech to it. So when you look at the back of the shield, there's like some sort of screens and sort of sight stuff in there, which wouldn't have ever been on the originals. But I don't mind that too much.
Like they've incorporated a bit more, kind of Mechanicus style tech into it. The image of the actual rocket launcher has down here got a version without the sandbags, and I have to be honest, I think that would definitely be my preference, even though I'm sure it helps in terms of creating more of a kind of sense of size and space to have those sandbags kind of create like a frame around
Gives it more of a diorama feel to it, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But I really like the spotter. I really like the wide binoculars. I'm trying to think of a point of comparison there in terms of like a character from fiction with those kind of eyes that come out of the side. I think there was an old sci-fi police show that had characters. That
possibly I'm pretty sure there's a Star Wars Cantina character.
Definitely
sort of like that kind of hammerhead shark sort of vibe. So that is basically a replica of the old Forge World heavy artillery crew. So that again, like for like, perfect. Like can't complain when it's sort of based on the original and sort of is a bit more true to form. So he looks great. A lot of the crew look very cool. So overall, mostly happy with this. The rear half of the carriage. There's some bits I don't particularly like. I'm glad there's no one like sat down on it like the field ordnance one, which was pretty awful. So again, I would convert them up to look more like this. And yeah, the rocket one looks really cool. It'd be interesting to see what the rules are. But again, it's like, how much work will I have to put in to make my because I've got, I think, 2 of the quads and 2 of the heavy mortars to make them work. Do I have to rebase them? I hope not. I mean, I based mine on quite a small base and kept the crew separate, which I quite liked. I can understand the sort of desire to do them on one big base and make a diorama out of them. So maybe I'll sort of potentially have to redo that. But I was using my quad launcher and my heavy mortar as the field ordnance battery, the Malleus launcher, and the other one that wasn't the Basilisk. So I almost didn't need them to redo that one because it was still perfectly viable. But it'll be interesting to see what these are like in rules wise and stuff.
If they only consulted with you, those scoundrels. But yeah, so I mean, on the whole, though, I'm pretty happy with those. I think they look pretty good.
Yeah.
We've already talked about the book. We've got some officers. So we have here Command Squad with Commissar. So yeah, I mean, the Commissar Mini to me is by far and away one of the better, if not the best, Commissar miniature they've released of late. The Commissar they did for the main Acadian release a couple of years ago was a huge disappointment. It lacked any of the kind of ornate absurdity of the Commissar. It was so much more of a kind of understated character, which to me is just completely, the wrong vibe for a Commissar. I want my Commissar to wear a big, ridiculous hat and be, pasted in all of the kind of sigils and marks of their place of office. And I think this does all of that well. It just leans into the kind of aesthetic. It's very obviously identifiable. It's still, a design kind of aesthetic that is more in keeping with modern 40k design. So it's not quite as over the top or as absurd as some of the older Commissars, but it's certainly better than what they gave us, a couple of years ago with the Acadians. And I like the Power Fist. It's a very underrepresented weapon within the ranks of the Guard, and I always really love seeing it because I like the kind of more generic Power Fist design. The Plasma Pistol looks cool. The Scribe with the servo skull is really nice, and that whole section of this is, I can't fault it. I think that's a superb sculpt, and the base is really nice. Like, it's all just good stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, it is very strong. I do mostly like it. So again, there's a thing that they describe as a classic command squad. And it's like, a classic for who? It's not a classic command squad as a Guard player, because a Guard player would expect a field marshal in there, and instead we've got a commissar instead. And they obviously talked about it on the stream because it's due to casualty rates, and you need the commissar to restrain your Kriegsman maybe somewhat, which has always been the case. Like there's been 2, I believe, on foot commissar models in the past in resin, which were both really cool models. This one is very good as well. Although, as I look closely, my one criticism, because again, this is like the weird design choice that they made with their hoses, is where is that hose going on that commissar? It's just being tucked into his jacket. It's like, what? Because obviously they're doing this whole, they've got to go down the front. It's like, where's it go? Well, let's hide it in his jacket. It's going round the back, maybe. Whereas before, it would go either from the front and it would just have its own thing there, or it would go round the back to the top of his shoulders, which worked better. So, yeah, that looks odd. He's hiding something under that jacket. But otherwise...
We haven't seen like a 360 view of it yet, though. So for all you know, there's a nice thing on his back.
There's like a hole in his coat where the hose is popping out? Yeah.
That's how you have to deal with these things sometimes. You've got to be resourceful.
It just seems silly. Yeah, the Power Fist is kind of cool. It's got the classic sort of visible pistons that a lot of the Guard ones have. His pose on a not tactical rock, but a tactical plank is cool. Again, with the use of barbed wire, which looks really good. The servo scribe ones are very cool.
Really cool. Love them.
The Voxcaster, very reminiscent to the old Forge World one, so I like that as a sort of nod in terms of he's holding the binoculars. That's what they had, but now he's got sort of bigger sort of earmuffs. Which is odd because they're clearly like a separate thing, whereas the old ones.
He's obviously podcasting now.
I guess so. Yeah, he's a trendy guy. Whereas before it was like a little unit that would fit into and be like a part of the mask design. That was actually literally an add-on that you had to, as an upgrade, you'd have to get and like add in. So yeah, they've gone from more like World War II style, almost like a sort of it looks like a tank commandery type one. So he's all right though. He's good. Then they've got a sort of a junior commissar guy, again because they're not doing the standard sort of field marshals. He's got a bit more of a classic breastplate that's feels more reminiscent of a Cajun one that you were complaining about. I mean,
yeah, and again by that extent, I really don't like that mini by comparison. I sort of it's sort of. I understand like the idea that I don't even understand the idea. It's like a commissar junior. It's like what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of get it, and they've done that a few times. Like they've with the chaplains in Space Marines, they've given you
they've had junior chaplains.
Well, yeah, you've got the Judicia, right? he's part of the chaplain.
No, that's a different thing, isn't it? Or no, the Judicia is stupid. Don't talk about the Judicia.
But again, it's a sort of subcategory of chaplain, whereas this is again
dumb, is what it is. Okay. It's so dumb. The Judicia is dumb. This is dumb. The only ones I accept are like the baby apothecaries, like where you get like the medic that's, the Marine with a medipack.
Right, okay.
Sort of apothecary-esque, so like in the infiltrators or whatever.
Yeah.
Fine. If that's what you're going to do, fine. Although, again, does seem
and again,
well,
with this one, you see maybe where the other commissar's hose is going to. It's just a little thing down by his side. Just seems odd and a bit ugly, so I'm not a huge fan of that. The medical guy, I quite like.
I like. Yeah. Do you find it weird he hasn't got a hat on?
That's sort of what I like about it. He's sort of almost got like a medieval plague monk vibe to him because of the lack of hat, I think.
What do you feel about the blue hair though?
Well, no, that's not hair, surely.
What else could it be if not blue hair?
Oh God! Oh. Yeah, do you know?
Why is it got blue hair?
I think you're right. Sorry, because it's the same colour as the coat, I just sort of thought it was part of the uniform. But looking closely, I think you're right. It is blue hair, and he's got like a bare head behind him. Okay, that is a bit odd. Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine the Krieg would invest. Yeah, or they just have blue hair, Krieg, officially.
Maybe that's it. But I like his like little vials and his backpack and stuff. And again, so that's interesting. I guess the thing to say there is they used to have a quartermaster cadre, which was the equivalent of a medical unit. It was basically the guy going around as the quartermaster, collecting uniforms off of dead people, as well as sort of dispensing the Emperor's blessing by going around killing the injured that could not be saved. That was a very cool unit, but as part of that, they had like a couple of medical servitors. So to me, the idea of humans with medical kits never really felt very Krieg-like, and that was more of a distinction between Krieg versus other regiments. And obviously, the veteran guardsmen, you got your first medikit for Krieg, and then they've done it here. It's like they look cool. So I can't complain too much, even if it's sort of aesthetically a slightly different direction than what we had previously. And then we've got a sort of grenadier style specialist guy with a melter gun, and then
which looks brilliant.
Yeah, he looks quite cool. He looks cool.
He looks really cool. Really cool. And the banner looks incredible as well. I really like the pose. I really like the overall kind of like vibe of it.
Yeah,
it's strong.
Okay, right.
It's a good looking banner. It's got bullet holes in it. Come on.
Oh well, that is cool. The two things that I don't like about the banner: one, it's far too short. Like that pole, like it looks good waving behind him, but the banner pole should be at least another couple of heads higher. I think it just feels too short. And then the top icon on the banner just looks really stupid and naff. It just feels like they've copied that over from like, oh, what spare file in the library do we have? Can we put on here? And it feels like
they took it from the Adeptus Sororitas range. They were like, just slap that on it.
Yeah, and I don't know. This is a criticism that's very easy to wave in their direction because we know everything's CAD design nowadays, and it's easy to go, oh, it's just lazy and copied from somewhere, because it probably isn't. But that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like when you look at it. And that doesn't, just a simple eagle would have been fine, like the original models we've got. It just seems too top heavy. That basically is my main complaint. It's like it needs to be a lot smaller.
What, a flag? Top heavy? Never.
The thing that's on it is too top heavy. It should be small because it's sort of detracting from the flag itself. And the flag's so
just snip it off, mate. That's all I can tell you.
That is what I would do if I had this. I would encourage you to all snip it off and stick something else on there instead. So overall, mostly good. I would say, more good than not in this unit.
I think for me the Commissar is an absolute 10 out of 10. The Servitors with the scribes 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Caster is cool. I like the additional detail of the headphones and other things. Pose is really nice. Baby Commissar is awful, unnecessary, terrible. The geezer with the vials is he's fine. But I don't understand why they painted him with blue hair. And these two, the Banner and just General Vet, look really strong. So I think on the whole, it's a really, really good kit for the whole. You just got to tolerate the weird Commissar, the baby Commissar.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we get because you had Field Marshal Venner was the named character that you had before. If he will come back in any form whatsoever, or if we just get a Field Marshal on foot, or if we're only now getting the sort of horse version, maybe. I would love, a foot version of the Field Marshal. So it's sort of odd that they've given us commissars and not a field marshal, and a commissar just isn't an extra model. So again, they're just taking it in a different direction, and that's for me to get used to, I guess.
That's it, mate. That's it. All right, I think these are the last things.
Yeah.
We've got the heavy weapons teams, which, I'll say from the outset, I just really like. I think, at the end of the day, heavy weapon teams are always cool. These add in some interesting elements. They're different in some regards. I actually kind of liked the fact that before there was some uniqueness within the Krieg's heavy weapons teams. I appreciate you're probably going to talk about that, so I won't labour it. Because, again, before, there was a bit of a difference in terms of, the design between, say, heavy stubbers and a heavy flamer, shall we say. I think that's it in terms of imagery. So, what's your vibe on these?
This is a blessing and a curse. So for years, I have been banging on the drum that the twin heavy stubbers that probably to this day, they were still selling. I don't know if they still do. They probably discontinued it in the last year, but for all of 9th and for a lot of 10th, the twin heavy stubber team was something they still sold, but they never gave it rules. And in fact, I think it was the one unit even in 8th. Again, it just never had rules. I might be wrong in that. Please feel free to correct me in the comments. But for 9th at least, it was a unit that you could buy legitimately, but there were literally no support for it. It wasn't in Legends. It wasn't in the main rules. It was just completely overlooked. And that was just really frustrating as a guard player and someone who owned these and wanted to build them. But there was no incentive to do so because there's no rules for it. So it's great to see them back. I think they look very similar to the original resin ones, which is, again, great. I think the only difference now is that there's sort of one gunner on the base and that there's not enough room for a second guy. So they've done you like a sort of spotter as a secondary guy rather than using the big bases, which I actually quite like. And I said that when the Cadian heavy weapon teams came out, is the old heavy weapon, which I think were on the Dreadnought style bases, were just too big for the models and just took up loads of space on your table. Whereas here, you could actually have these up on ruins and it not be a problem, for example. So they look great. The lasgun, again, looks great, very similar. And then I love the fact that they've actually used weathering powders or Maybe it's, I mean, it looks like Reverend powders. Maybe it's just
on the las cannon specifically.
On the wheels on the las cannon, yeah. And I don't know.
Yeah, really cool.
So that's it's either very like thinned down layers of paint and with a matte finish to look like powders, but it does look like powders, which is great, which is a nice nod to the old sort of art and stuff like that. So I like those. And you might be going, oh, but where's the heavy bolter that they used to have? Because they used to have heavy stubbers, las cannon, heavy bolter. And it's like, well, yes, it would be nice if we had a heavy bolter here, maybe instead of a heavy flamer, but actually you could just buy the Cajun kit and swap them out. It wouldn't be probably too problematic to actually kit bash these if you want the heavy weapon team in there. So I don't necessarily mind that. I'm just trying to think, though. I'm pretty sure maybe the Cajun ones also came with heavy bolters and las cannons. So it's odd that the las cannon is a duplicate between those ranges, but I can't actually remember exactly what you got in that Cajun heavy weapons team.
I'm just trying to find them now. Oh, here we are. Cajun heavy weapons team. So that's what you're looking at there. So yeah.
Oh, was it autocannon?
Las cannon and heavy bolter.
Yeah, so autocannon was the other one you could also get for Krieg. So yeah, you could potentially use those. Interestingly, they obviously have got the two guys on the base, but they're on like little tripods, so it's a lot easier to fit them on, whereas the wheels take up a lot of space. So yeah, I guess the las cannon's the one sort of shared weapon. The flamer one is the one that I really dislike the most, and I think is just dumb. And that's me being kind. Like, I'm sorry to whoever designed this one. I just don't like it. So the original.
Why would you carry a heavy flamer around on like? Because this is the thing. Like, mounted weapons typically make sense when they are long range, like heavy weapons. Heavy flamers are obviously heavy, but you still would imagine that you would be moving around with them. You wouldn't be like going, "Oh, I'm going to sit here with my flamethrower."
Yeah, you could argue, oh, it's a defensive thing for when people are running at you. Maybe what I find is odd that is like the ammo's on the guy's back. Like, again, if you're stationary, why would it be there? Why wouldn't it just be mounted on like the actual, piece itself? That just seems odd. But again, it's like, so what we had before was we had the Grenadiers squad had access to a heavy flamer team. It was two guys, one sort of holding the flamer, and the other guy, the hose went back to him, and he was carrying the flame like fuel canister on his back. And that made perfect sense because you're sort of walking forwards, you're like trying to clear out trench lines, you're sort of sharing the weight between you. Visually looked cool. It was like super iconic. Yeah, really cool. It was weirdly one of the few ways you could still buy Grenadiers. It was them and the heavy stubber team and the melter gun were the two kind of only kits that you could buy when the Grenadier squad was not available for years on Forge World. So that was really iconic, but it was part of a larger team basically, whereas now they've sort of taken that concept and ported it over to the heavy weapons team. Doesn't feel like it quite works as well, because it's like, yeah, you've taken the concept of a heavy flamer team, which existed, but you've put it in a way that doesn't feel very accurate or realistic. Like you said, maybe for defensive stuff, but you wouldn't walk forwards with this. Like, so the old Forge World teams, there was one variant that was the team running. So what they would be doing is there'd be the arms or the little legs behind the tripod that they would grab and they would run. So the gun is pointing backwards as they're running forwards to reposition it. So obviously you're not firing at that point. You're just sort of running around with it. But that's how it operated. And it was great that they had that kind of very thematic, almost diorama, but never really worked from a sort of gaming piece because it didn't look like it was firing, but it looked good for a different reason. So I can see why they've, not done that here, but it just, yeah, it feels like the flame is the miss out of all of these. It doesn't really feel like it works or fits in with the other pieces. So being positive, I want to be positive about it. What it does mean is if I had 3 of the heavy flamer squads from the Grenadier team, I've definitely got one. I might have another one in a blister somewhere because I might have bought a few more. So potentially I could do like a flamer team and just, use those models rather than these ones, and make it viable. in that way.
Well, that would be cool. That'd be really cool. Yeah, like, overall, bar the heavy flamer, I like this kit. I think it's cool. I like the geezer on the telephone next to them. I think that's really cool as well. I assert that if you're taking them in units of 3, as in 3 miniatures, that there is one geezer on the telephone for 3 things, rather than each one of them has their own telephone man.
Interesting. Well, in theory, there should be one per model, because there's meant to be a sort of a loader and a gunner. And obviously that's how the Cadian one's done.
Yeah, but he doesn't look like he's loading, does it? It looks like he's on the blower.
Yeah, true. But then, because, rules-wise, these always had 2 wounds to represent the fact that there was, 2 crew. But now if there's only 1 crew, is it still getting 2 wounds? But then, the rules are so divorced from the sort of those kind of logic reasonings now. It probably doesn't matter. It's just got 2 wounds because it says it's got 2 wounds.
It does.
And that's it. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there's I think there's 1 guy per unit, that would look better. But in my mind, it feels like there should be 2 guys per gun.
I agree. I think it's weird, especially as seen here. They've established it really well with the Cadian ones, that they had to,
squish them on.
Go in it. Yeah, it's a very odd decision. But
in a way, taking that model off frees it up and actually look so much better on the Krieg ones, because they just look a bit too cramped on the Cadian ones. So if they had,
it's true.
If they had done something similar here, it would look better for them.
Because it appears a bit more armoured, a bit more bulky as a weapon emplacement, you can kind of assert a 2-wound profile onto it because of that. Because you look at it and go, sort of looks like 2 wounds, chunky. Yeah. Cool. Well, look, I mean, that's Krieg in terms of the entirety of the reveal. I'll just say my closing statement on it and then allow you, Phil, to wrap it up, because I think yours will be far more profound. But on the whole, I actually really like it. I think it's really good that we're seeing such an expanse in the Guard range, and I think it's really positive for the army. I think, Guard have always been this sort of strange army in 40k, in so much as their support kind of started out very early on in 2nd edition and even earlier as quite expansive. They had lots of range variety. They had lots of really fun, interesting things you could do with it. But in a way, there's kind of been a legacy to Guard that's just never really been sort of fulfilled since as far back as even 3rd or 4th edition, when they put out the kind of Cadian and Catachan range. And essentially over the years, we've just had this continuing kind of amalgamation of everything, and we ended up in a place certainly around kind of 7th, 8th edition through till now almost, where it had just become Codex Cadia. It had just become quite linear, and although obviously there were Forge World things and things they'd done with it to try and kind of expand it, it all felt very specialized and very kind of elusive in terms of the fact it wasn't kind of mainstream. So what I love about this is I think it's a really good representation of where Games Workshop see the Guard and what they're willing to do with it. And I think this is a really expansive and good release that will hopefully, beckon in lots of new Guard players and create new Krieg fans. And even if that isn't, the Krieg that you remember from the Forge World books of old, it is still, a great kind of, evolution, I suppose, in some regards. So I think overall, for me, as less of a hardcore Krieg fan, but as someone who spends a lot of time talking to one, I am broadly in favour of this, but I can understand and do still feel like it's kind of like a Primaris Krieg project. It is Krieg, but it isn't. And that's kind of fine. But yeah, I think the overall gains outweigh the potential loss on this one. I'm very happy with it as a range. I think it looks really cool. I won't be collecting it myself, but I think it looks really great, is my vibe on it.
Yeah, no, that's fair, I think. And, overall, I think this is a real positive. As you say, it's great that we're seeing an expansion of Guard into, not being the sort of monolith of Cadians with a smattering of a few other things. It's, Cadians It's I guess there's a Tillins in there as well, but it's definitely the Krieg. Potentially, like I said, I'd love it if we see this happen again in another year or two's time, with, Kachan or, Talarn. And eventually maybe we get to a stage where there's some really cool, fleshed out regiments. Whether there be another wave 2 of Krieg, I'm really suspicious. And I'm sort of a bit doubtful that they will be, because this actually feels like the second wave of the Cajun release, and that if they're doing more, they just go on to another regiment. I would at least hope we maybe get another couple of characters thrown into the mix, that maybe we get an upgrade pack at some point, for like tank commanders and stuff like that. That would be great, or an easier way to maybe convert some of those other like heavy weapon teams, or like sentinels or what have you, to Kriegify them up a little bit more. That would be really great. There's still so much more that is missing that they could still add in. You've got Hades drills for Cyclopses, someone like Venner or a field marshal, would be great. There was the quartermaster squad. That would be great. There were things like, the Rapier laser destroyer was often very like quintessentially Krieg as well, it felt like, or at least to me. So, there's lots from Forge World that they could port over still, to them. They could still do grenadiers and combat engineers properly as other units, in terms of like a visual look, or utility pieces. So there's a lot more scope that they could do with them if they decide that they want to. But overall, I'm really happy, despite like all my negative Nancy criticisms, of some of the models and the design choices. It feels a bit disrespectful to the history and the lore and the, sort of the iconic look of, the Death Korps, and that they've made some changes that I just don't like, but then, that's me. And that they're doing their own thing. If you're a new player, you're not as wedded to that old design look. If you're someone that just prefers using building in plastic than resin, you'll really love this. It's a bit more affordable than the old Forge World stuff, although ironically not much more, because I looked at the prices as before. I've got the old 2018 catalogue, and they were like $44 or £44. And they're now, £40 or something. It's like, the price hasn't gone up that much, although taking into account inflation, yes, they were more expensive, back then. I think they're the equivalent of like £50 now. So it's like they were expensive, but it's like they're still actually quite expensive for what they are in plastic. They're not the huge saving that you probably thought you would have been getting if they were in plastic, say 10 years ago, for example, because the price of plastic stuff
is doing
just
all right.
gone
Maybe
up.
if you buy the, you're doing all right if you buy the. Box set,
the box set will give you a good saving for sure.
That'll probably be about 120 quid as it usually is, which probably will be. Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, cool,
I think overall it's really good. I think I'm really excited to see what the rules will be, and then it's like how much of an effort will it be to maintain my current army to be kind of playable, I guess, in terms of what still will work, what's WYSIWYG, what's not WYSIWYG, what should I technically rebase, what could I maybe get away with not having to rebase. I'm just excited to see some of the rules for some of the new units as well, so that would be cool. And what kind of detachments are we getting the codex, and that's not necessarily like a Krieg specific thing, but it's getting me excited for Guard in general in 10th edition. Nice. So overall it's really good, despite some misgivings about some of the bits.
Mate, look, at the end of the day, it's an exciting time for Guard, and ultimately I think it's cool to see. And you just got to basically, as I said before, break out your cornflakes packets, just, build yourself some nice little circles, and just do it that way, mate. Why worry? I mean, it's not like you spent ages building and painting these things. Why bother rebasing them properly? They'll only change them again tomorrow.
That is a potential thing. I mean, overall, what is good about this thing is it is a sign that Krieg is being supported in a way that it hasn't been up until now, and they are, forever going to be in the rules. And they're not being just relegated to legends and being discontinued, and you're not getting maybe just that one veteran guardsman squad. It's like the range but it could potentially grow to more than what we've got here, but even what we've got now is enough to, keep me going with, just swapping out some bits here and there. So that's good. I think that's a great sign.
Exactly. Pour one out for the Elysians.
Maybe soon. Maybe they'll come back one day.
Indeed, maybe just. Although they had a perfect opportunity with that new Scion
Scions,
release that they just didn't do. But, all right, well, there you go. We're going to move on now to the next thing. Transitional noise. So in many regards, you would be right in asserting that for me and Phil, this reveal, the Warhammer World Championship reveal, has kind of been like both our birthdays come at once. Whereas Phil, with his delightful Krieg, as you may have heard in our kind of review of that, is a nice effort, kind of like where your grandparent is sent out to get you something and it doesn't quite understand and gets you something roughly approximating what it was that you were hoping for, but just ever so slightly off the mark. I mean, that feels like a fair anecdote with regards to the closing vibe on the Krieg, although we do like them. Yeah. We like them a lot. It's just not quite what you were looking for, was it, Phil?
Yes, yeah. It's as if for Christmas I got Games Workshop vouchers as opposed to actual models. It's like, great, but I've got the vouchers and I can use them, but I haven't got anything right here and now that I actually wanted. And that is, a note to any family members listening at home. Not that you would be, but, just so you know.
Just so you know, don't get me vouchers. I want hard plastic.
Exactly.
But how did I receive the news that my beloved faction, the Aeldari, although, again, to be completely transparent, I have not played a single game with Craft World Aeldari since 8th edition. So basically, all I've ever played throughout all of 40k up until basically COVID, but even throughout COVID via Tabletop Simulator and other things. Basically, all I've played for many, many years has been Eldar. They've been my main army all the way through. But when they basically came out in early 9th edition, they felt so broken and so strong that I just kind of got to a point with them where I was like, you know what? I just can't quite bring myself to do it. I'm just not really into it. And then they dropped the Codex in 9th edition, and I was like, cool, love these minis, bought a load of them, basically sold and effectively got rid of all my old Eldar stuff, aspired to start painting and building a new collection of new miniatures with beautiful paint jobs, or as good as I can potentially achieve. But yeah, as a result, have not really been very actively playing Eldar over the last few years. But I'm an avid fan. I still really am excited for this release. And I will preface this initial kind of review of these reveals by saying that I really love this. I think that I was selling a bunch of stuff, or I am selling a bunch of stuff ahead of Christmas. I've got a huge backlog of things, and there was a lot of Eldar stuff in what I was going to sell prior to this reveal coming out. And since then, I've just literally been like, you know what? Maybe I will get around to painting my Eldar army. Maybe I will get this done. I mean, obviously, I'm kidding myself. I'm never going to get it done because I'm useless. But the aspiration is there, and I am genuinely thrilled to bits about this reveal. I want to say from the outset as well, obviously there's been a lot of online chatter amongst Eldar communities and Aeldari forums and blah, blah, blah about the absence of the striking Scorpion Phoenix Lord, Karandras. There's a lot of rumours that Games Workshop forgot about it. There is also lore in the actual world of Warhammer 40,000 that Karandras basically helped out with the Ynnari and effectively disappeared following a number of different conflicts. So storyline-wise, Karandras is currently MIA. So potentially that is an in-world rationale for why Karandras is potentially missing from this. I think the thing that's going to be most interesting is if Karandras still is available in the book or not. My assumption is that he will be, but it's going to be really quirky to see how they represent that miniature in the actual book, because he's going to start to look... I mean, now basically Karandras is the oldest miniature in the active Aeldari range. Like, literally following this, there is nothing... There is no longer miniatures from the 80s or the 90s in Aeldari. This
Outside
basically...
of the vehicles, right? The Wave Serpent and stuff like that.
Oh, and the Viper. Yeah, all right, fine. So there is the Viper, the Falcon, and...
Is any of the Walkers? Is the Warwalker still an old kit?
They all got... Yeah, Warwalker got replaced with the 4th edition Aeldari release. So the Wraith Lord and the Warwalker came in the mid-2000s. So they're old, but they're not 90s old. Yeah, you find that when you get like the Wraith Lord kit, because there's a lot of space on that sprue for the Wraith Lord. If they had another go at it today, it would be a lot denser. Yeah. But so basically, Karandras, Viper, and Falcon are probably the 3 oldest. Technically, the Wave Serpent came out in like the early 2000s, but it's based off of the Falcon kit. So it's sort of, but yeah, technically, yeah. And the same could be said for the Fire Prism Night Spinner. But again, they had updates recently because it used to be there was no Night Spinner, and it used to be that a Fire Prism used to be the Falcon tank with a chunking great metal crystal, as in World Crystal chucked on top of it, which was the maddest thing because the Fire Prism used to literally sit on a tiny little flyer base that went through a little hole in its undercarriage, and literally you'd then basically put the equivalent of like I don't know, it was like basically a heavy rock on top of a Falcon. So literally you'd always have your Fire Prisms pointing upwards all the time because they just never could stay on the thing. So you ended up having to come up with elaborate basing solutions for those if you did at all, or you ended up with lots of Fire Prisms pointing towards the ceiling. But anyway, yeah, look, long story short, the Karandras thing is a bit rubbish, but my general vibe is I love this release, and I'm excited that Karandras is around the corner because it gives us something else to be excited about in the future in terms of other releases. And I think this is exactly the release the Aeldari needed. This is basically completely range refreshed them, updated them. It's such a drastic improvement now. It is truly spectacular. So I'm genuinely really thrilled, and I'm really excited to go through all of this. But you, Phil, as someone who doesn't care at all about pointy-eared things other than when they're causing you bother, what was your general vibe with this one?
Like a really strong and impressive range refresh. As you said, the Aeldari stuff is like an aged line, which felt quite odd because it always felt like a very popular faction. It's always felt very well loved by the design team and the studio because the rules for them always just seem too good in almost any edition or any game system. If it's got pointy ears, it's going to be good, basically. So yeah, that always seemed odd that it had such a sort of old and dusty line. But the sculpts always held up; they were always very strong and popular. So yeah, I still get sort of nightmares from the playing against Elder as a kid against like the warp spiders jumping around the tables. Like that to me, they're just like quintessential and very iconic Elder units. So great to see they've got some love. And much like with the Terminators that we've seen in the past, they've almost done like a 1-for-1. Like a complete just redo. They haven't really changed anything about them for a lot of them, at least I would say, which I guess is either a positive or a negative, depending on who you are. A lot of people just like that sort of heritage that they've been true to the old models, and they've just given you a slightly better looking version of it with slightly better poses, and that's great. Other people do want a bit more of a drastic design because they're like, it just looks like the old ones, especially if the old sculpts did hold up, and not always the case. But in a way, I'm quite jealous. I don't want to make a gripe about the Krieg again, but it's like I would have liked that they had done what they've done to the Elder, that they'd done that to the Krieg, like just given us a like for like redo without drastically changing design elements to it. And I think it's an interesting counterpoint that the direction that they went with the Krieg, where they have made some like drastic design decisions, is very different from what they've done to the Elder, because the Elder is very much true to form. And, I'm not an Elder aficionado in the same way I'm a Krieg one, so maybe you'll be like, well, actually, they have done some design changes, but for me, it's like, it just looks like the old models, but just better.
Yeah, it's very minor. I think the difference here is that the people, again, what we were saying with the Krieg, the people in the design studio of Games Workshop were not the originators of the IP, right? Like, so essentially, Krieg is effectively something that they've taken from Specialist Games, put into the core Games Workshop studio system, and effectively you've got, those studio designers, Jez, whomever else sort of sits underneath them, going, cool, these are cool, what are we going to do with them? How are we going to make them ours? Whereas, Jez in particular has been making Elder for as long as Elder have been a thing.
He's the one. They're his babies, basically. And I think
exactly.
I think because he's still around and he's still in the studio working, they're not going to drastically change direction and look of Elder. And it's like, maybe in 50 years' time, maybe they would start to see a bit more of a deviation and a departure from those original designs. But then in a way, maybe they shouldn't, because, they're so good, right? They don't need changing.
Well, odds are, mate, I don't need to concern myself with what these things are in 50 years, but,
True.
I hope I do, I hope when I'm a 90-year-old geezer,
we'll be brains in a jar, Dan, still doing the podcast.
God, I don't know who suffers more for that, us or the listeners. Anyway, yeah, let's get into it, because I think this is a really exciting set of releases. So first out of the block is the Fire Dragons. So Fire Dragons are essentially a close range, high damage kind of anti-tank unit. So they specialize in getting up close and blowing stuff up. We start off with some really interesting imagery of the actual Exarch, which is super cool to see. I actually really enjoy the flexibility and posability of the Exarch. So previously, the Exarch only really came in the pose that you can see on screen in the right here. And essentially, you could change his fire pike for a dragon breath flamer. But that was the extent of basically what you could do with it. Now they have essentially given us the old school pose, or rather the pose that was established with the 4th edition re-release of Fire Dragons. But the Dragon Breath Flamer is now held in a kind of gun-carrying pose. And they've also now given us the option of a fusion pistol and a axe as well, so a power axe, which is amazing. I think, the level of flexibility that you're going to have to essentially deck out and kit out your Exarch is really cool. And, in the past, there have been kind of Exarch abilities and things that have led into some of more up-close punchy elements of the Fire Dragons, but they were never realized within the kind of miniature range. So now that you can have kind of more of a melee-focused Exarch feels really cool. So I love it. I think it's really amazing. The dragons themselves all look stunning. They're just a really nice kind of subtle upgrade of what's come before. A lot of nods to the kind of current Fire Dragon range, which is a really beautiful set of models. I kind of really loved Jez's 4th edition Fire Dragon sculpts. And these are just those kind of, taken in a really cool direction. I also really like the addition of the new detailing of the kind of jaw section, the piece that kind of runs up towards kind of like the nose.
Like the half-helm helmets, where it's just the bottom bit?
Not the half-helm helmets, but the actual... So the way that basically the Aeldari helmets work is, and the Fire Dragon helmets have always worked, they're essentially like normal Aeldari helmets where they've got like, the face panel that goes in front. They always had like these kind of like fangs, these dragon fangs that came up from like around the ears to the front. But they've now kind of accentuated that more with a almost like muzzle type feature that kind of adds a little bit more uniqueness to it and a bit more of a kind of unique kind of visual design, as well as the crest of the helmet and the way that that's all built. I think, again, it's a really subtle but really meaningful change to the way that they look that actually, it does really elevate it in a really good way. And I think that's the thing. All I can say about these Fire Dragons is they all look really good. And I just genuinely, yeah, I'm really excited because Fire Dragons have been probably one of the most absent units on the tabletop for many years, really. I always used to take them out of stubbornness, but it was always really hard to make an argument for putting them in your lists. But these miniatures are great. I can't speak to the rules because I don't know what the rules are yet, but I'm hopeful the rules will be amazing, and I'm hopeful we'll see lots of these kicking around because they look stunning.
Yeah, because they did say they basically have the same rules as the Eradicators, which is like is it Total Annihilation?
Reroll hits and wounds, against everything, which
is sort of mad when you've got a weapon that's all melters, and with the Eradicators where you've only got 3 of them, you could sort of understand it, but if you're running these guys in, I assume squads of 5 or 10, right? Then that is maybe mad in terms of how bonkers good that's going to be, which is a bit of a worry.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Imagine these guys just kind of popping out from behind a wall and just basically, like, if you're running, I don't know, like a armature spam or some kind of other kind of vehicle heavy thing, maybe it's dreadnoughts or other variants of knights, and then these guys just rock up and it's just all gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be very matchup dependent, but again, having high strength, high AP, high damage with good levels of accuracy is never a bad combination, regardless of.
I assume it's going to suffer from the fact that they're still melter weapons, so the strength now is never really that great. So you'll be wounding vehicles on 5s, which I always find such a weird thing to do. Is a change from 9th to 10th edition, where it's like melters aren't really good at anti-tanks anymore. They've got everything except the strength, and it feels like that's the bit that needs tweaking.
To me, I feel like they should change melter, that it's just like devastating wounds or something. So it's basically guaranteed damage, because I think that would be a perfectly reasonable exchange. Like the idea that if you get a dev on it, then the damage is high, but it's basically the odds of getting it through are slim, but when you do, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I would my spitball idea would be have the melter rule rather than it being extra damage at close range. You've got extra, +1 to wound at close range, because then it actually makes it a bit more meaningful that your shots are going to get through the closer you get.
Or double strength.
Something like that. So it's easier to actually wound when you're really close. And then it's not very effective from a distance, which is, similar. We had rules like that back in the day for other weapons and stuff like that. But model-wise, these are really gorgeous. The multi-part kind of characters, really cool. And this is like one of the cool things about 3D sculpts, because often we criticize them sometimes as being a bit uninspiring or a bit soulless sometimes, because they haven't got that kind of human touch to them like the old miniatures had. But the fact that you can have multi-pose kits and they all sort of work really well and sort of seamlessly, that's really good. The one where he's sort of shooting, I think is probably my favourite one out of the 3, but the kind of classic one where he's holding the fire pike, that's also really good. And then all the models are really cool, so there's not much to say. One of my friends, other friends, Dan, that also plays Elder, I think this was the one unit he sort of had criticism of, because it just looks too similar to the old kit, but then the old kit was kind of perfectly as good as it was. So it's
the only criticism I've ever had of the Fire Dragons as a kit is, or rather, it's more their rules. Like for whatever reason, they've gotten in the habit of giving them heavy aspect armor, which is infers like a 3+ save, and heavy aspect armor is worn by Reapers, scorpions and spiders. The Fire Dragons have always been the mid tier, not light, but they've not been like heavy. So they always used to have 4-up or even 5-up armor saves. No, I think they've always been 4-up armor saves, which sort of makes sense, because this to me still looks like a lighter aspect armor. Kind of looks akin to what you would see. Now they've added like the embellishments to the shoulder pads, which kind of gives an illusion of heavy armor. But they've always had lighter aspect armor, because the idea of the Fire Dragons was always that they were supposed to come in, hit hard, and then, normally in return, they just died. That used to be the old trade-off. Basically, guaranteed to kill something, but will die in return. That was always the play with Fire Dragons. Whereas, I think it was around 6th or 7th edition, they went, I tell you what, they can just have 3-up saves, and they've just kind of stayed there. So they're still designed with armor that is lighter,
Right.
but then the rules never quite marry up with that. But whatever, it's those are the sorts of concerns of people who really get into the fluff versus the gameplay situation, which, as we've established now,
That's what we're here for. That's what we're all about.
I know that's what we're here for, but I don't think many other people care. So we'll move down. You didn't see it here because he got leaked already, but Fugan, the Burning Lance, the Phoenix Lord of the Fire Dragons, also got leaked and revealed. Stunning mini as well. We've talked about it before. I think we have.
Again, he had I think the thing that was odd about him is he's sort of madly one-handedly holding the fire pike, but also holding an axe in the other hand. And it's like, how's he operating
strong.
that? I guess so. I guess he's
well strong. Yeah. That's the thing with Fugan. So in some of the fluff of old, Fugan was basically supposed to be the last living thing in the universe. So basically, Fugan is essentially standing off against the forces of chaos as like the last living thing in like this epic battle. But he's always been strong. Like the idea of Fugan is he's like the most physically powerful of the Phoenix Lords, which super cool. But anyway, talking about the OG, the Lord of all Phoenix Lords, we have a sermon. He is basically the very first aspect warrior. Effectively, he's the guy that essentially created this whole shebang, and he is the Phoenix Lord of the Dire Avengers. We don't have new Dire Avengers sculpts, and that's fine. The Dire Avengers again came out in the mid-2000s, around the 4th edition release of Elder. Their kits, again, old plastics now, not necessarily the bestest that you can get, but they still hold up. They're okay. I'm not going to suggest that they are on the same caliber as what you get now, but ultimately they're very serviceable and certainly better than what we had in, like 3rd edition times. There was a time where basically the Dire Avengers was just a metal head swap on a Guardian kit, which was pretty awful. But yeah, Sermon here, other than the fact he looks like Megatron, he is truly spectacular. I think, again, the posing, the sort of the dynamic sense of the character, it's really cool. I think they've just done a lot of really good stuff with it and really elevated what a sermon is and what he kind of means. And I think at the end of the day, this guy looks like a truly epic hero. He feels more substantial. And he's always had good rules. Like a sermon for a while has always been kind of like a really underrated but actually really powerful character. The problem is people can't see past the fact that he has like this dire sword, which circumstantially in the past has been exceptional, but you need to be lucky to pull it off. These days, it's pretty reasonable. But I love a sermon. He's always been one of my favorite Phoenix Lord sculpts and miniatures and kits, and seeing him kind of reinvented this way is really cool because it's just a really nice version of it. And again, the older sermon, when you kind of look back at him now, he's a lot more stubby, a lot more chunky. But even then, people over the years have painted some stunning kind of adaptations of that character. So yeah, to see it reimagined this way is really cool. And I think ultimately, I think we're going to see some really beautiful versions of this in the future. But yeah, I think this is just, again, you're just going to have me wax lyrical about most of this stuff, just going, oh, I love this. This is good. But yeah, the sermon looks great. What's your take on it?
Yeah, no, it's a really strong mini. I love the sort of classic primary colours that he's painted in, and obviously the paint job is really great. I love the back banner, and it's great to see them sort of making more of a reappearance in this.
A lot of the Phoenix Lords have back banners.
Yeah, it feels again you're harkening back to those older editions where back banners were much more of a thing, and I think they've.
I say that Fugan has one, and a sermon has one. I think they're the only two that actually have them. So,
but
I'll retract that statement.
They are cool. Yeah. So great to see them. Yeah, the only thing that I would say looks a bit odd in terms of maybe the silhouette, and it's sort of almost like an optical illusion. It looks like he's holding a pistol and a sword at the same time because the pistols are sort of bolted onto his wrists. But they're so big and chunky, they almost look like actual pistols. They're not like small gauntlet style, blended in with him type of weapons. And that's not necessarily a problem. It was just the thing I was noticed. I was like, oh, he's not holding it. It's on him. Okay. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a thing.
Well, those aren't pistols, mate. They're full on shuriken catpods or
Yeah,
Avengers.
well, that's
shuriken catpods.
probably why they're so big then. I mean, it seems a bit mad, but yeah, okay.
He's a god of war, mate. He's he's not a god, but he's a effigy of war.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Of an aspect of war. He's a geezer. I suppose my only weird thing with him is that I think from a kind of sculpt perspective, silhouette-wise, he looks awfully similar to the Ultark on foot miniature that they released a couple years ago now in Ninth Edition. So there's a few elements of this that feel quite similar, even down to the positioning of the flag on the back and all that sort of stuff. These are things that were kind of prevalent. Now, admittedly, the Ultark is facing left, whereas a Sermon is facing right. But I mean, there is still some similarities with a lot of the details between the two. But again, I love that sculpt. I love this sculpt. So again, I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying there is some kind of similarities there. But yeah, I think overall it's a great redesign of the character. I will say this as well, though, actually, because this gets to the point where we've seen Fugue and we see a Sermon. Obviously, I've seen all of them now. What has been kind of dramatic to me, though, thus far, is I was expecting a couple more, or at least one more Morgan Ra type situation. Because Morgan Ra, now people are used to seeing him, but he is such a vast departure from what the Morgan Ra sculpt of old was that basically I was expecting maybe some of the other Phoenix Lords to have had that similar kind of thing happen, but none of them really did. They're all just basically bigger, newer versions of what they were before. Whereas Morgan Ra used to not have a hood. He used to be a lot more chunky and a lot more just I'm a big dude with a gun.
Because is it the Death Jester one?
No, yeah, well, he has a similar appearance to a Death Jester, but he's the Dark Reaper.
Yeah, sorry, Dark Reaper. Yeah. Maybe that one wasn't as well received, so they're like, oh, let's not reinvent the wheel and just give people what they want. The classic sculpts, maybe. And
maybe.
Why.
I really liked the Morgan Ra redesign. I thought it was really cool because I liked it because it was different. But there we go. I could tell you of another, Phil. That's a lot more audible now. I don't know what you've done to it.
That's the helicopter flying overhead.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, it's just.
It sounded
just
like you just
over.
switched it on.
Well, I also switched my fan at the same time, but the helicopter's flying over.
Oh, fine. We'll leave that in. But yeah, next one is Baroroth, the Cry of Wind. Again, very, very similar sculpt to what it was before. It used to be that he was much more flat in his positioning because obviously the nature of metal casting and miniatures, etc., didn't mean that you could have quite the same level of 3D kind of posing. But yeah, this guy is essentially one-to-one the Baroroth figure. Probably one of the least impressive Phoenix Lords to photograph, but I imagine one of the most beautiful things to behold in person. I can imagine that when this is on the tabletop, it has to steal the terminology from Ham from Toy Story. I imagine he has an impressive wingspan in reality. Right. I think this sculpt is going to look stunning in 3 dimensions across the tabletop or on the tabletop. But I think bizarrely in photography, it's just not quite realized. The photography of this, I think, is genuinely going to do this miniature a disservice. I think when you see this in reality, you're going to be like, holy crap, that thing is beautiful. Yeah,
I can imagine that's the case. To me, I'm a bit underwhelmed by it. And again, but I'm not an Elder fanboy, so I'm not, nothing phases me in terms of these models. But this one's just potentially the least interesting that we've seen so far. It just makes me think it's a Kroot crossed with a skink, and this is what you get because of the feathers.
A Kroot crossed with a skink with a bit of armor on
it. It's got like a beak and it's got feathers. It feels a bit odd Elder-wise for me, but then I have no idea who this person is whatsoever, and I have no interest either. So that would probably be why. There you go.
All the times I pretend to be interested in Krieg, and you can't even can't even feign the smallest amount of interest in old Barrow and the Cry of Wind.
Yeah, well, I guess the actual Swooping Hawk miniatures look great, whereas, there's something about this one that just looks a bit off, and I think that could just be, often we say this, is the photography. And not to say photography is bad, but the photography never truly accurately represents what the miniature looks like when you see it in person. And often we go, oh, that looks a bit rubbish, and then you see it in person, you'd be like, oh god, it's actually really good. And that might
and I think
be the case.
I think that is that, and I think again the Swooping Hawk sculpts, we're just seeing those now. Really, I think these guys actually, because they're smaller miniatures, right? Like they're not on the same size bases, and I think weirdly they're kind of the way that these miniatures kind of come across in photography. Actually, I think works quite well versus Barrow, who is, again, to a greater scale. Like I mean, essentially the wingspan. So Barrow will be on a 40mm like Dreadnought base, right? So not Dreadnought base, sorry, Terminator base.
Right.
So the fact that his wingspan kind of goes beyond the boundaries of that tells you that he's going to have quite an impressive kind of presence, I think.
Yeah.
I was
going to say, I think one of the things that's slightly off with him is the kind of the bright primary colours, whereas it works sort of on the Lord that we just talked about, but on this guy, it's like the yellow and blue's very strong, and that sort of works as the top part of the wing, whereas the bottom half of the wing, like the lower feathers, is alternating dark turquoisey blue and white, whereas if you look at just the standard Swooping Hawks, all of those are white, so you get a much more better framed sense of miniature, with the inside feathers being all coloured and then the outside ones being all sort of white. I think that actually works better for the wings as a kind of colour palette than what they've done with the Lord version, where it's the blue is in both the top half and bottom half, and then it sort of gives you a bit more of a weird clash of colours, I think. Or at least that's my take on it, at least.
Yeah, I think I think the potential's there, because this is the traditional colour scheme for Swooping Hawks, right? So they're leaning into that. But I think if you were to do them, I can see myself trying to kind of paint like a very kind of grey, muted armour with elaborate kind of bright wings that would sort of make them more, because they are the focal point of the miniatures, right? So I think like something that gives them that sort of vibe. Obviously the helmets, you can do like a lighter color or something as well to kind of complement it. But yeah, I just really dig these kits. Obviously I'm a big Elder fan, so it won't surprise anybody. But yeah, Barrow is one of those ones where I'm sort of making excuses for it, but I do really believe that the kit will look great in person. The Swooping Hawks themselves, I think, are really, really strong. Yet again, I am frustrated that they're all on tactical rocks, or rather on flying rocks.
See, that was the thing I was just going to ask you, like, what was your take on it? Because obviously when we talked about the Blood Angels, I think we were pretty critical of those. Whereas here, personally, I actually quite like them. I think they've done a good job of making them look like they're sort of floating around, or just landing, or just taking off, or they're just passing by the rocks. They're not particularly, landing or taking off. And I think that makes them feel more in motion of flight. And I guess maybe the wings are accentuating that even further. Whereas with the jump pack intercessors, you sort of don't quite get that feeling. It's just like they're standing there and go, oh, I'm just about to lift off, but not quite. And it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, but personally, I hate this kind of stuff across the board.
You want a flight stand?
It's not that I want a flight stand, although I would prefer it. Like, I think a flight stand would be nice, because then you've just got like a solid piece that you can kind of, put through the miniature and give it a level of stability. I just hate the miniatures. Look, at the end of the day, I love them from a design perspective. They look great, but from a gaming perspective, I just hate the weight distribution. I hate the fact that my point of failure is like a couple of mil of plastic. It does my head in, and it's one of those things.
Well, that's the same for the flight stand as well, really.
Well, yeah, true, but you can, at least with that, you can obviously take steps as a modeler to try and reinforce
pin it or
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas this is, obviously you can pin this as well, but it's just like it's a real faff of a thing, and I just think, yeah, I don't know. I get it. I absolutely get it. It looks cool, but I just know that I'm just going to be pulling these things out of cases and having them snap to bits all over the place, and that's always the thing. Because one of the things I will say about the Craft World range on the whole is that even though they're dinky, they've never had the same problem the Drakari have had, which is Drakari basically like explode on contact with air. It's like if you take a Drakari army anywhere, they just literally just evaporate in front of you. Whereas with Aeldari, at least, or Craft World Aeldari, they sort of stay together. But these kind of decisions lead to a lot of potential for breakages, which is annoying because at the end of the day, these are playing pieces being used on tabletops, often in public places with beverages and other things being consumed in close proximity. Things happen. And that's one of the things I've really enjoyed about playing mostly Iron Jaws this year is like I can literally throw those things at people and not worry about the miniature breaking into bits. Whereas these things, it's like, oh, God. But, really like the sculpts, really like where they're going with it. I'm just not a fan of this kind of stuff as a gaming piece. But as a miniature to put on a shelf, to paint it nice and put it on display, fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I would like them to try and explore the sort of tactical rocks that go up maybe like behind the back of their knee, so they're a bit taller, and then your mounting point is actually not the bottom of the feet where you expect it, so they can dangle down, and then maybe the illusion that they're actually in flight is there a bit more, because that's basically what I did with my Inceptors, where I had these big kind of ruined column pieces going up behind them. And then, I was joining them to like either the backpack or the back of their legs somewhere. And it gives them a sense that they're sort of mid-air more than just jumping or launching themselves off of the rock that we get here. So that would be interesting if Games Workshop could do that. Obviously, it requires more plastic, so maybe there's not the room on the sprue to do those things, but it'd be interesting in the future if they did that, just to see if it would work a bit better than what we're currently getting.
Yeah. I will say this as well, though, just to talk about the Exarch quickly. They've changed the war gear of the Exarch. So previously, the Exarch had the option to take a Hawk's Talon, and that was effectively its only option in terms of what was modelled on it. The Sweeping Hawk Exarch was kind of built in such a way as it didn't really facilitate you being able to take any other weapons, but it did have options. It used to have a thing called the Sun Rifle, which used to be, I think it was Sun Rifle. It used to be a really fun weapon that used to blind people as you shot them.
You've been blinked to death like the Arvas Lighter.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what was happening. But they seem to have changed that for a scatter laser, which is a more traditional Aeldari heavy weapon, but now seemingly being able to be wielded by a Sweeping Hawk, which I guess makes sense in the sense that obviously they use like grav kind of stabilization. That's what a lot of the stuff is in the kind of bottom of the weapon to try and compensate for the weight of things. But yeah, so it's interesting that they've changed up some of the war gear options on it and given it a scatter laser for the first time ever. I guess they were probably coming up with loads of interesting designs for sun rifles and then just went, whatever, we can't come up with a good enough one. Slap a scatter laser on it and call it a day. But yeah, so that was Sweeping Hawks. Next along, we have a brand new Phoenix Lord. So yeah, the Whispering Web Lycus, the new Phoenix Lord of the Warp Spiders. Can't find my words. I mean, this, simply put, in terms of, I will go on for my first impression, which is it is really cool. I think the thing is what's interesting about this is that obviously this is a new character, a new Phoenix Lord. Phoenix Lords are very important, things within the world of Aeldari, within Warhammer 40,000, because they've got the weight of history, right? These are characters with backstories and lore and fan-developed kind of theories and overall kind of appreciation over decades, right? I mean, I've been playing Elder since, God, what was it now? Like 96 or something. So getting on for almost 30 years, which is a terrifying thing to have to say out loud. But the point is that, throughout the entirety of that time, those Phoenix Lords have been, present and part of it. So to introduce something into that pantheon of really epic heroes is really interesting. But the thing that's kind of weird about it, and the thing that I sort of struggle with, is because it's new, it just doesn't feel real, right? It doesn't feel substantial enough because it just doesn't have the weight of that history behind it. Now, it's a cool sculpt, and I'm sure they've come up with some interesting words that express all the cool, crazy stuff that she's been up to. But right now, it's like I just don't have much of a personal relationship with it. I'm just like, cool. It's cool that we have it, and I'm not suggesting that I don't like it. I'm just saying that it's hard to like. It's like, at the end of the day, it's the difference between, I don't know, actually, what's a good example of recent? It's the difference between Azrael of the Dark Angels or Lazarus of the Dark Angels.
Right,
you know what I mean?
It feels a bit like a Morvan Vow situation or Lord Solar Leontus, where it's like, cool. I mean, he's not a cool sculpt, but Morvan Vow is a cool sculpt. Like, they're cool models, right? For the sake of argument, cool models, but it's like I have no attachment to them because there's no backstory. We don't know anything other than like a paragraph.
Yet, at least.
When they first came out, it's like they're promisingly cool, but you don't have that necessarily lore attachment to them that you might have if it was, sculpting a model that maybe was in the background but hadn't ever had a model before, or was a re-release of an old model. So, I can imagine. I can see where you're coming from in that regard. Yeah.
I think that's the thing. It's like these characters haven't earned their place yet, so I need to kind of not reserve judgment, but I'm just guarded at the moment because I'm not sure what this is or what it means in the grand scheme of things. But at the end of the day, I'm really excited about it. It's a cool thing to have. At the end of the day, warp spiders have been, again, in the game for as long as I've been playing it. They've basically had the same old sculpts, and people have always been saying, where's our Phoenix Lord of warp spiders? And, they have planted seeds. They've been talking about the Phoenix Lord of warp spiders for ages. They've sprinkled it about. It's something that they've been talking about. And it's not to suggest that I don't like it because I love it. I'm just saying that right now it's hard to be as excited about this as some of the other stuff just because ultimately it's like, well, who are you? And again, love the mini. I'm less keen on the weird energy web that she's jumping off of or coming onto. It feels like an unnecessary embellishment that sort of detracts from the actual character. It's like, it's a lot of extra crud that I'm a bit like, well, why is that there? Like, I get it. It's like a cool dynamic action pose. But for me, I'm a bit like, did it need the splat of web behind it? I don't know.
I actually really like the splat, because initially I was like, it's like a cool energy ball, and then I was like, it's a web, like I can see it, and that's kind of cool because it's just playing into the spidery nature of it. The thing I like about it, because it's got this like upward momentum of it, it makes you feel like she's leaping upwards. Whereas if it wasn't there, it's like, is she going up? Is she going down? Who knows? And it is a bit fussy, and I know a lot of people hate like effects in plastic, so they don't like smoke and flames because ultimately they're quite difficult to paint, I think, a lot of the time, and people want to like remove them. But I think this does actually frame the miniature quite well because she's got a lot of like stuff around the top of her, like the extra arms around her, and that kind of carries on this like sort of circular motion around her, so it gives you a good frame. The thing that, and I'm going to say bugs me out the most as a pun, when you look at her eyes, like,
aren't they? Not bugs.
Yeah, but the eye, the weird like multiple eyes, like I can't visually like focus on her face very well. Like something just happens to me where I can't like focus on them because they're all so like close together and repeating. It's like an optical illusion. It's like my brain just can't comprehend it when I'm looking at it because they're all painted exactly the same. Whereas the warp spiders, like they're painted differently, so it sort of doesn't bother me as much. And not to say it's a bad thing. It's just something weird that happens when I stare at it. It's like, but ultimately I think it's like a really cool miniature. And one thing I was going to say as well about the sort of the cool sort of web effects is doing that thing where they're actually joining from not the very bottom of the foot, but like behind the foot. So it does actually look more like the model's floating in the air because it's just not attached from the tiptoes to a rock below. So this is the sort of thing you can do if you have the mounting point slightly higher up. So I do like that on this mini. Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. Sorry, when you were talking about spiders being bugs and me pointing out, I was constantly, while you were talking there, remembering the Bill Bailey song about a war between human and insects. You ever heard that song before?
No. I mean, I don't think so.
Fine. Well, there's a line in it that goes, spiders aren't insects, but in the war they will side with the insects.
Oh, completely.
Traitors, spider, traitors. Anyway, I'll probably put that as the outro music for the pod today. There you go. You can enjoy that later. Right. And then, look, I mean, my last little grumble, just to say it as well. I don't understand or like the fact that she has a sword.
Well, they all sort of have a close combat weapon, don't they? It seems.
Yeah. But give her the power blades. Give her more, because it's more in keeping with, if she had two
officers have swords,
power blades.
That's what it is.
That's my first. It's a weird. It just doesn't make sense when you've got this character that's got all of these limbs with weapons and things on them that she'd be carrying around like a sword specifically. It just sort of feels a bit. It just feels a bit cumbersome, a bit odd. But whatever. It's a minor gripe because look, when you look at the actual Warp Spider Exarchs, they've all got the power blades, the blade vein things, the swords on their hands, as it were. And that's what I would have wanted to see for her. I'd want to see her, be representative of her aspect and have power blades rather than one big sword. But, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, just to say, these Warp Spiders are absolutely stunning. I honestly didn't think GW was going to pull it off. I thought that the Warp Spider sculpt was going to be... Because I was terrified. Do you remember when they did Kill Team Striking Scorpions?
Yes. Yeah.
That was so underwhelming. I don't know why. I don't understand why the Striking Scorpions have been such a miss, because the Striking Scorpions are one of the most iconic, amazing aspects.
Yeah.
But their Kill Team Striking Scorpion sculpts are leagues worse than every other one of these Aspect Warrior sculpts they've shown off now. Actually now the Striking Scorpions really look out of place because they look really bad compared to this. And I thought seeing that, oh my God, the Warp Spiders, when they get around to it, what they're going to be like. I didn't need to concern myself at all because they are amazing. This is better than I could have hoped for when it comes to Warp Spiders. The dynamic posing, I mean, what can I say that hasn't already been said by people? It is absolutely amazing. These are truly tremendous. Much like what we talked about with the Terminator sculpts and the Marines, this is such an ode to what came before, such a respect and such a level of detail. It's truly amazing. And I genuinely think that these have delivered on every possible, variable. They're amazing. I will definitely have a squad of these because I just genuinely really want to build and paint them because they are stunning.
Yeah. That's fair.
The Phoenix Lord, whatever. These guys, though, absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's great to see what was a very classic sculpt that you'd only ever had in metal, now in plastic. So that's great. The Exarch, I think some of the options look a bit odd to me. And I was like, oh, is this... Because I didn't realise this was the Exarch when I was first looking at it. I was like, what spiders look like? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've probably looked at the old metal models. And then when I scrolled across to see the regular ones, I was like, oh, yeah, that's what they look like. Okay, yeah, that's better. So the Exarch's the odd one, but it's sort of makes sense, I guess. They're cool. They're good. I'm glad that they've finally gotten a plastic kit, and it looks pretty good. It's not as overwhelming as some of the others. It's not underwhelming either. It's just a good solid kit, I would say.
Oh yeah.
a good 8 out of 10.
It's like, well, fair. I think because, again, basically, someone like myself who's been playing Elder for a long time, we've been waiting for this for a long time. This just delivers. And I think, again, obviously you not kind of having that same kind of expectation, I can completely understand why you'd look at it and be like, oh, yeah, it's all right. Or it's good, but it's not like, well, to me, it's 10 out of 10. I love it. I think they've done amazing. I even love the fact that they've given us, at long last, access to the Exarch weapon of I think it's called the Spinnaker rifle. You never ever got to take them before, but they always used to have this illustrious weapon that you never saw realized. And I love the fact that you can have it, with the double death spitters or whatever. God, it's been so long since I've ran Warclans. I've forgotten what their weapons are called. Oh my God. I need to hand in my Elder card. I've let myself down there. But yeah, no, truly incredible. When I got into playing Elder back in 2nd edition, the striking scorpions were the things that kind of got me through the door, but the warp spiders very quickly became my favourite thing. Mostly, and I'll be honest, Phil, because they used the massive flamer templates.
Yeah. Again, like the Malcador, it's like flamer templates are exciting to use in a game.
Yeah, they were great. They were absolutely great. No, I love them. Absolutely love them. And then we get a nice shot of everyone together there. We do see a sermon with his Dire Avengers. We do see fancy Morgan Ra with his drastic kind of redesign. And then, all the other kind of guys there. Fugan. Yeah, just, again, great looking sculpts. Really nice model banner. Yeah, I think, again, really, really cool. The cover for the Aeldari Codex, it's all right. It's fine. I mean, what more can I say other than it's all right? Again, it's really awesome that they put a kind of fire dragon front and center. I think this is the first time a fire dragon's ever been front and center of a Aeldari Codex. I think actually, well, it depends on what you interpret the guy on the 2nd edition cover to be. A lot of people would correctly assert that it's a Dire Avenger Exarch, but it could be an Altarch for all we know. I think this is actually the first time an Aspect Warrior has gone center stage on a Aeldari cover. Yeah, I think it's true. And especially an Exarch as well, because it was Dire Avenger Exarch which could arguably be an Altarch. We'll say it's an Altarch for the sake of argument. Then it was, again, it probably actually might have been a Dire Avenger Exarch again in 3rd edition, but could have been an Altarch. They didn't exist back then, so I guess I'm going to have to concede my point.
Fair.
You had double Dire Avenger Exarch, and then from there on, it all became Altarchs and Farseers basically from there on. And the Avatar once on Codex Craft Worlds in 3rd ed, but yeah. But anyway,
it's an all right cover.
It's not
doesn't seem as good as the last one, where it was the guy on wings jumping down.
That was really
that was
good.
a strong
I
one.
liked that one.
Is it an Emperor's Children Marine on the base of the model?
100%
I was like,
it is an Emperor's
look at that!
Marine.
It's a new faction snuck into the Codex cover.
I mean, at this point, Games Workshop are putting out reveals on Warhammer Community, mate.
Well,
I
that
think
is
it's
true.
A shocker to
I
anyone,
know, but it's funny that the first appearance is, a dead model.
As it should be. As it should be. And that pretty much wraps up that. So, overall, man, for me, 10 out of 10. It's amazing that we're getting so many incredible new additions to the Aeldari. I'm really hopeful that this may change the general archetype of the Aeldari army as it is appearing on the tabletop. I'd love to get back to a world where people really actually do lean into the Aspect Warriors and use more Aspect Warriors because they're very underrepresented a lot of the time. It seems that the problem is that with Aeldari, is that Games Workshop, because they have a love affair with elves, they just can't seem to make any of the elves bad. So, back in the day, the thing that was great about Aspect Warriors was that they were better than Guardians, because that made sense, right? That they were better than Guardians. Whereas now the Guardian profile has become basically Aspect Warrior worthy. And I mean this in the sense of how it extends to things like support weapon batteries, war walkers, fire prisms, night spinners, all this stuff is just super good. Jet bikes, etc. So it became really weird, and then Wraith constructs became insanely good.
Yeah.
So it's just weird. Like, what I'd love to see is for them to really put the boots in on all of that other stuff and just actually readjust the balance and make it the Guardians are cheap, but effective, but not strong. And then actually, make it that actually Aspect Warriors are cool, because that's what the balance should be. Essentially, when a Dire Avenger and Guardian hit on the same ballistic skill, something is very drastically wrong with your rule set, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they might go, well, the D6 system's not nuanced enough to discern between them, but, historically, I think they were, so it should be.
I think the problem is that they just don't like... it's weird, again, as someone who plays a lot of AOS at the moment, I think 40k players' relationship with statistical failures, or just like... I think 40k players' relationship with 4+ is very negative in a weird way. Like, I think we need to get... literally, when I go back and play 40k, I'm amazed that we even bother rolling anymore, because most of the stuff is like, I hit on 3s with all rerolls. I hit on 2s with all rerolls. I hit on 4s with all rerolls. And even that, it's just, in fact, what hits on 4s in 40k anymore? I mean, like, literally, it's guardsmen. And even they get to, like, have, but you get 100 shots per man and they're lethal hits. So, don't feel too bad. It's just like, for God's sakes, guys, can we not get to a point where I roll a dice and there's an odd I fail? Because at this point, it's just like, you may as well just be taught. You may as well just
I
say,
suspect it's they don't want the feel bad of, I've got a model on the table that I'm, on average missing more than I'm hitting. Whereas I think, as you say, AOS does embrace that a bit more, where you just read the stat lines and you go, well, on average, for those 4 or 5 shots I'm doing, or hits, whatever it might be, well, maybe 1 or 2's going through, and then they're probably going to save 1, so I'm doing 2 points of damage. It's like, it's not a lot, but it's like the volume of the attacks is what, the unit as a whole that probably makes it effective over time. It's, not rerolls and things like that baked in.
Yeah, but I just never understand the argument, because I've had it with other elder players where I've said, like, why does a Guardian hit on 3? And they go, well, because they've
got to be better than a guardsman, I think. Like, as in a Imperial guardsman. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been trained or something. I was like, well, first of all, right, just because they're elves, they have other attributes. It doesn't mean they're, like, a trained guardsman versus a geezer who's got off the sofa who happens to be an elf. It's like the two things should be different, It should all... fair. It's just weird to me. Like, I always feel like this has always been my bugbear, and it's a weird thing. I always feel like, because Games Workshop rules writers are fallible human beings, I think they look upon human beings with disdain, and they go, well, we're rubbish, basically. We're totally terrible against, these incredible, fantastic creatures, the elves. So, I feel like they never get over themselves.
Yeah, because I think the thing is, like, the guardsmen are meant to be, like, the best of the best in terms of what humanity can produce. Obviously, you have, somewhat slightly maybe elevated things like sisters and things like that in different ways, but they are highly trained people. They're not conscripts. Like, they should know how to shoot and be good at it, but they shouldn't be maybe as fast or as strong as Elder. I can imagine that being the case, and that's... And I think maybe potentially, this is completely off topic, obviously, the lack of the initiative characteristic would have been, is one of the things that is missing to distinguish their greater ability and speed over a normal human, that we just don't get anymore because they've taken it out of the game. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they felt like I've had to tweak the other stuff up.
Here's the thing. In my opinion, a Guardian should be ballistic skill 4+ and should be strength 2.
Ooh.
Yeah. Toughness 3, fine. It can be as
strength
tough as a
2,
human.
but hits like a kitten with marshmallow gloves.
Yeah, exactly. Because at the end of the day, they're puny elves, aren't they? But they're quick, and their war gear gives them advantages.
Yeah,
but but again, it doesn't matter anyway, because the weapons all have their individual profiles now.
True.
Blah, 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 blah. But I just think a Guardian, and then all of a sudden, when you get a striking Scorpion that's strength 4, you go, oh my God, that's a strong elf. Because it is, and it shows a distinction. Whereas regular elves should be non-warrior cast, non-aspect warrior elves should just be like strength 2. You know? Farseers should be strength 1 as far as I'm concerned. Because when's a Farseer ever swing a punch? He literally just spends all his time going, whoa, waving his hands around, conjuring things.
Fair.
So yeah, it should be. You remember that scene in? It's a terrible movie to reference, but you remember that scene in Batman Forever where Two-Face teaches the Riddler how to punch people.
Oh, I know the movie, but I don't recall the scene.
Well, basically, there's a thing where, like, you know, the Riddler, Jim Carrey's like, "Ooh, I want to try it," and he goes and punches the guy. And then he's like, God, yeah. Like my hand.
Yeah, no, I do remember.
That's what I want. I want the Farseers to basically be hopeless in combat.
Well,
I want them
against
to
the Marine, that would
fight
definitely happen.
Exactly, but that's what I want. But for whatever reason, they went, "Oh no," because Witchblades, they wound everything on 2s. It's like, what? Why?
Magic.
Exactly. Stupid. Anyway, there you go. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It's a great release. Love it. Excited.
It's strong.
Yeah, there you go. I look forward to playing games of 3rd edition 40k with my new beautiful Aeldari mod miniatures. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, everyone. That's that. Yeah, I'm going to move on. Transitional noise. All right, all in this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about the Age of Sigmar stuff from the Warhammer World Championships reveals, aren't we, Phil?
Yes, we are.
We love a bit of Age of Sigmar around here, let it be known. And I especially enjoy the Forces of Destruction, most notably Iron Jaws, but also all Orruk Warclans, let's be real. Right, Phil?
Yeah, you're pretty ardent as a fan, I would say.
I think just through general stubbornness, I've stuck with the Iron Jaws throughout the early months of 4th edition Age of Sigmar. Struggled because, you know, Jaws are probably one of the weakest factions in all of AOS right now. But finding, you know, limited levels of success. Nothing of note, it's worth mentioning. But I definitely, you know, represent the faction well, I think. I put in my time, I suppose. So it's a pleasure to get to talk about new Orruk Warclan stuff and new Gloomspite Gitz stuff as well. But we're going to start with Orruk Warclans because that's the sequence by which, you know, GW felt necessary to reveal it to us, right, Phil?
Exactly. Got to keep it consistent.
Absolutely. So for those of you who don't know, there is a complicated nuance to Orruk Warclans, which is for some random reason that is completely unique to Orruk Warclans. They are essentially 2 factions in one book. So if you were like a dwarf player, for example, or a Dwarden player, to use the AOS vernacular, this would be like the forces of the
Fireslayers.
Yeah, the Fireslayers been joined with, I've just forgotten the name.
Caldron Overlords.
There we are. I kept wanting to say KO, but I couldn't remember what it actually meant. Yeah, so it'd be like those 2 things smushed together. Although greater efforts seem to be being made to give Iron Jaws and Cruel Boys their own unique identities. We have, of course, with the release of this upcoming Warclans book, Orruk Warclans book, seen the nail in the coffin for the forces of the Bone Splitters. The old Savage Orcs are now basically, you know, legends and supported as such for the preceding, you know, 7 to 8 months. But essentially, yeah, the forces of the Orruk Warclans are currently now just Iron Jaws and Cruel Boys, and it feels quite logical that in the fullness of time, Cruel Boys and Iron Jaws will become their own separate thing. But for now, they're still holding on to it being one thing, which is odd, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd prefer them to be their own separate books. It feels like there's enough of a range for Iron Jaws after the last lot of releases that he did a few, what was it, like 4 or 5 months ago now?
Oh, yeah, no. Well, more than that, actually. I think it was closer to, crikey, no, it's actually getting on for like a year ago almost.
What, the big pigs?
Yeah, the big pigs. They were so they were released as, I think they were the second of the saga books Well, not the saga books, the campaign books.
Oh, good, you're right. They did come out.
And they were announced at the same time 10th edition 40k was announced.
Yeah, but some of those books were in the start of this year.
Some were, but that one wasn't.
Okay,
sure.
Well, fair. So it feels like since then they've had enough of an identity of their own to sort of justify their own book. And I guess with this lot of releases, they're sort of, slightly adding to that.
I think the complexity is less so the Iron Jaws component, more the Cruel Boys component, really.
Yeah.
Cruel Boys are still quite a limited release. They are still quite a vast range in some regards. They're pretty well supported, but not to the same. I do really feel like in order for the Cruel Boys to stand on their own, they need a proper wave of releases, similar to what the Iron Jaws got.
Yeah, like a second wave for sure.
Yeah, but they didn't get that with this. So because of that, I guess, hopefully at some point we see some additional units added to the Cruel Boys, and then that will allow, the split to happen more amicably. Because Lord knows the Gloomspite Gitz are getting everything under the sun, pun intended, at the moment. So, it's a bit mad to see, Gloomspite Gitz are one faction, and now actually, Gloomspite are mad because they're like 3 armies in one.
Three at least, you could say now. Yeah,
and no effort made to kind of segregate them. Orruk's more so segregated, but ultimately in one. But anyway, it's a whole thing. Let's get into it. So, Orruk Warclans have been revealed. We got a nice new cover with a lovely Orruk of the Iron Jaws persuasion on the cover, which is really cool to see. It's a really cool piece of artwork. Not the most dynamic or interesting necessarily, but totally functional within itself. My frustration with this is that, yet again, similar, I suppose. Not that I made this complaint about the Krieg being on the cover of the Astra Militarum book. But, if this is going to be a book about Orruk Warclans and that incorporates Iron Jaws and Cruel Boys, sort of feels like you should have Cruel Boys and Iron Jaws on the cover of your book,
Yes, I can agree with you in that respect for these guys. I sort of understand it more for the Guard book having Krieg on because they have a new model, set of releases. Whereas here, actually, the real model that we have for anyone is the Cruel Boys rather than Iron Jaws. So you would have thought that guy would be on the cover instead. But overall, they've had the Iron Jaws have had the bigger model range. So it feels like Cruel Boys are very secondary to Iron Jaws at the moment.
I would have loved to have seen that kind of Predator-esque Iron Jaw and Cruel Boys kind of locked-in embrace type situation, Arnold Schwarzenegger and, I've forgotten the name of the other guy now. That's really bad. The guy in Predator that he...
Dylan.
Yeah, the character name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, look, whatever. It's serviceable. It's fine. It's not as good as the Skaven cover. It's better than the Stormcast cover. That'll do, right? That'll do. Then we have ourselves the Hogrot Slitter Boss, which, I can't lie. I kind of feel like it's a bit of an own goal, or not even necessarily an own goal, but a bit of a miss for Orruk Warclans. Okay, fair enough. We're going to have some manifestations that we'll talk about in a moment, and we're going to have some
faction terrain,
which we'll talk about. But for this to be the sole release, it's like, I don't think anyone was falling over themselves to have a character for their Hogrots specifically. And also, being brutally honest, other than the fact that this guy's got a very large sword by the standards of Hogrots, and obviously has the trophy racks, it isn't meaningfully different from a standard Hogrot, other than a few embellishments on the base and a bit more string on the torso, on the waist, and again all those. It's just like, Okay, cool. But like, I don't know. Like, I'm struggling to understand why this is a thing, and I'm struggling to really get my head around why. Because in all probability, it's probably going to have awful rules. So I'm also because if it is going to be a general, or rather a hero that you build a regiment around, I can imagine. Already, I could just easily see all the existing heroes being superior. So I don't know. I don't really know what itch this is supposed to scratch, other than they just felt like Hobgrots needed a character. Which, okay, fine, I guess, but like, I just don't understand it. It's a real chocolate fire guard as far as I'm concerned. It's like it just doesn't seem like something anyone needed. And now that we have it, I don't really think it's that useful. But
I don't know. I sort of see it. So obviously, I've been going on my Chaos Dwarf collection, sort of rampage, and reading up the rules and the history, and obviously hobgoblins of the past used to be subservient to the Chaos Dwarves, and obviously Hobgrots are the sort of AOS equivalent of hobgoblins.
Yeah.
So back in the old days, with the hobgoblins, you sort of had like your unit bosses and stuff like that, but you also had the Khans, which were like the leaders. So you had a Khan on foot, which I guess is closest to like this guy as an equivalent. But you also had Khan on wolf as well, because you had hobgoblins on wolves as like a sort of pack, which is actually sort of a lot closer visually to the goblins that we're going to be talking about shortly for the Gloomspite range. So something like a hobgoblin or hobgrot on wolf would be far more like imposing and interesting as like a sort of centerpiece character. This does feel a bit like the with a lot of the 40k releases we've had this year, where it's like phoned in, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but
that's exactly what it is, though.
But in a somewhat, we've done a very easy, let's just do a single character model to say that we have done something for this faction, so we can produce the book and sort of justify it with a new model. The easiest thing is a single character. I would assume if you're a real Cruel Boys fan, you probably aren't after a Hobgrot leader model. But then, maybe if you wanted to lean into that, or if they want to make that their own mini faction in their own right, then maybe this guy's totally appropriate. Like, I'm not going to begrudge people from wanting that. I mean, overall, like, I actually really like some elements of the model. It feels a bit monopose, and he triggers me in a way because he reminds me of, is it the Deacon model from the Sisters of Battle?
Oh, right, yeah.
The one that's got the arms in the exact same position, and it's a very flat image, and she's holding like a mace. So that pose really bothers me because it just reminds me of that model, which was terrible.
The thing is with that Deacon, though, just to say, is that their arms are much more down. Like, they're very much more like down.
More
there,
down and have like
more out.
Yes, which sort of makes it better. And I like the symmetry of the arms outwards and the sort of the V shape of the trophy racks as well. And looking at the trophy racks are like phenomenal in terms of detail. Like the pose of them is really great. Like I would almost be half tempted to try and get those for another model, just like to convert up like 40k or something.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the Hobgoblin looks pretty cool. The weird sort of dripping blood that is sort of looks almost like rope but isn't is a bit odd. Like
to note the fact that it's a very venomous weapon, basically, like the idea that it's kind
I guess it's sort of like it's slopping blood. Yeah, is that bit I think is a bit odd. I would like clip those bits off probably. And then the alternative head where he's got an eye patch I think is quite cool. I prefer the helmet, but I also love the eye patch, so if I could have a version with the helmet and the eye patch, I would do that.
Yeah, I think if I was to get one of these, which I likely will, just
because you've got a lot of Cruel Boys.
I do have a lot of Cruel Boys. Yeah. They're my current AOS project. I'm finishing off the Iron Jaws still. I should be streaming with Lee and Dempsey with my Iron Jaws on Tuesday. So my plan, I'm just working on getting them done. I've just almost finished my Kron Spidey's coming together, the old thing. I've just got to do a lot of weathering on him now. A lot of snow and other bits and pieces. But anyway, Yeah, so I'm gonna really. The plan is before this year is done, my Iron Jaw collection will be painted and basically stuck a pin in, and then when this book drops, I'm gonna really lean into getting all the kind of Cruel Boy stuff up together, because they have actually confirmed. And again, this isn't one of the models, but they have confirmed that one of the armies of renown in the book will be the Big War, which will be really cool.
So you can do both and combine them.
Yeah, I mean, in all probability, the Big War is going to be terrible. We've sort of seen this already with the Slaves to Darkness Be'lakor list, and we've seen it as well with some of the other armies of renown. They're typically pretty bad, which is good, though, because it sort of discourages people from doing it for any other reason than, the kind of overall aesthetics and general kind of theme, I suppose. And then, basically... you don't end up in a situation like you did with the end of 3rd edition, where the Big War was the big cool thing, and then loads of people had loads of random bone splitter models that they no longer can use. So, yeah, and especially if they are going to essentially drift apart over time, it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Indeed. Sorry, everyone. If it's not the technical difficulties, it's people interrupting us as we're podcasting. This is what happens when we start doing it in the middle of the afternoon for a change of pace.
Yeah, these things happen.
Anyway, right. I was saying Hogrot Man looks cool. When I get one, do the thing. He'll almost certainly be a lieutenant. And yeah, Big War. Lovely. Everyone's happy. Right, next thing in their selection of things. We have a scenery piece, which we didn't have before, but now we do. In all probability, it will be freely available to those who play the Orruk Warclans. It comes in
free in points, not in price.
No. Never in price, Phil. Never in price. But in game, a free thing that you can take and use, and it's on a base, Phil. Look at that.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
A rare, delightful treat to see a piece of scenery on a base.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
I mean, it does happen. I feel is there any other piece of scenery on a base? I don't think there is actually.
Not that I can think of, but most scenery pieces are a bit more bulky. Whereas this is like, it's a little tripod, so I can see why it's on a base.
It's quite top heavy, it's fair to say, but. Yeah, it comes in 2 different flavors. You've got your Iron Jaws variant, which has a big jaw. To be fair, they both have pretty big jaws, but this is more irony in the jaws. It has this sort of tusky bits and, kind of bare skull face. And then if you're looking at it more from a Cruel Boy's perspective, it's got a bit more swampy gunk going on, one of those quirky shields, and also a mask affront its face, which is a slightly different vibe. Scenery pieces have been ever so slightly controversial in the game of AOS because as much as they do offer benefits, there are definitely circumstances where they actually attribute various negatives. Most notably, the way that characters interact with them for combat purposes. Basically, there's a lot of instances where highly mobile armies that utilize redeployment abilities actually benefit from having terrain features on the board because they can use them as like catapults for charging, because essentially you can deploy within 9 inches of a terrain feature in the movement phase using some kind of deep strike type ability. And then essentially in the charge phase, it can be a target of your charge. So effectively, you could in some instances be as few as 1 inch away from one of these things, and then seek to make a 9-inch charge into something else. And even though you maybe fail that 9, you still get to kind of sweep on in to the terrain feature, and then using other kind of movement shenanigans, position yourself in a more advantageous position. So it is really interesting the way that terrain is kind of functioning at the moment in the game. So,
yeah, because it seems like terrain doesn't count as a unit for your sort of 9 inches away that you have to be. But as you say, you can still charge it. So yeah, it does make it quite interesting. It's weird. It really reminds me of the 40k orc like totem piece that they have, which is the Stomper Head? Do you remember that one?
You mean the boss tower?
Yes, yeah. It's basically the same thing, but it's an AOS equivalent of that, basically.
It is the AOS version of the boss tower, no. Well, I mean, that's the general thing, though, isn't it? Ever since Dawn of War, orcs love some kind of totem pole / tower, and this is sort of like what they lean into. So, yeah, and you can position priest characters atop the tower, which is really cool. So in the example images, which aren't shown here, interestingly, I think they're in the video. In the example images, the Iron Jaws one, or it was on the live stream, I think. Anyway, whatever the case, the Iron Jaws one had a war chanter atop it, which makes sense, a priest character, assumingly amplifying the priest effect. Very similar to the Altar of Skulls or the Skull Altar or the Altar of Blood, whatever the heck the Blades of Khorne.
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, even Luminef's got stuff that you can put a model in, and it amplifies either the wizard or the priest abilities. So it's either going to be like, pluses to your dice roll, increasing the range of your casting distance, that sort of thing. This one looks quite static, so I don't think it'll be moving anywhere, thankfully.
No, I doubt it'll be going anywhere. So it must be like amplifying range or increasing the output in some way, shape, or form. Which will be good. I mean, it'd be really good to see war chanters more kind of prominently featured in armies. I personally really like the war chanter. I think it's a really great unit option, but it kind of comes at the expense of some other things, and but I think that's really cool. And in the case of the Cruel Boys, the example that they had for the Cruel Boys was like their standard bearer. I forget the actual technical name of it, but they have the standard bearer. I don't believe that's a priest currently, but I guess maybe the idea is that you can put like a kill boss or this standard bearer in particular up there, and it amplifies
your abilities of some kind.
Yeah, which would be cool. I mean, again, we'll have to wait and see what the rules look like in the final product. But again, this is something that Orruk Warclans didn't have and now does, and speaks to what we'll likely see. So, Phil, the Night Haunts could get some kind of spooky terrain feature before too long.
I mean, I've been wanting like a mausoleum or graveyard of some kind for Night Haunt, or haunted woods. Anything like that would be really cool. And but one thing that really bugs me about AOS is that the haves and the have-nots when it comes to the literal free stuff that doesn't cost your army any points, that some have it and others don't, and that always feels a bit unfair, because it's for free, so there's no inherent balance in it unless you're somehow factoring that into the army balance as a whole, which you could argue you could do, because obviously Nighthaunt were doing quite well at the beginning of the edition, and they don't have a faction terrain piece, so it's obviously not game breaking to not have one. But I think it would be nice if every faction does get one, and this could be the sign that's the case. So obviously Skaven, when they first came out, they've already had their faction terrain piece. Stormcast got a new faction terrain piece because they didn't have one before. So, and then Cruel Boys have got one. I believe Save to Darkness had the Chaos Portal from the last edition. So
so it's the that thing, the thing where you roll dice and put them on it. And
so they had one already, and that's all the factions for this year so far. So far from what we've seen, every faction has a terrain piece, or if it didn't, it's been given one this edition. So hopefully that means everyone will get a faction terrain piece this year. This edition. So that's a really good sign going forwards if that's the case. If they don't do that, I'll be quite annoyed and I'll shake my fist.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens with the Gloomspite stuff, because obviously, we'll talk about that, but their terrain feature is currently the Loon Shrine, which is a very moon-orientated, mushroomy, sort of dank thing. So it's going to be interesting to see with the new range that are very different from that, if they add something new to it, which they probably won't, but we'll get into that in a second.
Well, I was going to say, sorry. Well, interestingly, the way the Loon Shrine works is actually has a specific benefit for each of the sub-factions within it. So whether you're the Troggoths or the Loon guys or the Squigs, So it sort of does cater for it in terms of the ability. So I guess it would just bolt on an extra one for the new models.
Yeah, maybe. It's just the fact that these new Wolf Rider ones are so... Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. And then lastly, manifestations. We now have a big Ed that looks like the top of a Weird Knob Shaman's pole. So anyone who's seen a Weird Knob Shaman, most of you will have seen them in Warhammer 40,000 used to represent a Weird Boy. But now basically you're going to have a big version of that, which actually looks really cool. I love how the kind of magical craziness is kind of spewing out of its mouth as well as coming out through its head. By the standards of manifestations, it looks kind of cool. The Foot of Gork is obviously really awesome. I'm really excited to see the scale of it. I also like the fact that we get like 2 feet of Gork. We have, potentially the left and right foot, or maybe they're used in synergy, the idea that they're kind of stepping through. So maybe there's going to be some interesting mechanics with how they work. So Foot of Gork is obviously very uniquely or very uniformly kind of Orruk Warclans. I'd say that the big skull head with the thing is kind of more towards the Iron Jaws, and then more on the Crawl Boys side of things is this weird swampy pit, which is definitely more fitting for the Crawl Boys. But I would assert usable, obviously, for Iron Jaws as well, evidently. But again, this is one of those instances where the combining of both start to feel a little bit strange, because it's like, well, you've basically given me one Iron Jaws thing, one Crawl Boys thing, and one generic, which is like, all right, fine, I guess. But yeah, it's a bit odd.
Yes, I see what you mean, because the Swamp one feels like the weakest, like thematically out of all of them, whereas the Foot of Gork has been around since the early days of Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah. I remember. I'm trying to think. I always get confused between 4th and 5th edition. I think it's a 5th edition box set, and that had like little templates for the feet and stuff like that. And they probably, had them even before that. So, yeah, the concept is a staple.
They used to have a template, didn't they, for a giant that fell down? A
fallen giant. Yeah, you had that. Yeah, so you had all sorts, which was great.
It was good.
So it's good to see like a sort of physical 3D manifestation of that spell now. That's very cool.
3D manifestation of that manifestation.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. And look at this. We're finally going to get, as if we've been waiting forever, but now Iron Jaws have a Spearhead. And I'm telling you, Phil, Spearhead is a good game. I know you know this already, but I'm saying it to you as if you don't know, so as to inform the listener who may not.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. Well, I assume it is, but I've not actually played it.
Have you not played it?
No, I haven't had a chance.
Oh my God, it's brilliant. Hey. Why aren't you playing Spearhead?
Because my Nighthaunt models aren't compatible, because I don't have the required models to do it. And obviously I don't really have any other Spearheads.
Them, Phil. Get them. Yeah. Get them and play Spearhead. It's really, really, really good version of the game.
That's good.
I genuinely was tempted to try and organise a day here to get people to come around and do a bit of a sort of Spearhead mini bash.
Well,
so much, all Spearhead fun.
That sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to build something for it, whether that's Nighthaunt or something new. I like the idea of doing another faction, which we can talk about at some point. So yeah,
we'll slap that in the outro a bit. But yeah, that's cool. I mean, look, at the moment, it's hard to say what this represents, because obviously what it represents in Spearhead is totally different to what it represents in... Well, not totally different, but it is different from what it represents in the main game. And what it is in the main game is to be determined. I mean, at first, with Stormcast and Skaven, we didn't see a dramatic departure from Stormcast and Skaven. The
index.
The index to the battle tomes. However... We've obviously seen with Slaves to Darkness that is quite a dramatic difference. So who knows what these guys are going to be like. I'm excited to see it. But look, I mean, in the general sense, as someone who already owns a lot of this stuff, I'm still probably going to buy it, just because you can never have too many boys. You can never have too many brutes. The war boss, the mega boss, you can definitely have too many of. But the brute ragers, happy days. Love a brute rager. In fact, I've been painting those as well. Look at that. There we go. Although these are the Wabba variant, the weird ones.
The spell ones.
The spell ones, the ones with the ward save. The worst of the two. I'm convinced these will be the next hot thing, because they're terrible.
In the next edition. Or when this Battletome comes out.
When the Battle Tome comes out, mate, my God, they're going to be transformative. Anyway, so yeah, that's Iron Jaws, or rather Orruk Warclans and all of their fun stuff. Obviously, as well, if people are wondering what's going on with the Cruel Boys and their Spearhead, they already have one, and it's really good as well. I've been playing that mostly, and I love it. It's fantastic. So keeping it on destruction and keeping it AOS, the next thing we got is the Gloomspite Gitz Mob army set, which is such a departure from Gloomspite Gitz. It's wild. It's almost like, Phil, this was made for a totally different army in a totally different rule set.
I mean, I don't think that's the case, but I've seen the rumour mill talk about how these could have been for the old world because the character, the Khan on Wolf, shares the same name and I think the weapon as a character from the old world. So either the specialist game design team saw this and pinched the name for their old world character, or it's the
character has been in Warhammer for forever.
Well, I was going to say, or it's a character that's been in Warhammer forever, which I suspect it might be the case, in which case they're both just nodding to that same character and it's a pure coincidence. But I mean, because we've had the Snarlfang's Wolf Riders, I think, originally came out in the old world, which I got because I was converting the Wolves up again for my More Time project by taking off the Riders. But they were really beautiful sculpts. I really loved the look of those. Yeah. I sort of fell in love with them. So it was a shame to sort of destroy them and make them something completely different. And then they got their own Wolf Riders, I think, as well. That came out relatively recently or not too far ago, and now we have all of this, which is like turning them into their own like mini faction within the Gloomspite Gitz faction, which is interesting because, as we were sort of just saying, it's like you've got the Loon Clan, the Loon Clan. Is that right? Yep. Loon Clan?
Loon Clan, something,
which is basically all the hooded guys, which are quite a lot of old like AOS sculpts, and the spider.
A lot of new stuff as well.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. And you've got like the Spider Riders. That's sort of like one distinct like faction within Gloomspite.
Spider Riders. Yeah, Spider Riders are like their own thing, really, because they're almost like
tribal, aren't they?
Yeah, more of a like a sort of savage orc. Weird spider rider.
So I think in a way they get lumped together, but ultimately visually could be two completely separate things. Then you have the Squigs, which is almost its own thing.
Well, they're in the Loon Shrine side of things.
But so I mean, rules-wise, they do get sort of their own sort of special rules between the regular guys and the Squigs, maybe. But you could visually maybe stick them all together. Then you've got the Troggoths, which are the trolls, which can be its own army. There's an army of renown for them, and they're the things I've been sort of eyeing up recently, going, oh, they look quite good. Nice. So and then they're their own thing. So that's at least potentially 3 to 5 separate factions, depending on how you want to split it between visual aesthetics, rules, things like that. Then on top of that, you've now got these guys as another sub-faction within themselves, which is, I mean, they look great. So let's dive in. What's your first thoughts on the Khan model?
Well, look, I mean, just to get out of the way, the army set is incredible, and I'm genuinely sorely tempted to add this. I mean, I do have, at the moment, a Gloomspite Gitz army, but I was having a conversation with Joe today, and I think I'm about to give it up because I just accept that I'm not going to be able to have the time to get this done anytime soon. Like, I really have to be, like, practical about what is logical and what is likely to happen. And like, it's so tempting. Like, I get this I get this as bad as any of you dear listeners, in the sense that the sense of like desire to own the new cool thing and to collect and have, like, I look at this and I go, oh my God, I want it so bad. I want it. And then when I get it, it's like, cool, that'll go on a shelf. And then I'll never get around to it. And it's like, you know, the Gloomspite have been in my ownership now for 3 years, maybe longer. They were the first AOS thing I ever bought. I bought like a Christmas box set years ago, and I was super into the idea of doing them. But then when the push came to the shove and we actually did it, I just abandoned it altogether. I went, I like the look of that Maw Crusher, and just sort of went down that direction.
It wasn't at all to do with the fact that the Gloomspite Gitz were like the worst performing faction.
Oh yeah, they were also terrible. But I'll be honest with you, I was most intimidated by the quantity of miniatures that I would have needed to paint in time for the event.
Right.
So I was more like, right, I can either paint a Maw Crusher and 9 pigs, or I can paint all of this. And I'm like, oh my god, I'll do the Maw Crusher and the 9 pigs, thanks. Although the Maw Crusher took a long time. But anyway, it's by the by. But yeah, so like currently I'm a Gloomspite Gitz owner, but Joe's expressed an interest in this box set as well as the faction. And I'm just like, you know what, like, you know, I'll give it to him for a good price, you know, and get it out of my life. And then if it is that down the road I regret it, I could just buy stuff, you know, again in the future. But for the moment, I think I have to be practical and realistic. I think for now, Cruel Boys is the go for. This is stunning, though. I love it. I think it's amazing. But I will say it just doesn't feel like Gloomspite Gitz to me. But whatever, it's super cool. I love the minis, and we'll get into it. And this box set is exceptional value, given that you get, like, you know, 2 chariots, the new amazing character, and 2 of these new 2 goblin team wolf units as well. So the 2 big kind of scary wolf units is super cool. So it seems like a really good selection. I hazard to guess that this probably plus a couple extra things which they're showing here, and obviously the existing Wolf Rider minis will pretty much get you an army pretty straightforward. That's one of the great things about AOS is you buy one of these box sets and you bolt on like a spearhead, or you bolt on like a couple of boxes, and you're at 2,000 points, right? Like the game is so much more you know,
low
easy.
model count, so not for all factions, but on the whole, for more so than 40k on average, I would say.
Yeah, but this Wolf Lord geezer, what's his name again? It's what's it say there? I don't even see it. But this guy, whatever his name is, he's a stunner, isn't he? I mean, I love the fact that from a lore perspective, the idea that it's actually the wolf leading this, and the guy on top is just replaceable. Like, I love that idea. Like the idea that over the years there's been loads of different, you know, Gitz goblins that have occupied the seat, but ultimately the wolf has been the same for ages. And the idea that they're constantly being replaced, I think it's just cool. I think the model is stunning. The rock in the base is tremendous. Like the pose of it is phenomenal. Everything about it is stunning. I'm genuinely a huge fan of it. I think, you know, this is, you know, A-star, top tier model creation. It's stunning. It's so hard to resist the temptation to collect this army, because that is gorgeous as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think his name is Drogs the Sun Chomper.
Okay,
so he's the Grand Snarl Boss, leader of the Sun Chompers. Yeah, interestingly, his history and origin in terms of that he's, you know, a name that gets replaced constantly is the same for Makari, you know, the token banner bearer in
But Makari's so lucky.
Yes, but also I think when he dies, you know, Gaz Skullfracker can't be upset, so they just get a new one in to replace him. Like, you know, the goldfish, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the same story.
No, mate, that checks out entirely. I love it. But no, I love this mini. I mean, what's your vibe on the miniature though? You into it? You dig it?
Oh yeah, no, I think the pose for the wolf is really great. The guy with his eye patch looks awesome.
It's great. I like that he's a bit fat as well. You know.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I quite like that. Like, if you're going to be the big boss, you're going to get some luxuries more so than your regular guys. Yeah, the wolf and his pose just gives me, I don't want to say Disney vibes, but some kind of like, you know, animation where it's a looming predator going over you. So it definitely hits a note of some memory locked inside me as a kid, probably watching cartoons. But yeah.
Or maybe that thing from the Never-Ending Story, the wolf thing from that wasn't called a wolf, it was called something else.
Oh, probably. There's.
I remember that.
Yeah, them and hyenas in shows are always.
Like the Lion King hyenas.
Yeah, something like that. But it's a really cool mini. Like, I'd love to see it in person. I mean, I'm less keen on the version where he's not got the hat on or the helmet, even. But
there we go. Oh no, I love that even more.
He just looks more
really
fat and
really
lazy.
roll.
Yeah,
yeah, I love it.
But I prefer,
as a fat man, I'm always in favour of the fats.
Yeah, but that is it's such a cool model. It's a sort of model that annoyingly is so good. It just, as you say, makes you want to collect the faction. And that does it. So, no complaints. It's probably a 10 out of 10 model, I would say. 10 out of 10 model. Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing I can think that I would be like, oh yeah, that looks off, or I would change that. Like, the painting on it is phenomenal, especially on like around the rock and stuff like that. That looks great. Yeah. I love that kind of pose. Oh yeah, it's just so good. Just so good.
Next along, we've got these new Wolf Rider geezers, the dual team. So 2 little gobbos upon the back of a probably rather large wolf. Again, all really great. Love them. There's not really much to say other than they're stunning. I guess, practically speaking, the idea of 2 goblins being able to show a level of cooperation required to both ride 1 wolf is unfeasible. But ultimately, putting that all to one side, I think it is, really cool.
Yeah, because didn't they say that they've like raised them from pups or something like that, which feels quite unrealistic as a life expectancy of a grot, really. But good on them if they've managed to live that long.
Well, exactly, especially grots that live amongst wolves all the time as well, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't get snacked on from time to time.
Well, exactly. I imagine they do better than the 15 Minotaurs, but maybe not by much.
Yeah.
Was it the 15 or 50 Minotaurs? I always forget what the old aircraft regiment was back in the day, or whatever it was.
Oh,
it was a Blackadder joke, if nothing else. I don't actually know if it was a real thing, but it did feature in Blackadder.
Okay, so might have been.
They were called that because that was their life expectancy. That was basically what it was.
Fair.
Anyway, they're cool though. Love them. Again, this is one of those things where it's a cool concept. Maybe doesn't marry up to the world that they're creating, but it is cool to see. We've also got the chariots, which are just stunning. There's so much to love about these chariots, but like most of it is really just the kind of posing and the energy of the goblins themselves in the actual chariots, all the energy and the kind of raucous sort of madness of those occupants. It's really cool. I mean, like, it's a very, very, very cool evolution of the fantasy goblin chariot, which was itself a really cool figure, if not just a bit let down by the static wolves that towed it. But these are just amazing.
Yeah, no, they're really phenomenal. I think sort of the downside for me is that they're too good and complex. Like, it feels like it'll be an absolute nightmare to build and paint. Like,
it'd be a hell of a...
It feels like it would take a long time to do, even if you weren't trying to do it to a great standard. If you're just trying to do like a basic tabletop standard, it feels like it would just take forever to do these. And I think sometimes when I'm looking at an army, it's not that I want to smash it out really quick, because I do want to take my time and do it well. But I feel like I know I'm quite a slow builder and painter and very methodical about, cleaning up mold lines, drilling out bolters and, all sorts of stuff like that. That, I don't want to take 5 years to build up an army. And it feels like this is how long even this small army would take me to do to like the standard that I would be happy with it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, mate. It's always an issue with miniatures that involve a diverse range of different textures and also different palettes and designs, because obviously the wolves are very different from the goblins, which is very different from the actual war machine, which, again, the whole thing, it's got so many elements and they all need to be respected in their own individual right to bring together a kind of consistent whole. But then, yeah, it's a lot of work. That like even just like the and again, one of the things that always irritates me about these kind of miniatures is in a way what you want is a miniature that you can put together, undercoat, start playing it on the tabletop, get a feel for it, and then paint it over time. The issue with this stuff is like really you really have to just sub-assemble this stuff, which kind of means that you can't use it until it's done. And then it almost sort of, I don't know. I always used to like that arrangement where I could start using miniatures straight away and then paint them over time. This feels like something that I'm like, I literally have to labor over it for, a month just to basically be able to use it.
That in a way is great motivation though to get it painted, but I understand the immediate desire to do stuff. It's sort of like one of the reasons why I was looking at the Troggoths, just because it's like because I've been playing Nighthorn. They're very flimsy, they're very fragile, bits of them snap off quite a lot. And I just want something.
I hear if you drop laptops on them, they don't love it.
Well, yes, but yeah, I certainly didn't like you dropping a laptop on it. That is for sure. However, yeah, that's why. Whereas a Troggoth, he will just take that on the chin and be like, "What else?"
Yeah. He'll just bench press it and be like, "Whatever, mate." Off it goes.
Exactly. So that's why I've been looking at just more robust models as a whole. And yeah, unfortunately, this army, as much as I love it, it falls into the category of I've already got a cavalry army with my Nighthaunt. I don't need necessarily more cavalry models, as cool as cavalry always is. They're certainly not as fiddly as the Nighthaunt models, but they're definitely got fiddly bits to them, and they're certainly complex in terms of the build and paint process.
I think the thing you do need to respect, though, is the scale of these things. So they're going to be
quite small as well. That is true. Yeah.
It's going to add to their fiddliness. This is where they go, Gloomspite Gitz are all about the moon, remember? So that's the cover of their special edition Battle Tome, where they kind of go, Gloomspite Gitz, moon. But then that's the new cover, isn't the moon, but that's the shields that these guys have. So I think this is the sun instead.
The sun,
which is sort of weird, which is the weird aspect of it, because this is all very sun worshipy, isn't it? Like they've come up with this lore where they're using their armor to reflect the sun.
Oh, so that's the idea of it.
So they use the sun as like a weapon, because obviously the Gloomspite Gitz lurk in the darkness, and the whole idea is they worship the moon.
Yeah. So basically, do you want the daytime guys or the nighttime guys?
Well, it's just weird. I mean, obviously they're going to have to explain this away and come up with a reason why now all of a sudden there's a bunch of Gloomspite Gitz that are actually
fighting alongside each other, potentially.
Sods, or whatever you want to call them. But Sunshine Sods, there you go. That could be what their name is. As limited run covers go, looks fine. It's quite a nice piece of artwork.
Very classic fantasy stuff.
Yeah. Catapult, just, again, stunning. I mean, this is a great war machine. A beautiful looking kit. Again, there's just so much to kind of pour over. I don't want to kind of labour it, although we have definitely got the habit of labouring things from here and there. But it's just really nice. Like this one here, where they've actually managed to have like the catapult kind of string, or the point of release where it's ejecting the goblin wearing its flight suit out into the world. The geezer who's hanging out just off the side, kitting up, ready for his trip. It's like people queuing up at a theme park or whatever. I mean, he's just getting ready to get on and get involved. It's just, there's so much to love about this thing. I just think they've absolutely nailed it. It's got so much personality. It's got so much kind of substance weight to it. It's weird, right? Because this, in my opinion, is a beautifully executed kind of elaborate war machine with lots of different elements. In so many places, this succeeds where what was it called now?
Are you thinking about the the war truck for the orcs in?
Yes, yeah. Why have I forgotten what they call? not snakebite orcs. What were they? They were beast snaggers.
Beast snaggers.
Beast snaggers. Yeah. The beast snagger one with the flipping big squig and the geezer. Oh, that was ridiculous. Like I said at the time, that was like a He-Man action figure set. Whereas this, I don't know, this just feels a lot more cohesive. Is all I'm saying. Even though it is mad and over the top in every measure, it sort of comes together, and it's, you know, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I think it's very, very good. And again, I like the fact that it's obviously quite mobile as well still, because it fits the overall aesthetic, although I would assert that this has far less movement than other things in this particular sub-faction. But what's your vibe on the old catapult?
It's a bit much for my liking. Like, the original one was super simple. It was like a kind of a catapult and then a separate miniature for the flyer. I think it is. Oh, it's the Hunter Rig was the one you were thinking of for the Beast Snaggers. It is very similar to that, but like an AOS version. It does sort of feel more realistic and like, you know, what would the Doomdiver catapult actually look like if it was sort of done now? Let's add on more detail. So in that, I think it does a good job, and it's great. I've said it a ton. I'd love to see more artillery pieces in AOS. It doesn't feel like there's enough of that, because it was such a quintessential thing in pretty much every fantasy army to have artilleries, cannons, trebuchets, things like that. And a lot of armies just don't have those sorts of things in AOS. So it's great to have that back. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what the rules are for this, because I assume it is just shooting and doing damage, because there isn't a separate Doomdiver like you used to have. So I assume, you know, you're not seeing them land or do anything. It's just, yeah, doing, I presume, hits from a distance at people. But again, my only criticism is it just looks really fiddly and difficult to build and paint up, because it's so detailed. It's got like the sort of the oxen beasts sort of shoving it away. There's like a sort of almost like a battering ram at the front and loads of spikes. You've got the guy at the front steering it on he's literally got a little, steering wheel, basically. It's kind of mad. It's a beautiful but mad, I would say. It's, probably the weakest model out of the set from my taste, but it is very cool and great to see that the Doom Divers made its way across into AOS with a new iteration of it. So I'm not, going to complain too much.
I don't entirely disagree with you, but yeah, I still think it's strong. I just don't think I don't entirely disagree with you that it's probably the weakest of this set, but I still think it stands up really well.
Yeah.
But I agree. I'd hate to build and paint this thing. It would be a nightmare.
It does, as you say, it gives me sort of flashbacks to the Kill Rig. It's just got a similar sort of proportion and silhouette overall to that, which was just a bit odd. I
mean, I find the Kill Rig less offensive today than I did when I first saw it. I think as with anything like Centurions for Space Marines, you get used to it over time. But yeah, it's
can't get used to Centurions.
Well, fair. And then we have heroes on chariots, which are really cool. So you've got some sort of loon boss type character here, riding along in a chariot.
Snarl boss, basically. He looks really big.
Well, again, I think that's probably an indication of the scale, which is to say that these will be quite diddy. Again, like we see a lot of representation of like the snotlings here as well, which is kind of cool. Again, they actually, I forgot to mention, but they also have a snotling operating the actual mechanism on the catapult. So I think that as well is another reason why people can probably correctly point to the notion that this would be or was intended to be more of an orcs and goblins release rather than an AOS release, because it does lean into things that, again, haven't necessarily been frequently featured. Like, if this was Gloomspite Git oriented, I would assert that they would have used squigs in place of like snotlings in places like that. But maybe that's me gripping at straws.
Yeah. I mean, to me, these feel too overly designed and complex for an old world design, so I can't see them.
Well, it depends what old world was supposed to be at one point, isn't it? I think old world now has kind of migrated into being a bit of a
kind of classic
retro-fest.
range. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. That's fair enough that it might not have been at one point, but I mean, who's to say? I wouldn't be surprised that they've just taken a lot of the elements, a bit like because these feel very visually similar to the Crawl Boys, I would say. So it doesn't seem out of place for AOS, but do you remember when the Crawl Boys first came out? They seemed so strange in comparison to the Iron Jaws, because the Iron Jaws are very kind of chunky and almost like cartoon-like, whereas the Crawl Boys are very like sort of realistic and sort of true scale in a way, and sort of quite creepy. I've always put them down in they've got sort of Labyrinth, Dark Crystal vibes to them, more so than like the Iron Jaws and kind of classic Warhammer orcs. Yeah,
no, I agree with that. They're definitely more akin to, like, the representations of orcs that you see in, the Lord of the Rings franchise, or more of that kind of, a bit more of a fantasy element rather than the kind of brutish, muscular orcs that Games Workshop have frequented. But it's cool to see that you get like these hero options. It's cool to see that, like, there's now like this shaman geezer as well, which is super cool. Like, it is absolutely mad. I mean, like, I question the overall aerodynamics of having that up there, but ultimately, they obviously are used to going fast. They know what they're up to. So, yeah, I mean, I'm there for it. I think, overall, it is really interesting that the actual cover of the actual book will feature these again. But again, obviously, this is now the hot new thing for Gloomspite. It's going to be interesting to see, as a battle tome, how much stuff is in it, because there is quite a lot now of different units in this army. So I'm intrigued, man. I'm really intrigued. But I think during the course of this conversation, I've talked myself out of quite triumphantly trying to collect this, because actually, truthfully, the more I look at it, as gorgeous as it is, I am just utterly intimidated by the level of modelling and painting required to get it done. So I think, ultimately, I probably will just hand it all off to Joe and say, you can have those now, buddy. Cheers and thank you.
Fair enough. Although if you do have some trog-offs you want to get rid of, send them my way first. I'll happily take a look at them.
They're yours, mate.
Thank you very much. This last model of Shaman, gorgeous. And I like the sort of the simplicity of it, whereas the Doom Diver just feels a bit more overly complicated. This has got like a great silhouette and just, looks cool. And almost feels like this one, more so than all the others, feels like this could have been designed for like the old world or fantasy.
This one looks more in that.
It's got a cool vibe to it. It's interesting that we're sort of at a stage where the faction has so many sub-factions in it, and it's like, I guess they're just meant to all coexist together, but they feel so different from each other that they should almost be their own books. And I wouldn't be opposed to that, like if they wanted to split them out, but then it does hamper people that probably do want just a little bit here and a little bit there. And I guess that's how they get you, right? They're like, cool, you've got Squigs, Dan, you've got some orcs. Why not? Like with your Iron Jaws, you've got Iron Jaws. Oh, why not just get a few Crawl Boys? Because you can they do things that your Iron Jaws can't do. Just get a couple of them, and then you've got a whole other army. And whereas if they were literally separate books, you'd probably be like, well, no, I can't, because it's an extra purchase. They're not compatible with each other. Whereas this is a great way of getting you to expand your armies, but have a load more like model and theme diversity within your army that you wouldn't get otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really cool that when they add in all these elements. I think the great thing is, though, it's so uniquely destruction and it's so uniquely greenskins at the moment. Like, there are no other... Well, actually, that's not true. I actually think Daughters of Cain are going to go this way as well. I think Daughters of Cain, with the addition of the Crone and then all the other... Because that's a very different sort of vibe to what's going on.
Yeah. And Cities of Sigmar, I think they could do the same, because obviously you've got very much humans in Cities of Sigmar, but then obviously you've got the Durardian and the elves as well. And it's like that, but those could be very unique and fleshed out in their own right, in the same way that they've done recently with the humans for Cities of Sigmar. So I would like them to do that with Cities for sure.
I'd love that. I'd love that. I think that's what they need to do with Cities is... I think for this edition, it'd be great if they just were like, here are the dwarves, here are the elves, and then future editions, they just give us new sort of variants of the same units, but representing different cities. So, we're in different realms, etc. But no, look, on the whole, I'm really happy with all the AOS stuff. It's a really meaningful update. I think the Ironjaws or rather Orruk Warclans stuff is really cool to see. This range of new wolf riding Gloomspite Gitz is awesome as well. Even if they aren't really Gloomspite Gitz, they're more, as I say, Sunshine Sods. But nonetheless, this is a really cool thing to see. And again, speaks to the overall awesomeness of AOS, and I'm there for it. I love it. I'm really happy with it. I think it's great. The only real letdown was really the Hobgrot boss, which was a bit sort of like, but whatever. I think the overall element is positive, which is great.
Yeah, not everyone can have a great full release like these guys have just got exactly. As much as you would want every army every year to get like a huge release. It's just not possible. So one character is obviously the bare minimum, and it's fine, and it's an all right model, but these guys sort of blow it out the water in comparison. Whereas if it was a Hobgrot on the wolf like that we've seen with these guys, then it would be maybe less of an issue, because that's like a real cool sort of centerpiece mini.
Yeah, I always wanted, because again, it was heavily implied with the Hobgrots that there was an element of Chaos Dwarves coming in, and maybe there still is going to be that element as well.
There's been some teasers in like the sort of a Hashut god. There's been some teasers on some maps and some references here and there. They like to leave their little cookie crumbs or breadcrumbs for us to follow. And, maybe one day Chaos Dwarves will come out. If they do them in this edition, that would be amazing. But because it could have been the Hobgrots were originally designed with that in mind, and then they were like, well, let's just bolt them onto the Crawl Boys to flesh out that range, or it was always designed in that way. And maybe these are the Free People's versions of the Hobgrots before they get enslaved by the Chaos Dwarves, or maybe we see alternative Hobgrots with them.
I just like the idea that actually, the Hobgrots are like a bridge, and then it creates an opportunity to kind of overlap the idea of Chaos Dwarves with, because again, the Crawl Boys are such that they are sort of dastardly and malicious, and I like the idea that there is some synergy between those two things. But regardless, look, at the end of the day, it's a cool series of releases for AOS. Well done to everyone involved in that. It looks great, and excited to see more variations of both, Warclans and Gloomspite Gitz going forward. So honestly, thumbs up. The only thing I was surprised about is that we're still not seeing any Magakin and Nurgle stuff, which was heavily rumoured to be the next thing to come along. But hopefully that's not far away. But look, at the end of the day, that was us talking about AOS. So we're going to move on to the next thing. Transitional noise. We're talking about the Horus Heresy stuff from the Warhammer World Championships. Of course we are. Not a huge amount of Heresy stuff to discuss, but some interesting things. And Phil loves a tank. He loves the forces of the Imperium. He loves himself, the various Umis and their ongoing efforts to participate. So there's a bunch of that in here. Plus also, since we recorded this, they have also now revealed a new Space Marine character for the Space Wolves. So we'll talk about that as well towards the end, because it looks kind of cool. But yeah, Phil, what was going on with the Heresy? What did they give us?
They teased us with the quintessential flying potato of the Arvus Lighter, which is a staple.
It is a beautiful spud.
Staple of the Imperium, of the Aeronautica, I guess. Interestingly, this came back to Heresy at the very start of the new edition, and they released it to much fanfare in resin. And then we assumed we would never get such a thing in plastic. So interestingly, a couple of years later, it's now back in plastic, which is really cool, I guess. I managed to stumble upon my resin version just recently in a bag somewhere, in amongst loads of other Forge World projects that I have yet to start or finish. But yeah, I remember trying to get hold of this one ages ago because I just love the look of it. It's a very cool mini. It's historically just always been like a transport with no armaments or like weapons options on it, and I think they've now added a few on. But that's not really what it's there for. It's there for transporting a squad around the table.
Right, that's the thing. If you're going to put it on the tabletop and use it in a war game, kind of needs to have some defensive options. But I would assert that they're not especially amazing. The main function, clearly, as it should be, is getting stuff from place to place.
Yeah, and I assume that's what it still does. With
I hope so.
Cute, dinky little look, although it's not that small. It's relatively big as flies go.
It's bigger than a Storm Talon, I would imagine.
Or comparable, yeah. I think, maybe a bit chunkier, but maybe a bit, shorter in height, potentially.
Maybe bigger in the rear, though. Longer, I would imagine.
Yeah, possibly.
Than the old Storm Talon. I feel like the Storm Talon is the smallest of the Imperium flyers. Overall, I'd say the... God, I can't even remember what they're called now. I haven't seen them in such a long time. The Tau Bomber and Tau Flyer were pretty tiddy.
Oh, right, yeah. No, they were quite small. I guess because this one especially is from the Forge World studio, as it once was called. So
Specialist Games studio,
now
as
Specialist
it is now.
Games, yeah. They were renowned for doing much more sort of true scale miniatures. So their flies were always way bigger than the sort of the plastic Games Workshop ones that the Space Marine ones got produced in. These were a bit bigger, so even though this is one of the smallest, it's still probably quite big in comparison to maybe some of those other some of the Games Workshop ones. But yeah, chunky is a brick basically, which is pretty good. It looks like it's now, I haven't actually read it, looks like it's got little, I presume that it's more like chaff launchers on the front rather than missiles, but it could be tiny missile launchers.
I imagine it's more the chaff launchers or a series of elaborate lights.
I mean, it could be, they're going to blink and blind people to death.
Solar flare!
Yeah.
Solar flare.
And
That's
then,
a Dragon Ball reference that you evidently didn't get, but don't worry.
No,
someone
I didn't. And then, at the back, it's got a multi-laser with a guy hanging out the back, which I think is very cool. Which almost feels a nod to the rules that it got in, it was either 8th or 9th edition, where it actually did get some weapon options, even though it didn't have any on the model. So I just assumed it was always a guy hanging out the back with a gun. So I assume maybe not just a multi-laser, you might get other weapon options in there as well.
It kind of gives me the energy of that geezer in the helicopter from the movie Full Metal Jacket, which is admittedly a harrowing reference because it is a horrific and absolutely, abysmal scene where, it's an incredibly well shot and well put together thing, but obviously, it's pretty harrowing. So maybe don't look that up anytime soon. But the idea of the geezer hanging out, shooting out into the void.
I mean, it's quite classic.
Get some, get some.
Because the Valkyrie or the Vendetta, one of those, or it's the same thing, has that option as well on the sides.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. But no, I like the lighter. I think it's a super cool vehicle. It's got a lot of character. I can imagine it being a bit rubbish in game, but that's kind of the point of it, right? Like in a way, it's the charm of it is its terribleness. It's like a mastodon. Looks cool, practically useless.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you're taking it for the rule of cool more than the practical utility or points cost efficiency that the unit is bringing you, because ultimately it doesn't do stuff other than just move something around the table, which for certain armies is actually quite important. And whether that's it's almost redundant in 40k based on how the rules are done now, with loads of stuff just deep striking around. Feels like flyers and transports are less useful in that game, but in Heresy I think it's still probably got some good usefulness to it.
Yeah, the game of 40k is scaled down to the point that I think no one would be particularly upset if they remove flyers from the game. I mean, they all but have. They kind of appear now and again in sort of a skimmer function, but ultimately, Heresy is still a game that kind of scales up quite nicely. So if you want to play it in bigger scales with wibbly, weird boards and layouts, it still accommodates that. Whereas 40k feels like it's become, exceptionally rigid by comparison. But it's still lovely kit. Really like it. Next along is more variants of the glorious Malkador. So we have the one with an especially big gun, and then the other one with an especially big flamethrower, which I acknowledge is still itself a projectile weapon, but ever so slightly different.
So it's
you're the resident tank man, Phil. Tell me about these.
Yeah, so the first one's the Valdor Tank Hunter. It's got the neutron laser projector, which is basically like a giant laser cannon. It is a sort of like Titanic scaled weapon. Not quite as good as the ones that would appear on, like, say, for Warhound, for example, or the Reaver, but still pretty good. And it's meant to sort of be kind of comparable in that sort of thing. What's interesting is obviously, so the Malkadors normally have like sponsored weapons on both sides, but one side of this tank is taken up with like extra like power cells. But it's really cool. It's got some cool rules from what I vaguely remember last time I looked at it. Like it just does extra and like an extra chance to like shake the crew, for example, or do some extra damage to them. So yeah, it's pretty interesting vehicle. Visually, it looks cool. I think actually it picked up the resin kit like maybe 1 year ago, maybe 2 years ago, because I was like, oh, before these go, I want to sort of complete most of my collection of the resin Forge World stuff. So I was like, oh, I'll get this one because it's like been up there as like one of my favorites for a very long time.
I think I remember convincing you to go through with it. You were umming and ahhing. I remember being a bad influence / positive.
Yeah, maybe. You basically made me pay, maybe not quite double, but a fair bit more than I imagined the plastic kit is now
It'll
costing.
be a treat to put together by comparison, mate, even with all of the, scraping and green stuffing and all the other things that go into it, rather that than the 700 bits of plastic involved in making one panel.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been an advocate for resin, and there is there's definitely a learning curve to building kits in resin, and there's like slippages, and you've got mold release agent and stuff like that you've got to sometimes deal with, but ultimately it's like one big chunk of resin for like the hull, and two big bits for the sides, and it all mostly fits together quite well. Not always, but for the most part, great. Whereas you say the plastic kits are a bajillion pieces that you've got to put together. And yes, it's a weird way. In a way, the crispness of them, that they're so sharp and detailed, is almost the thing that makes them always look odd. Whereas the sort of the natural flaws in the old sort of handmade resin ones actually look a bit more realistic, because the sort of the natural waves and indents into it is more akin to what you would get from a real vehicle. It wouldn't just be these smooth flush edges, at least when it's no longer fresh off the factory, once it's been in battle for a little bit. So I think those the resin kits still have a charm even now, I think.
I agree. I agree entirely. I think the thing that I've learned that I hate most about building plastic kits now, having been building a bunch recently, I think it's the mold lines that actually, on balance, I've realised that's the thing I hate the most. Because especially as well, like, you never learn. You get every single mini, and then you start scraping all these mold lines off, and then you put it together and realise, I didn't even need to do that bit. Like,
sometimes if it's done well, a lot of the pieces will get covered up. But often, if it's a really visible mold line, depending on where it is, especially on like a flat edge or something, it's like it's difficult to make it look good. And actually, what's worse is like a sort of a seam, like a mold seam line where you got to join two bits together, and there's like a gap that you then need to fix.
To that point, because the thing I've been building a lot of lately, I've got one here, in fact, is the Assault Intercessor with Jump Pack. I actually sprayed this one before, because I gave up. You can see it there for people who can see, but basically the Jump Pack has these horrific lines on them that when you look at the images online, it's like, they're not supposed to be there. I was like, well, if they're not supposed to be there, why have you made it like that? Like, it's so bad. But yeah, so I'm debating whether I'm like now, like, do I green stuff all of it? I'm like, the answer is no. I'm just going to tolerate it. I'm like, you know what? They had every opportunity to make that into some kind of seam or some kind of
detail.
thing but they didn't. So here we are.
Whereas conversely on the resin stuff, quite often it's like, yes, you've got a mold seam, but you can literally shave that down and you can sand it smooth or whatever. It's a lot easier to deal with a lot of the time. So there are pros and cons to both kits, basically.
Oh yeah, 100%, mate, 100%. And then the next of them is the big flamery one. What's this one?
Malcador Furnace. So this was the first kit of the Malcador variants that I bought many years ago after I think I blew one up in a game of, I think maybe 6th or 7th? No, 7th edition, I think it was, where it had the amazing
one
huge...
in gameplay, not through some kind of active mouse.
Yes, it was gameplay. I basically got very lucky in my tank shooting at it, and I managed to make it explode, basically.
Didn't it always just have to explode? I feel like this was back in the day that if it was even like weapon destroyed, it exploded.
I think there was a plus to the table, maybe. So you maybe got +1 to the dice roll because it's so volatile, but I can't quite remember exactly because it was many years ago. So yeah, my point was I bought it many years ago and it's still been in its bag ever since, and I've never got around to building it. But because I think initially it was I bought it in bought it in 7th edition. Bought the templates, the Apocalypse templates with it, because the big teardrop flamer template was the incentive for playing this model. And then they immediately changed it in 8th edition, where it was just a bunch of dice, and I think it was only like 2d6, which was terrible.
Well, it used to have the old torrent special rule as well, didn't it? So you could place
so it was like
the flamer template like 18 or 12 inches away from it.
Yeah, it was either 12 or 18.
Insane.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was very good in terms of what you could cover with it, and super lethal.
I definitely remember it made a mess of things.
Yeah, and you could run it in a poison version, not just a flamer version, so you could be wounding on 2s. You could instantly be killing Space Marines way easier with that version, I think. Yeah, so there were some cool bits to it for sure. It's a really beautiful mini as well. I love the little trailer on the back. Yeah. That's always
the old trailer looked better though. I feel like the old trailer was a bit sleek. This feels quite compact, whereas I feel like the old one had a bit more. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I was just looking at that and thinking the same thing. I think it's like got more of a frame to it that it sits in. Like it's got like this gird on the side, right. And I don't think that was there in the original one. Yeah,
because the old variant of it had more. Yeah, it felt like it was like more of like a wheelbarrow on the back of it as opposed to sort of a solid fuel cylinder.
Yeah.
Because I always remember. Because the tank would move and the thing at the back would basically, it would create like L shapes and stuff because it would swing behind.
Could pivot around, yeah.
Yeah, whereas this looks like it's solidly, rigidly.
Oh, behind. Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah. Although they have done some really interesting things with the Cerastus Knights in terms of like the cables and stuff like that being able to flex. There might be an element of that into this one, but who knows? That's a really cool vehicle. Rules wise, I imagine it would be great because it was you're going back to that giant template. So that'll be fun.
That's the thing, Phil. You gotta get your resin one made and start playing Heresy with it.
I know that is true. I mean, I think now is the incentive for those vehicles and probably for my Krieg army on the whole is to convert a lot of it into basically a militia army for Heresy.
Well, you basically already got it, haven't you? Between that and your Thunder Warriors, which you rep as Custodes, boosh.
Yeah, lots of choice. Yeah.
Mate, you're in there. You probably already have many thousands of points of Horus Heresy without even realising it.
Yeah, true. I think so.
If Tom hears this, if old Garfield gets wind of this, he'll be on the blower to you. He'll be like, come on over then, Phil. Let's get playing some Heresy. Yeah, come to my events. Come on now. Come. Next is weapon upgrades for the Doradio or Derodeo. Are you a Doradio or a Derodero man, Phil?
Derodeo, I think. I mean,
I go Derodeo as well. I like the rhythmics of it, the old Derodeo. I think it's a nice sort of terminology. But I have heard Doradio. I imagine there's probably some other variants.
Dorido. Could be.
But anyway, so they've added some new weapons to it. So, I mean, these are weapons that evidently you were able to access through the profile before, but you weren't able to put on the miniature itself due to, not having the actual sculpt. So you now basically have access to these plasma cannon variants and las cannon variants. as well as I think the twin autocannons and the twin Volkites were what was on it already, as far as I was aware.
Right.
Or maybe I'm wrong about that. I feel like the autocannons is what comes with its standard. I'm gonna have to Google this now, aren't I?
Yeah, vaguely feels like that's the case. So maybe they've just split it out into 2 weapon sets as well, but I'm not entirely sure. And I can't remember if they ever produced in plastic the old shield that it was meant to have on top, because I think it was one of those things where when it was the resin version, they previewed an open day or one of the like Warhammer Fest type events, the Deredeo shield that goes on top, which then never materialized, but it was always in the rules. So I think people often kit bash that up. And I don't know if that's still a thing in the new edition of Heresy or if the plastic kit ever got that. But I feel it.
No, I'm fairly sure the plastic kit never got the force field you're referring to.
I feel like they've missed the trick by not bringing it back or bringing it out because it was never really back to begin with.
I don't even think it's an option in Heresy, though. I think that was exclusively a 40k rule set, and then I don't think they've actually got the option to use it in Heresy. I think you've just got 2 missile variants.
No,
but yeah, looking at the image here, it does seem like the autocannons and Ickle missiles were there before. So I think these are there and these are new. Nonetheless, it's cool. The Durdo is a Fab Dread. I have one myself. I haven't got around to building it yet. It's on the bench, so to speak. Sadly, it is a plastic one. I wasn't willing to pay the eBay prices to get a resin one, even though I wish I had, because it would be a lot less of a hassle to build than what I've seen in this thing. But yeah, it's cool. Extra weapons is always cool to see. And to be fair, I think on the one I've put in my list at the moment does actually have the las cannons on it. So I best get around to getting that made. But so not a huge amount for Heresy there, but what there was pretty cool. And they did on Heresy Thursday, which is today at the time of recording, also give us a sight of this new rune priest or caster of runes, as they are calling it, with Phil, you believe, and I think you're right, the Mark V armor. Is it Mark V?
At least the Mark V helmet, I believe. That's my guess, or a variant of the Mark V, because I think Mark V was often, wasn't that the one where it was meant to be different armors put together? But I think there were some specific Mark Vs also built, because the helmet reminds me of is it the Carcharodons? And they had some Mark Vs in the Badab War.
There you go.
It's basically the Stormtrooper, grill bits on the side.
Yeah.
Which is what made me clock to add to that. And as I said to you just before we recorded this, what often happens, it feels like, with the characters come out first, teasing as a new mark of armor. And with this one that says this is a Mark V character, and obviously I presume we'll then get the Mark V plastics, in the coming months or next year, because it felt like we got that with the, I guess, was it Mark IIIs and IVs and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely would have said that's probably the case. I mean, who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, they've done a lot of variants of Space Marine armor now for Heresy, but obviously they're popular, so they're probably going to keep doing it. But for this miniature, independently of that whole conversation, really like it. I think it's a really cool, stoic and powerful pose. He's got his tactical rock, obviously, which denotes his seniority. The fleshy face I quite like, although I'm always a bit weirded out by Space Marines with bags under their eyes. I appreciate, if he was probably in defense of, the palace during the Siege of Terror, that he's probably a little bit worse for wear.
He's done a long shift.
He's done a long shift, but most of the time with Marines, I'm like, well, I don't know. I feel like they're
getting loads of stims injected into them via their armor, surely. So they should be good.
Exactly. I feel like their blood flow and general fatigue should be pretty reasonable. So yeah, I never really understand the stylistic choice to put the bags under the eyes, but they've done it here. He looks very sleepy, which is very stoic and very sleepy, which is odd, but whatever. That's what they've gone for. I guess it's cold on Fenris, right? Maybe that's what's done it to him.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But even that is like, come on, it's a Space Marine. He's fine. But, whatever. Cool mini, though. cool minis overall. Love a bit of Heresy. Excited to actually start playing it. Been working on, start playing it again. I played it at the start, weirdly. Like, I was really in there at the start and then dropped off a bit, and now trying to get back into it again proper, because it is a great system. So, yeah, looking forward to do more of that. But anyway, yeah, that was basically us talking about Heresy. What was your vibe on the Heresy stuff, Phil? Do you think it was good?
Obviously the Macador and the Arvus stuff, love. That's my favourite. The Deredeo, I've never been like a huge fan of it. I've always thought it was like an odd look.
You don't like Tugboat Dreadnought?
No, it's just the weapons just seem too large and long, which I guess that, it's meant to be like a gun platform, but for me it's just oddly proportioned. And when you see like the Plasma and Volkite being way like extended, oversized barrels, it just seems a bit silly to me. That one's just never done it. Whereas the regular Contemptor, I've really loved. The Leviathan, I've thought it's always really cool. But yeah, that version. So yeah, I mean, great if you've got a Deredeo and you want some weapon options. Like, cool, because you need it, right? But yeah, for me, that one is never a kit I've ever thought I would buy, basically.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Where they asked themselves the question, where they did the Contemptor and it was an absolute masterclass. I mean, it's strange to imagine that a lot of people have only lived in a Warhammer world which features Contemptors, because you won't realise the significance that they represented when they came out at the time. I remember all of us just being like, oh my God, what is that? When they kind of came up with it. I mean, Forge World absolutely knocked it out of the park with the Contemptor when that came along. And then the Leviathan was like the natural evolution of it, where they were like, it's like a Contemptor, but it's bigger, stronger, and tougher. And it's like, cool, I love that. And then they went Deredeo and they were like, yeah, it's like, so it's got the legs of a Contemptor, and a tugboat. Everyone loves that,
Yeah, an odd belly body to it, I guess.
You know what it is to me though, is I felt like it made a lot of sense when they did the original one with just the autocannons, because the autocannons long barrel.
Yeah,
you go, cool,
they
that
look
makes
quite
sense.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, but then they went, well, we have to put something else on it. Here's a plasma cannon. And it's like, well, I guess it has to be long as well. And it was like, all right, fine. I think the plasma cannon is probably the most, like, odd one.
Yeah, that and the Volkite
cannon
is a bit odd. But yeah, last cannon and auto cannon look better out of those weapon options, for sure.
No, agreed. Anyway, there you go. Top stuff. We're going to move on to the next thing. So, transitional noise. All right, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about the Empire of Man reveals. That's right, the Warhammer the Old World Empire of Man, as shown at the Warhammer World Championships. Many of you will have probably seen all of this already, but as always, we love to give our opinions on the fabulous world of old, as well as the empire that stood within it. Do you have much exposure, Phil, yourself, to the Empire of Man?
A little bit. I do, actually. In fact, I own some of the models. I managed to pick up some of the plastic kits just before I think they disappeared for my Mortime project that I was working on a couple of years ago. So, yeah, I'm a fan of some of the sculpts.
You're a fan of Man.
Indeed, yes.
There we go. I myself actually was a Empire of Man or Empire player throughout 8th edition. I had a reasonable collection of Empire, many a cannon and a pistolier and various other handgunners, great swords, all of that good stuff.
Any steam tanks?
Bizarrely, I never actually got a steam tank for my Empire army, which was pretty mad. I mean, was I even playing Empire, I suppose?
Exactly. You weren't.
No, it was a weird one. When I kind of started playing 8th, it was very early on with relatively middle way through. And then essentially the end times started and everything just became about crazy Karl Franz and his mad profiles. You kind of just built into that and long lines of great swords. And it just kind of became the vibe. At the time, I seem to remember, and I may be wrong, but certainly in our local meta, the steam tank just wasn't, doing anything special. So it just kind of, in a way, I feel like, I missed out on something truly iconic and something that really probably should have been in my army, but it just wasn't, Phil. Thank you for exposing me and my...
There's a fraud.
Exactly. My fair weather Empire of Man fandom. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously, Empire has been in Old World since it began. Those of us who still have Empire armies were and are able to play them. But, now, much as has been the case with Tomb Kings, Orcs and Goblins, Chaos, or Warriors of Chaos, I should say, they're now getting the lovely treatment and getting a series of re-releases as well as potentially down the road, they say, some new miniatures. But there was no new stuff on show in this particular segment. They were focusing predominantly on the stuff that's come before, such as your steam tanks, your regiments of Umis of various denominations. That was basically what they were showing off on this occasion. But it's exciting, isn't it, Phil, to see the Empire return to Old World, even though they were there all the while, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the only interesting thing to really say about this range is they're probably the one that has been away from the kind of Games Workshop store for the least amount of time, because basically these were still available for most of Age of Sigmar and then sort of retired just before the latest Cities of Sigmar release that happened last year, I believe. So most of this is still probably fresh in a lot of people's minds. I think some of the kits did disappear a bit before that. But they still hold up. They're still really good. They're sort of reasonably scaled. They've got a lot of kind of customization. And because obviously I got some of the kits, for my Mordheim. And yeah, it's a classic sort of torso, separate legs, separate arms that, they can wave around and do the old swiveling around. That people can see stuff now. We're doing videos. So there's a lot of sort of fun customization in that respect with these kits. Sort of being slightly more simplified than the kind of the newer Cities AOS style, sort of, the monopose, as people like to say, kits.
I mean, it's certainly going to be easier to rank them up now that they will be, like everything, on the bigger bases. Again, to your point, though, the steam tank is still, prevalent within AOS at the moment. So there have definitely been a lot of stuff that is already existing or going on to, remain in AOS. Most notably here, the old, hero on Griffin. That's still very present within AOS, although maybe a slightly different vibe to what it represents in the Old World and Empire. But yeah, it's exciting that they're getting all of the main releases, their own Arcane Journal. No idea necessarily on exactly what they're covering off there. I imagine they'll expand on all manner of things. The fact being that this is in a different period of time, so this isn't the empire of Karl Franz and the world that was prevalent in 8th edition. This is olden times still. Does it say much in the article about that, Phil? I have to admit, I've not read it in detail.
Well, it talks about the two armies of infamy that you can get in the Arcane Journal is the City State of Nuln and the Knightly Orders of the Empire, plus a bunch of obviously special characters. So yeah, this is the period of the civil war between, is it the 3 emperors? So yeah, there's definitely different factions, and it'll be interesting to see the sort of the new style paint schemes that you'll be doing, a bit like what they did with Bretonnia, where they gave them a different look and feel to sort of set it all in the sort of slightly older time period.
Indeed. It is awesome, though, to see that we're going to get some resin minis being added in, as well as also the old war wagon. The war wagon is a truly spectacular old kit from way back when, and yeah, it's just awesome to see that return to the forces of the Empire. It definitely feels like a release with lots of amazing stuff from ye olden times brought back into it. So it's really cool to see this range become available once more. Again, obviously these kits here, I think these were forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I think these Forge World Remnants and Miniatures were released in support of some of the Warhammer Forge campaign books that they did way back when.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were. They released a bunch of units as well. And I think they weren't allowed to release them as single standalone kits, so the units were sort of upgrade kits for the plastic rangers. Because I remember I was trying to look at getting some. a while back. And yeah, they were gone and disappeared for time immemorial. And yeah, even sort of secondhand, it was like super hard to get hold of. So it's great that some of the Forge World ones are coming back because their sculpts were really fantastic. The War Wagon, oh my god, that's like a thing from my childhood. So what's interesting now is rather than it being metal, is going to be redone in resin, and they've sort of said they've upscaled it and sort of crispened up the details somehow. I think the horses were completely new, I think they said. So yeah, that is a sort of iconic piece that much like the Marauder Giant, I'd be tempted to buy just to own, because even though it's not a faction I'm collecting, it's just an iconic miniature of my childhood. Yeah, and the Marauder Giant I picked up, I'm sort of looking forward to building that at some point. And yeah, maybe at some point I'll get this as well.
Yeah, I am. It's fair to say sorely tempted by the notion of recollecting Empire. I've gone very heavy into Tomb King, and I am really enjoying the Tomb King. I think they're a really cool army, and I'm definitely enjoying building them and one day painting them. Not started that yet. That's the thing. I'm quite in deep with the with the Tomb King right now. But depending on how I get on with that, I might just be tempted to add a Force of Empire to my collection. But I just think it's fantastic. I mean, again, this stuff obviously speaks to me because the nostalgia is strong. I've really been digging in deep with Old World and with this particular setting and this particular game. I definitely find it really evocative. I appreciate that at a kind of higher level of play, the game that is being enjoyed by those who enjoy competitive gaming within the confines of square bases is definitely quite different in practice than it appears in principle. But I feel like, much like in the world of Heresy, there is this overwhelming sense from the player base that they want to preserve some of the kind of core concepts of the game. So even though infantry, specifically like elite infantry and other things, are pretty underwhelming in terms of the rule set, it is really cool that you're going to be able to, build up those rank and flanks and play, a good old game of Warhammer, which is certainly how I look at the system. I'm not definitely trying to be the bestest Warhammer the Old World player. I'm just kind of really engaged with the spectacle and the overall kind of awesomeness of it. And I still can't wait, Phil, for you to break out those Chaos Dwarves. I can't lie.
I'm looking forward to doing it as well. So I've got some right next to me. In fact, I've got a little one here. I've been slowly collecting Chaos Dwarves over the last couple of months, much to my wallet's pain rather than pleasure. But also I've got a dwarf army as well. So I've used that when the dwarves came out to add some of the re-releases of the old models, the kind of Imperial Dwarves. Can't remember what the guy's actual name was, but the Imperial Dwarf units that came out. So I got those and picked up a couple of the characters to flesh out that, and then hunted down on eBay a couple of bits that I was missing. And I've still got probably more missing from that. Whereas, the Chaos Dwarves, I've been, trying to get basically one of everything. And, I've been using my old, Citadel, journals. Is it Citadel journals? No, Citadel catalogs. Cause I've got a couple of those from that time period to just tick off every single variant of the warriors and hobgoblins and stuff. So I've been trying to make sure I've got everything. So I'm complete at some point. So not very fussed about, how competitive stuff will be. It's more, as you say, ticking a sort of nostalgia button, an itch for me, for those two armies to do.
That's it. How long do you reckon until they start going back in time and giving us like old school 40k, like 3rd edition 40k?
I mean, it feels possible. And I think that with the sort of advent of basically Primaris onwards, once we start seeing maybe things like Land Raiders and Rhinos being phased out of the game, if at all that does happen, I've said it for many times. There's a time period that's basically 5th, 6th, 7th edition 40k, that, your tactical Marines, your Devastator squads. That is quite an iconic time period that isn't really represented in the miniature range as it is, because everything's moved to Primaris and it's moved forwards. You've got Primarchs and, you've got new style tanks for the Imperial Guard with the Rogal Dawns and stuff like that. I think there's a sort of the Badab era should be a time piece in and of itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they do something similar, whether that's an extension of Heresy, maybe, and they do like a sort of a scouring or onwards and maybe jump the timeline forwards with the Specialist Games Studio, or whether it'll be, I mean, it'll have to be, I think. I don't think the main Games Workshop studio would do a sort of nostalgia piece. But it's, the guys that have done Heresy and Old World, it feels fitting for them to do it at some point, maybe. Probably give it another 10 years, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, mate. Anyway, there you go. Empire coming to the Old World. Not that they weren't all there already, as I've already said. But yeah, great to see the range. Looks like they're going to be giving us access to some incredible sculpts and miniatures that haven't seen the light of day for a while, as well as obviously continuing to give us access to things that have not been away too long, as Phil identified. But yeah, sincerely, looks really awesome. So yeah, I guess we'll move on to the next of the reveals. Transitional noise. Hello everyone, welcome to the place in between, where we talk about our good friend Stealthen _ Savage Hammer, who was kind enough to give us a 5-star review. Their 5-star review name being Lego Han, and this being their Instagram account. And by all accounts, their actual name being Ian, although surname withheld. A fabulous Instagram account. Now, typically, I was just saying this to Phil before we hit the record button, I quite like normally to scroll to the very bottom of someone's Instagram feed so as I can kind of get a flavour of a sort of, passage of time and get a feel for, how their hobby and how their, general social media activity has evolved over time. But what I'm finding at the moment is I have been scrolling down for an eternity and have nearly, I believe, got there. In fact, actually, no, I have actually now, Phil, while talking to you, literally gotten to the bottom of it.
Oh, what's the year?
Okay. So the very, very first image was the 10th of December, 2011, Phil.
Wow.
No wonder that took a lot of scrolling.
The dawn of social media.
Absolutely. So the very first image has no comments and no likes, and it is just a mask atop a Christmas tree, to which I will comment, very nice. I'll throw them off.
Give it a like as well.
I'll give it a like. Very nice. Give it that and give it a like. There we are. I'm glad that I found my way to the bottom of that. So basically we transition from the bottom here, where there's a few pictures of Lego, a lot of pictures of cats, and then, some other, lovely family photography and a general appreciation for chocolate bars. And then from the ye old year of 2nd June 2019, we transition into the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000 and are bombarded, Phil, by an onslaught of Space Marines, Custodes, orcs, some elves. Yeah, it's a pretty mad old mixture of Warhammer 40,000 goodness.
And also, most importantly, still cats.
Also cats, yeah, no,
Lots of
absolutely.
cats.
There's always a cat lurking in that side of things. I now have an alley cat that comes by my house on a regular basis. Not quite as creative a name as your as your new cat addition to the family. What was your one called again, Phil?
Trash Puss, because it is a pun on Bag Puss. But he's a stray. And
but you found him by the bins?
No, he just looked like a mess, so we called him Trash Puss. He looks a lot better now. He's well fed and comes on a regular basis, and well cuddled as well. So he's been groomed enough that he doesn't look quite the terrible state he did when we first saw him.
No, I like that, mate. Well done you. I call my one Allie because she's an alley cat. But yeah, we don't let her in the house though because I'm terribly allergic to cats. I don't know if you knew this about me or not.
Oh, well, that would explain the lack of cats.
Well, exactly. I've built up my cat defenses by shunning their existence. But yeah, she keeps coming by and meowing at us ceaselessly. So yeah, you just have to kind of observe somehow. But yeah, look, I mean, there's a really nice mixture of minis here. Definitely a cool collection. Good amount of some retro second edition Space Wolf miniatures, which is really cool to see. I'm not entirely sure if that is theirs or whether they're just photographing someone they played against, although they do frequently feature to the point that I think it's reasonable to assert that is theirs. There is a part of me that really, romanticizes the idea of doing a really beautiful squad of second edition Space Wolves specifically, because it was quite a cool vibe back in the day.
Yeah, a fun project, even if it has real no gaming purposes, I think. And that's, I think, something I always want to lean more into, of just doing fun painting projects.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, though, that being said, I mean, obviously, there is an increasing excitement for, retro Hammer stuff. And I mean, I certainly myself have found myself wanting to go back and play old editions more and more, and have been doing so, to be fair. So, yeah, me and a guy down the club called Chris are always flirting with playing like the different editions. We played some 5th the other day, and we're actually thinking of doing a bit of a league built around 3rd edition. But we'll see how that progresses. But yeah, look, long story short, it's a really nice account. It's vast, is the way I would word it. If you're looking for someone who is very actively posting lots and lots and lots of Warhammer, this individual has got you covered. And paint-wise, quality-wise, there's some good stuff on display. Again, it's a real mixture. I would assert that they are painting for a solid tabletop standard. I don't think this individual is going cabinet style, but I would definitely say that they produce a really consistent and nice looking tabletop standard, which is certainly better than I'm doing at the moment. So well done to you, Ian, on that front. And again, cheers for the 5-star review. It's a great account, and I am now following you. Although I just want to add, you're not following me, mate. So a little bit disrespectful is all I could say. I mean, you follow Phil, you follow Lookout Sir, you even follow Paulie at Sky Serpent. I mean, I don't get it. What's going on with this stuff? Why?
You don't post that often, to be fair.
No, but when I do, it's a real treat. That's the way I look at it. You see?
Okay.
Yeah, little and often. No, not little and often. Big and infrequent. That's what it is. You see?
Fair point.
Anyway, what do you reckon, Phil? Say some words.
Yeah, so it's a really nice account. You've even got a visit to the Tank Museum. That's always good to see. I love that place. It seemed like you're doing a fair bit of boarding actions. I assume it's boarding actions. It might actually be Kill Team. Looking at it a bit more because I can see some tokens. You got a decent amount of Death Watch, so sort of a man after my own heart, even though I don't currently have that as an army. But it's an army I've always aspired to have. So yeah, hopefully you'll be treated to sort of PDF index revision soon as a Christmas treat. That'd be something to look forward to. But yeah, overall, really good. Lots of cool gaming pictures rather than sort of painting finished photos. So that's always nice to see that people are actually, you're active, you're playing the game. That's good. So yeah, nice cat, and plus cats. So you can't go wrong.
Exactly. Well, that's it. If you're a fan of cats and Warhammer 40,000, this is the account for you. But thanks again very much, Lego Han. Or Stalfayan. How are you pronouncing that, Phil?
Well, if his name's Ian, it could be Stealthian.
Oh, Stealthian!
_ Savage.
My silly dyslexic brain fails me again. All right, anyway, there we go. We're going to move on to the outro now. So, transitional noise. Wow! Thanks very much, Ian. All right, everyone, that's the end of episode 194 of the Warhammer podcast known as Lookout Sir, although I assume anyway, better than that. Me and Phil are going to have a little bit of a natter, although it's going to be a short one because we're a bit stretched on time. So yeah, we'll get into the outro. So we're experimenting with filming now, which is a whole new weird thing. Effectively, not to kind of give you too much of a inside scoop on the way that we do things, although I think, we're always quite transparent about that. Me and Phil obviously record remotely. There was a conversation around us trying to get together and do it, but it's just too impractical, basically. As much as we like seeing each other, in order to, maintain the cadence of releases, it would require, quite a frequent quantity of trips, and the whole thing just basically becomes impractical, especially as Phil doesn't drive. It's not ideal.
The patron budget would be blown on travel expenses, basically. Because it's not cheap to get to yours, Dan. That's the problem.
That is the thing. It's like, yeah, because you've got to come, inside the M25, which is never a particularly cost efficient place to come to. And yeah, the only kind of weird kind of like loophole is that you basically you essentially take a bus to Heathrow because it's like the sort of bridging point, and then either get another bus from there or I come and get you. It's a whole weird thing. Basically, I am fortunate enough to be blessed with a space where we could record, but Phil can't drive here to utilize it, and I could drive to Phil, but it's pointless because
I don't have the space.
He doesn't have the space.
But both of those things are potentially things that could happen next year. So either A, I learn to drive, or B, I get a bigger shed, which is sort of in the very early stages of happening, basically. So it could happen next year, potentially.
There you go. Time to upgrade that shed, buddy. Yeah, look, I mean, that's the thing. I genuinely think it would improve the overall quality of the production if we were able to be together, because I think there's a certain natural communication that happens between people when they're in person. I think we do a really good job of managing this remotely because we've done it so much and we're very kind of tuned in. But then I think, oddly, being together in person, obviously you can kind of give cues or give kind of indications that you want to interject or add things. So, there is a point with this where it is being done like this. It's a little bit tennisy. It's sort of I go, you go, vice versa, isn't it? Whereas, yeah, maybe the conversation flows a bit better when we're together. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, we'd have to see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll get to it. But yeah, we're experimenting with video. So we're doing it remotely. At the moment, what we've done this time around is we've continued to use our kind of online recording system, which also can capture video. So we've been exporting that video and incorporating it into those videos. So what we're doing at the moment is we're basically just putting out the podcast as whole as normal, and then we're segmenting segments in video form. And the reason for that is that it's just more appropriate for the YouTube platform. And our hope is that by doing this, we might attract a few more listeners and gain a little bit more attention. But at the same time, we're kind of happy with the way things are anyway. We just thought maybe it was a fun thing to experiment with at the moment. So broadly speaking, that's the vibe. But also there are benefits to us because there are actually a great deal more technologies and systems out there that facilitate video capture and that kind of podcast format. And then basically, even if we don't continue using the video side of things, there's actually a great deal more methods for capturing this content far more cost efficiently by using the video methods, which is weird because you'd think that capturing audio would be more cost effective, but actually weirdly, everything's set up now to accommodate the video podcast conferencing system. So yeah, we're just in this weird point where we're like evaluating the budget and being like, are we really getting the best value from continuing to do things this way, or would it be better for us to do it some other way? So yeah, it's that time of year basically where we talk about the next year and what we're going to do, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this the system we currently use is a bit buggy at times.
Oh God, it's awful at the minute.
Yeah, ideally switching to something else would be a bit more pain-free from our point of view. So that's definitely a potential thing for next year. And yeah, as we said, we've always wanted to give more back to the audience or the patrons. So potentially incorporating some kind of video into it will also, there's an extra bonus for you guys. It's not just audio. We're not just in your ears. We're in your eyeballs too.
Yeah. And it's difficult really as well. I mean, again, to give you a little bit of a sort of transparent take on things, my personal circumstances have changed in so much as I'm starting a new job in the new year. I've not started it yet. So I don't know what that's going to mean for me from a time management perspective. So like when I transitioned to a new job a few years ago, we had to reevaluate how the podcast worked and how we fit in around those commitments. Because as everyone knows, when you get different jobs have different expectations, different requirements. And sometimes I struggle with the balance of work and life, just due to, everything. So yeah, we need to kind of see what their actual expectations are in terms of what the hours look like and how I can then kind of build around that. But my hope is that this will be a really positive experience, and that I'll have potentially a better work-life balance and be able to manage things more efficiently. And as such, we can actually have a bit more kind of dedicated focus on producing a better, output from Lookout Sir. I think the thing I always kind of come back to is I don't really ever want to stop doing the kind of core thing of putting out a long-form podcast every 2 weeks. That is, as far as I'm concerned, the core of what we offer, and it's what our listeners have come to expect from us, and I don't want to kind of betray that trust. I think as long as there is Lookout Sir, that will continue to be what it is. It's just what we do that kind of complements that. So if it is that we're capturing segments in video and using those on YouTube as a means of gaining a little bit more awareness and maybe bringing more people in, that's good. But then also, what more we could be doing within that kind of patron space as well, and offering better things. Because I love the fact that people support us, and I genuinely really want to do more for those people. It's just a sheer issue of time, like there's just so little of it these days, it seems. I don't know whether it's a problem of age, but I just don't ever seem to have any time to do anything else at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's true. And I think, just doing the regular podcast is quite time consuming. So, trying to add on to that is often quite difficult. But hopefully, next year, maybe we'll have a bit more time, or be a bit more efficient with how we're doing things, and be able to add some extra bits on.
Absolutely. I think that's the thing. The core headline good news thing is both me and Phil still like each other, or at least I like Phil.
Just about.
Exactly. We still get on. We disagree about so many things, but on the surface, we're the pros outweigh the cons. We're in a good space. We're not ready to quit yet. It's a sad thing to think, though, actually, and I do often wonder about this. It's like one day we will stop doing it, and it is that thing where it's like, I don't know what my week would be like without it, or my day to day, because it is a really fun thing to do, and I do really love it. I think that's why we've been able to be kind of committed to it. But it seems as well like it'd be a crazy thing to stop before we get to at least 200. And I suppose the things that I have are like goals for us in 25 is I'd love us to finally pull the plaster off on the event thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tournament or even a live recording, although in my head I want both those things. That's always where my mind goes. I'm like, some kind of quirky tournament with a live recorded segment, like that's my like North Star, but I appreciate that that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, I think that'd be very weird talking to you in front of an audience, but I also don't know if that's what people would want as well, because I sort of feel like podcasts you normally listen to while doing other things. It's not like a theatre production. So that would be an odd one.
I've been to a few. So there's a few podcasts that I listen to when they've done like seminal things, where they've gone and they've done the podcast live in front of people for those particular moments. And then there are many podcasts that's their entire shtick. Like they literally are just performing. They are having interviews on stage in front of audiences and having that participation. So there are lots of podcasters out there that just do that.
Yeah, if you're interviewing like a celebrity or bringing an extra guest onto the show, I can see that always sort of, being a thing, whereas it's just us two. I mean, here's the thing. I guess if it was us doing a sort of live reaction to miniatures or something, like a reveal show that the audience is also a part of, then I could see it sort of working a bit better, maybe. Well, who knows?
We could incorporate in some nice like live interaction segments. Like my thought is that we
like a Q&A would make sense.
Q&A, but also like some fun little games. Like one of the things I loved that they used to do at Warhammer World that they've never done since. I wonder if you can guess. It was one of the entertaining parts of their like quiz process. Do you remember they used to put up these mad profiles on the page and just basically had to gamble on who was going to win?
Yes, I think so. Like they rolled some dice, like a character sort of thing.
Yeah, so they'd be like, "Oh, this is Sergeant Useless with weapon skill 6+, but weirdly strength 10 or whatever it was." Like he was literally like he couldn't hit for toffee, but if he did, it was like basically a devastating blow. And then he'd be up against like Slick McGill with his like weapon skill of 2+, but like strength of 4 or something. It was like you had to basically guess who was going to win the fight, and it was quite a fun thing. So I don't know, those kind of participation things could be kind of fun, as well as obviously the Q&A stuff. I mean, because I'd love it if we did it, maybe even like a live quiz format. So maybe it's like get Richie up there, do that stuff. Maybe like, select some members of the audience. So it's like 2 members of the audience and us 2, and then it's like playing off against each other. I'd love to, get Tim out there as well, just to have him up there. I'd love to get Joe back, even though now most listeners of the podcast don't know who Joe is, although they probably do because they possibly do watch him on Liam's channel. But like, I think that'd be the thing. It'd be cool to sort of bring those elements in, do the rest of it. I always have the mad idea that I'd find like some brass band to play the intro live.
Yeah, that's so mad.
Yeah. But that's where my head goes with it. I just go completely like crazy with it. I'm like, it'd be amazing if someone played like the march, the intro music for us, and they're like,
I mean, a lone trumpeter's probably a more realistic aspiration rather than a whole band.
Well, that's fair. We could probably get a lone trumpeter. The budget could probably stretch to that. And then, yeah. So I don't know. That's sort of, I like the idea of doing something next year. I don't think we'll be able to do it for episode 200. Truthfully, that is something that we need to sit down and really have a think about. Like what the heck we're going to do for episode 200? Because it is a quandary. It feels like it's a milestone of such significance that it deserves something. I just don't know what to do.
Fair. Let's have a little think over the Christmas period and work something out.
Well, at this point, episode 200, right? So if this comes out on the 30th, the last episode of the year, the Christmas episode, is on the 14th, right? So that's episode 195 on the 14th. So in January, if we go live either on the 11th or the 18th, what's your fancy?
I always think earlier the better. I don't think we should miss out on too much in episodes.
I'm with you. The 11th then. So we're live on the 11th. So that's 96, 25th of January, 27th. 8th of February is 98. Yes, 8th, 98. 22nd is 99. So the 8th of March, Phil, episode 200.
Okay.
So maybe we need to do like some kind of social thing where we're like trying to like get people to kind of, contribute in some way. Like maybe get people doing transitional noises or something. And
True. I mean, we could always do it as a live stream. That would be an interesting one.
I'd be up for
video, that wouldn't be too dissimilar, potentially.
Well, I mean, with the tech that I'm looking at, live streaming would actually be really easy, like a lot easier than I really give it credit for. In a way, yeah, we could totally start live streaming stuff. The problem is with the live streaming stuff, though, is it means we kind of end up having to be like locked in to a more rigid schedule, which might do us a favor, to be fair, to be more schedule oriented.
True, but although maybe it's it would have to just be like an hour long, right? I don't think we could do a 3-hour episode straight.
I think we could, though, Phil. I mean, we've recorded for hours. It's fine. I think as well for episode 200, we'd be inspired to do it.
Maybe I'll just have to not drink that day, because otherwise my bladder will not be able to bear the expense of that length of time.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I suppose we could have some like pre-recorded segments in there to break to
fillers. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Do some sort of like make it like it's like the one show. We got like the live bits, and then every now and again you go off to here's Richie to tell us all about dice manufacturing, and then you'll go on.
Exactly. We can have a moment of Joe, saying some words.
Exactly.
To the hardcore listeners that know who he is still. Yeah.
And then we can have like a workout session with Tim.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be great if we had him in like a Mr. Motivator style onesie or something, and he's doing the, really move that tush. That's very Tim. That's very Tim indeed. But no, yeah, so that's been interesting. But yeah, no, we're back in it for another year at least. So yeah, we're not saying goodbye yet. We will one day, but it is not this one, barring any acts of God or horrific occurrences. Essentially, that's cool. We're going into Christmas, so the Advent calendar has been confirmed for both AOS and 40k. They've basically said that they're going to be delivering a bunch of detachments to really help, bolster the armies that currently don't have codexes, which is super interesting. They've confirmed, I believe, what those are going to be, or rather the kind of cadence and quantities of certain factions, I believe. Are you up to speed on this, Phil?
I'm aware that they said that they were doing it, and every faction that doesn't have one will get one. I'm pretty sure, because I sort of feel like last Christmas they did this for the Drukhari and they got one, and I was like, why haven't they done this for everyone? And they've listened.
So the Drukhari one was part of their 40k balance update, so it wasn't specifically linked to like an Advent calendar style event. The Advent calendar events used to be done, like I remember back in the day, they used to do them in collaboration with Black Library, which was really cool. So they did
Black Library has always done their own thing, and that was very separate. So yeah, in terms of Warhammer stuff, you had Black Library do their own thing that if you purchase the thing, I think you had to do, you got a free story every day. But then on top of that, Games Workshop did the Advent Calendar Rumor Engine, which was its own like daily thing. And I sort of feel like those were the only two things that we've had on a semi-regular basis in terms of Advent calendar-y, Christmassy stuff.
Yeah. Well, this time around we are going to see some extra stuff, which is cool. Again, it's funny, I can't find the article here. It's one of those things that everyone's talked about it, but I can never find where the heck the actual information is.
I think they just talked about it on the live stream of the reveals, but then I don't think there was any article about it. So from what I gather, it was, AOS and 40k both getting detachments for Battletome/Codexes that haven't come out yet. So you can just work out what those are, right? It's pretty straightforward, I think. And I guess it's just a single detachment for each of those.
Yeah, well, I heard that for 40k, the demons were going to actually get like 4 detachments, so 1 for each god.
Oh, okay.
I think, or something along those lines. But again, I mean, this is all stuff that
sort of makes sense, but bit odd that they get that.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, though, it might be. I mean, it could be an indication of where the demons are in the release schedule, or whether they're even going to be getting a book, because that's a lot of speculation on demons now, is that they might AOS them and basically move into a situation where Khorne demons are attributed to World Eaters, Tzeentch demons, Thousand Suns, etc., which does help, though, because those ranges, right, when you think about it, I feel for the Chaos Demon players. I really do, because obviously if you're a Chaos Demon player, it sucks that the army that you've played and enjoyed for a long time is going to basically be, no longer viable, potentially. Potentially. However, I think it's massively beneficial to those Chaos ranges to be mono-god specific.
Yes.
Because let's be honest, right? What is the World Eater range at the moment? 8 bound, which, okay, fair enough. They've managed to squeeze 2 units out of that, but it's basically 8 bound and 8 bound plus, or the exalted 8 bound, which again, honest to God, how anyone ever tells the difference between an exalted 8 bound and an 8 bound, I don't know. Like these days, I have no idea what the difference is between the two of them. I know that like one of them's slightly more spiky than the other.
One's more jacked.
Yeah. Berserkers, a Juggernaut, a Lord on Juggernaut, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you've got 8-bound Berserkers, Lord on Juggernaut. Jackals, yes, thank you. I forget about them because I don't like them. But yes, Jackals. And then
Angron.
And that is sorry, excuse me. That is it in terms of exclusive World Eater miniatures. Everything else is Terminators, some tanks, the Executioner, right? Like it's
right, yeah, it's sort of more generic chaosy stuff that they have access to.
Yeah, which is fine for those things to still, because God, I don't want them to come along and go, by the way, now you can't use any of that stuff now. That would be wild given how much they removed from before. But yeah, for that to be all of that plus Bloodthirsters, Bloodletters, all the various blood variants.
Oh, we'll bulk out the range, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really nice range of miniatures. And that makes World Eaters feel more substantial. So to me, I think, that's the way to do it.
It's interesting because I think as Chaos Demons as a whole, the idea that you're running all the different Chaos gods or demons together sort of doesn't really fit the narrative that they're always fighting amongst themselves. Like, they don't... Do they actually team up together?
Well, so they used to be, again, in the 5th edition, not 5th edition, in the 6th edition Demon book, they had this really interesting... Or maybe was it 6th or was it even 8th edition? Oh, it might have been the 8th edition Demon book. The one that had the Storm of Chaos in it. Where it was like the idea that you roll on these 2d6 and then there's the chaos swirly storm thing was doing all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I think that would have been yeah.
But basically, the problem, if I remember correctly with that one, basically it was like Khorne don't like Tzeentch. Tzeentch don't like Nurgle. Nurgle doesn't like Slaanesh, whatever. Like, they all hate each other.
Sort of rock, paper, scissors in one direction.
But the idea was that if you were like using Khorne demons and you were using Tzeentch demons together and you did Storms of Chaos, if it was a Khorne storm, it was negatively impact the Tzeentch and stuff. So it like had this weird mechanic to it where there was a bit of weirdness to it where like the gods were screwing around with each other still. So I thought they came up...
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels more like a 7th Ed thing.
Probably.
Who knows?
At some point they did something interesting with showing the differences and like... and like I think even then it would have been stuff like, Khorne demons, as well as everything else, had like hatred Tzeentch or something. Like it was like a weird thing. But like, these days they've just sort of gone, but Be'lakor's got them under control, whatever.
Well, that was going to be my point. It makes more sense that they're mono faction and split amongst the Space Marine armies, but then you have specifically a Be'lakor faction book that is the combined arms where he's the linchpin that joins them all together because they're individually under his control, much like how Abaddon has all the different kind of Chaos Legions working together, but actually there are also individual ones, the Death Guard, Thousand Suns, etc. It can be mono-faction, but then there is one person that does bring them together. So I think that would actually work quite well and feels more thematic that the Chaos Demons aren't fighting alongside each other unless they're with Be'lakor.
Yeah, and I like that. Like, I like the idea that, like, they have... Because, again, in a way, it would make so much more sense if the Black Legion book incorporated Be'lakor into it and almost had, like, a kind of... And I get why they can't do it, because Be'lakor isn't the Black Legion, right? But at the same time, it would make more sense if basically there were 5 Chaos books and basically, like you say, mono for each of the different da-da-das, and then there was basically the unifying Chaos book, which incorporates Black Legion, but then has the demon equivalent, which is, the Be'lakor army.
And that would just be a detachment-specific, rule if you want to take him under his own detachment. But likewise, you could just go, I'm Black Legion, but I've got access to some generic demons as well via that book. And, maybe it's a slightly more limited selection than what you'd get if you just took, like, say, Death Guard and all the Nurgle demons. that could work. Obviously, again, you've still got some growing pains with people with pre-existing collections and stuff like that, and that is a bit of a kicker for Chaos Demon players. But as you say, it's a great enhancement for Space Marine players or Chaos Space Marine players.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think the pros would, in that particular instant, outweigh the cons, right? Because ultimately, and again, you could have a third thing in there, and you could have Vashtor and have his whole thing as well. So you could have Vashtor, Be'lakor, and Abaddon.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of feel like with him, he's more demon engines rather than demons on their own.
Yeah, but that gives you a unique flavour that you can sprinkle in, and you can still take them.
If you're talking about like a Black Legion book that's got everything, then yeah, he would, again, like he's currently got his own detachment, which unlocks.
One of the three great generals, and then and then you have a specific detachment built around all three of them, and then they can mix in stuff. So like literally becomes more of a homogenous thing where they can essentially be like, cool, you know, in addition, you can take these units from these books. Now, admittedly, the way they've done it in AOS with the new Slaves of Darkness book is they've basically gone, here's an army of renown for Be'lakor, and these are the units he can take. And they've specifically put those units in the book, which I actually really like. I think that's a really good touch. So basically, the Be'lakor detachment is there, and exclusively, if you're taking that army of renown, you can take Bloodletters and I forget what the next thing is you can take for the Khorne army. I'll say Juggernauts. I think it is Juggernauts. Tzeentch get Flamers and Screamers. Slaanesh get Fiends and Chariots. And Nurgle gets Plague Bearers and Beasts of Nurgle. So basically you just have those 8 choices plus Be'lakor. Oh, and Demon Princes. You can have Demon Princes as well. But that's literally the Be'lakor army of renown. And they very sensibly put all of those rules in the book, which I think is super cool. I'd love to see that. Because at the moment with Black Legion, what they do is they go, oh, you can also take Rubrics, Berserkers, Plague Marines, and Noise Marines from these codexes, basically. But again, I don't dislike that either. I just think it's kind of cool to actually have if it is that you can have those 3 things, put them in the book. One book would have been nice, but whatever.
Yeah, so you're not having to buy multiple books. Yeah.
On the topic of books, though, Phil, just to say, the amount of books that they have to release next year is terrifying. Have you actually done the actual maths on this yet?
Only briefly when you mentioned it to me a couple of days ago, it sounded like, was it something like 17 or something ridiculous?
Well, here's the thing, right? We know that they're going to do Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum next year. We know that they're going to do Elder next year. We know that they're doing Imperial Knights. Those are the 3 we know, right? So that's 3. Then they've got to do Black Templars. They've got to do Space Wolves. So that's 5. Mm-hmm. They've also got to do Grey Knights. That's 6.
Yeah.
Right? So that's just like the stuff we know plus Space Marines is 6.
Right.
Then if you were looking at the armies of Chaos, you're basically looking at Demons, Chaos Knights, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, World Eaters, right? So Demons, Knights, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, World Eaters, and Emperor's Children. So that's 12 right there, right? So that's 12. Then you add in Xenos. We've got Drakari. Still don't have it. So that's 13. And then Leagues of Votan round us up to 14 books. And then if you include Death Watch in that, 15 books.
Have we had Adeptus Sororitas yet?
We have had Sororitas, yes. So Sororitas exists.
Oh, yeah.
We reviewed that book and everything. Remember they had those crazy rules for the sword-wielding naked ladies?
Repentia.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, I vaguely remember them. It's all a blur sometimes.
Oh, mate. Well, that's the thing with this 3-year release cycle and constantly trying to cover it. It feels like this. And also the way that they just kind of like just sort of tilt it. So like there's no consistent timeline between the books. It's always like, it's like, oh, this one was done at the end of this edition, but it's at the start of this one. You're like, all right, great, whatever. Like, it's madness.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, a couple of books might spill out into sort of January, February of the following year. but normally around that time is when they start wrapping it up in time to sort of the launch of the new edition. So it's, sort of mad to think that we're kind of halfway through.
Yeah,
not quite.
Yeah.
But not.
Well,
far
the very first Arcs of Omen book was Arcs of Omen Abaddon.
That's normally I think that was like December, wasn't it? And it sort of, but overlapped with Astra Militarum and World Eaters, which came out in sort of Feb, March time.
I'm just trying to 100% check the release date. When did Arcs of Omen come out? No, that's not true. Was it really? It might have been January 23 by the looks of it. Maybe I'm being...
that sounds like it could be the case.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm being facetious by asserting that it was coming out in like 22. But but that's the thing, isn't it? Basically, you're going to end up in a situation whereby, this year, 25, they're either releasing 14 books or, they're not. So, it's going to be interesting to see how all of that goes. And then speculating on what 11th edition might be and how that might work. But it's crazy to think, man. There's going to be a lot of Codex reviews next year is basically what I'm saying.
Dear God, that's a lot.
Yeah. It's going to be wild. But, anything you wanted to talk about before we say goodbye? Because I appreciate we need to get going.
The one thing I sort of wanted to cover was obviously I looked into the not Crusade event, the Grand Narrative, Karandras, I think it was called. So that was happening. That was happening at the in the States, but they did a UK version as well, which I didn't quite realise. But I think it was like Sprues and Brews had done quite a cool vlog on it, and they were allowed to film at Warhammer World, which was really unusual. And it was like an hour-long video, and it looked really interesting. It was you got some cool goodies. You could have the option down of doing Crusade, but you could choose not to, and it didn't really make much difference. There was people dressed up. There was, the pomp and ceremony that you like pre-missions. Sounds like that's what they gave you. So it looked really interesting as something potentially to go to for next time they do one.
Oh, there we go. What would you dress up as, Phil?
Thunder Warrior, I think.
You'd go Thunder Warrior.
I wouldn't quite commit
get
to
down the gym a bit.
But I've got a big belly plate, is what I would say. It doesn't matter. I can just cover it up. But I wouldn't quite commit to getting a mohawk. That'd be a step too far, I think.
Mate, I think we should both experiment with a mohawk for a bit.
Maybe, yeah.
We should be like those Warhammer minis and then we'll have mohawks.
I mean, that's clearly the cool haircuts to have. Yeah.
Well, that's what they keep putting on everything at the moment, isn't it?
Exactly, like that new Spaceball guy for Heresy.
Yeah.
He's got one.
He's got the mohawk. That's what we need. That's what we all need. Get the old mohawks going. Or the top knot, Phil.
Yeah, Abaddon style. Yeah,
Abaddon style, absolutely. Get the scary top knot going. That'll be the way forward. Yeah, no, I think that would be cool. No, I'd be up for doing it. Look, I love a narrative event. I want to do. I genuinely now am at that place where I'm like, I've done so much AOS this year and I've loved it, and it's been a really fun experience. And we've already got AOS events scheduled for next year, but I do want to make more of an effort to try and engage with more varied ways of playing 40k at the moment. I do still play it. Like I play 40k frequently, but I haven't really done any 40k events this year, other than one day like RTT indie things. So it'd be good to get out there and experience some of the narrative versions of it, because I'd like to sort of, it's good to go and play fun games of 40k. It's like when Tom did his last RFW event, admittedly as a doubles, which was a bit odd, but whatever, it still worked and it was still fun. That was a really fun experience with 40k, and that's the thing. 40k can and is often really good fun. It's just, I think maybe my problem is I just keep playing in competitive events and against people who want to play it competitively and just keep going.
You need to come over and play boarding actions, because
I would love to.
I've been working up on the terrain and doing little scatter bits to add on to it. But there's a ton. There's literally like 50 odd missions that we could play through. So there's plenty of opportunity.
I mean, when are we gonna schedule this?
Maybe over the Christmas period or something. I don't know.
Next week.
Potentially next week.
We'll talk about this offline. Anyway, look, everyone, you've been wonderful. For those of you who were kind enough to go and check out maybe the video version of this and listen to it all again in video form, we appreciate you. But let us know what you think of that because, I really appreciate your feedback. And obviously, it's a bold move for us. I kind of enjoy our relative obscurity, our relative anonymity. So putting my face out there does intimidate and scare me quite a bit.
I don't think it matters for you, Dan, because people recognise your booming voice across the gaming hall of Warhammer World. So you get recognised regardless.
I think you've got the more unique voice, though, Phil. I think yours. I always envy your ability to have a kind of calm, even audio. Like it's amazing when I edit this thing because I'm like a yo-yo. I'm like flipping like wah, just like. So it's very good.
Because you're just loud, Dan. That's your problem.
That is my problem. I've got that Brian Blessed issue.
Yes.
That's it.
And I've got his beard.
Exactly. You got the look, I've got the voice. Between the two of us, it's why we work so well together, mate.
Exactly, for sure.
Oh yeah, just to plug it for the sake of plugging it, I will be on Liam Dempsey on Tuesday. Tuesday the 3rd. I'll post about it on the socials, so you can hear about that. So come check that out.
Exciting. If I'm free, I'll join the chat and harass you.
Well, you can come down if you want, Phil. Come join.
Ooh, that's an option.
You can come by, I don't know how you get there. You can't drive, as we've already established, but, you could.
Exactly. I will fly with my wings.
Well, there you go. All right, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.